Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I am your host, John Dehlin. It is September 12th, 2023, and we are in the middle of a few weeks of a coverage of the 8 passengers, Ruby Franke, Jodi, Hildebrandt scandal. And basically, today we are here to interview Adam Paul Steed. For those who don't have that introduction, basically Ruby Franke was a Mormon mother and super famous YouTube influencer who, with her husband and 6 children, had a YouTube channel called 8 Passengers. We've covered that already, so I'm not going to really dig into that other than to say super popular Mormon YouTube channel. And then the Franke family meets Jodi Hildebrandt, who was a Mormon therapist endorsed by the Mormon Church, promoted by the Mormon Church, supported financially by the Mormon Church. And I'm guessing that Jodi Hildebrandt and her organization connections were referred to the Franke family probably by their Mormon bishop. But once Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt started working together, it appeared as though Ruby Franke's rhetoric got more and more extreme. She started talking about depriving her children of food, her son of a bed, and just using more and more extreme kind of hyper-Christian fundamentalist language. And long story short, this ended with the Franke husband sort of being marginalized from the YouTube channel, and ultimately the 8 Passengers YouTube channel was shut down. And lo and behold, miraculously, Ruby Franke re-emerges on the scene with Jodi Hildebrandt. Basically, I think they started a channel called Moms of Truth, where they were giving out family advice, marriage advice, and parenting advice on the internet. And then fast forward to, just in the past few weeks, Jodi and Ruby were arrested for child abuse, and they're currently in jail. And we've been covering that on Mormon Stories Podcast. We did an excellent episode with Jordan McKay giving an overview, so I refer you to that previous episode to just kind of get the overview of the story. We did an excellent episode with Natasha Helfer and my wife Margie about the mental health inner workings and the therapeutic inner workings of Mormonism and of Jodi Hildebrandt in this case. And then finally, just late last week, we interviewed Jessie Hildebrandt, Jodi Hildebrandt's niece, who basically described her years of torture under the hand of Jodi Hildebrandt, who she was forced to live with, by her parents and grandparents. That episode with Jessie Hildebrandt is the most watched Mormon Stories episode of all time, and it's only been a few days since it's been released. So we welcome an international audience for those who are interested in today's episode. And and thank you, Karis, for the reminder. Jessie Hildebrandt goes by they, them pronouns, and I just misgendered Jessie. Jessie's been very gracious that if you misgender them, they just like it when you do your best to try and correct and move forward. So I will apologize for misgendering Jessie publicly. I will reiterate that Jessie's pronouns are they, them, and I will try not to mess up again. But if I do, I'll try and correct myself. But thanks to those who, in the comments on both YouTube and Facebook, who were kind enough to remind me that we should not misgender people. So anyway, Jessie so many of you have reached out with so much love and affection towards Jessie Hildebrandt. Many of you have donated to them to support Jessie, and Jessie has expressed feeling overwhelmed with all the love and support. and validation that they've received from many of you. So thanks to everyone who has joined us for those episodes so far. And today we are going to be interviewing a really important figure in the Jodi Hildebrandt story. His name is Adam Paul Steed. And for those of you who know that Jodi Hildebrandt lost her license at one point, let's just say 10 or 12 years ago, it was because of her interactions with Adam Paul Steed and her unethical behavior, basically having all these really unhealthy dual relationships in Steed's life, and ultimately breaching a patient or therapist-client confidentiality, turning Adam Paul Steed into the BYU Honor Code office, getting him kicked out of BYU. And it's a really harrowing tale. But the Adam Paul Steed story is much more significant than that, because what you are about to hear is basically the story of a courageous young Mormon man from Idaho who was sexually abused as a boy, who had the courage to come out as a whistleblower and to hold both the Boy Scouts of America and to some degree the Mormon Church accountable for the systemic child sexual abuse that both the Mormon Church and the Boy Scouts of America harbored for, I don't know, half a century, if not a century. And what you'll hear in this story is Adam Paul Steed having the courage to not only be a young man as a whistleblower, but also to work with his courageous father to change the laws in Idaho to make pedophiles more liable, to extend the statute of limitations for victims of child sexual abuse, which then made the Mormon Church and the Boy Scouts of America more liable for the, tens of thousands of instances of pedophilia and sexual abuse that the Mormon Church and the Boy Scouts of America are responsible for, which of course led to the Mormon Church distancing itself from the Boy Scouts of America, which we've covered on Mormon Stories in the past. But what's truly dark and sinister about today's episode is that after Adam Paul Steed successfully rebuilt his life, got married, and went to BYU, it appears as though the Mormon Church used Jodi Hildebrandt to destroy the credibility and the life of Adam Paul Steed, almost as retaliation, it seems, for his work holding the Mormon Church accountable in the Boy Scouts pedophilia case. So this case has many layers, and I'm so honored to have Adam Paul Steed willing to come on Mormon Stories and tell us his story uninterrupted. He's been covered in documentaries. He's been covered in news shows, magazines. He's a internationally known whistleblower and advocate for children's rights. Now, there's one twist. We're doing something today on Mormon Stories that we've never done before. And again, we've already got 3,000 people joining us in the live stream. I welcome all of you on YouTube and on Facebook. I'll just say really quickly, if everyone would just like this episode and subscribe to the Mormon Stories Podcast YouTube channel. I'm actually not asking that for any self-serving reasons. That will make this episode be promoted by YouTube, which will help get this story out. Because this story isn't just about a courageous whistleblower. It's about systemic abuse within the Mormon Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the way the Mormon Church appears to treat its whistleblowers. And that's, for me, the most important part of today's case. So if all of you will like this episode on YouTube or Facebook, share it and subscribe to the channel. We will maybe make this one as big or bigger than Jesse Hildebrandt's, and will maybe make a big difference in the world to help both the Mormon Church and other high demand religions become healthier about abuse, matters of sexuality, marriage, ethical therapy, etc. So please do that if you don't mind. I would love to see 3,000 plus likes on this episode. Again, for Adam more than for anyone. So what's going to be slightly different is I actually started this interview with Adam Paul Steed last week, and we were going to live stream it. We decided last minute not to. It was good that we didn't. He was working with People Magazine on a story, and we got about an hour and 45 minutes into the interview, and it was just so clear that Adam has been traumatized and re-traumatized so much that we had to stop the interview. And you're going to see what we're going to do is we're going to play the first part of the interview up until the point where Adam starts to dissociate and really become overwhelmed. And then Adam is here in studio today. What I wanted to do was just give him the weekend to cool down, to get his senses back, to calm down. And then we would finish the interview today. So we're going to start by playing the interview that we recorded late last week, and then as soon as we get to the point where it's clear Adam needed to stop, I will take back over with Adam here live in studio, and we'll finish the interview live. Take your questions, take your comments, and I'll be monitoring your comments and questions all along the way. So please keep the questions and comments coming. We love a healthy dialogue, and that also helps with the algorithms. So thanks for joining us again. I'm John Dehlin. This is Mormon Stories Podcast, where we cover Mormon news and culture in long-form format to help validate people who struggle in their Mormon journeys, to help provide informed consent within Mormon culture, and to help Mormons who are transitioning away from Orthodoxy or away from the church find healing and growth. And I'll throw in half of our audience has never been Mormon, but either come from high demand religions and come to Mormon Stories for support, or they love following high demand religions or cults or Mormonism. So without any further ado, thanks for joining us. We're up to 4,000 on the live stream. I am going to start playing the interview from last week, and then we'll jump back in about an hour and 45 minutes. Hope you all enjoy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John Dehlin. It's September 7th, 2023, and we are in the middle of what was not intended to be 8 passengers / Jodi Hildebrandt Connections Week on Mormon Stories. We've already done, 3 episodes on the Mormon YouTuber Frankie family scandal that has recently come out over the past week, where Mormon YouTube phenom Ruby Frankie has been incarcerated, along with highly recommended and endorsed Mormon therapist Jodi Hildebrandt of a company called Connections. They both have been incarcerated for child abuse of 2 of Ruby Frankie's youngest children. The children were found with duct tape around their ankles, lacerations on wrists, emaciated, dehydrated, starved, and imprisoned. And it's a horrific story. We've covered it on several episodes now. We've talked about the story itself with Jordan and McKay. We've talked about we've reviewed Jodi Hildebrandt and her therapeutic practices with Natasha Helfer. And then just earlier today, we interviewed Jessie Hildebrandt, the niece of therapist Jodi Hildebrandt, who told a harrowing tale of her torture. There's no other way to describe it, of her torture as the niece of approved Mormon therapist Jodi Hildebrandt. Now we have another really, really crucial piece of this puzzle, a really important interview. We are here today interviewing Adam Paul Steed. I'll give just a quick, brief overview. Adam Paul Steed was raised Mormon. He was abused as an LDS Boy Scout. he became a nationally known whistleblower, speaking out against his abuser, and then teaming with his father to change Idaho law to change the statute of limitations laws surrounding sexual abuse of children in the state of Idaho, particularly related to the Mormon Church and Boy Scouts as sort of the impetus. So Adam Paul Steed would be worthy of a Mormon Stories interview just for that alone, but the story gets more tragic because later when Adam Paul Steed marries, he goes to BYU, Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah, and miraculously or suspiciously, he's assigned to Jodi Hildebrandt by his Mormon bishop to help him with his marriage. And for those of you who know that at some point around 2012, Jodi Hildebrandt's license was suspended for a time in Utah as a therapist. This was in relation to Adam Paul Steed's case, where among other even more egregious violations that I believe includes manufacturing or altering of evidence, Jodi Hildebrandt's license was suspended for, violating Adam Paul Steed's client-patient confidentiality, reporting him to the honor code. But more importantly, it just appears as though Jodi Hildebrandt tried to destroy both Adam Paul Steed's marriage and his life. And I think you'll hear about the inappropriate relationship that Jodi Hildebrandt predictably nurtured with Adam Paul Steed's ex-wife. And there, even most disturbingly of all, there's a connection involving multiple general authorities between the Jodi Hildebrandt efforts to apparently destroy Adam Paul Steed's life and the Boy Scout case of Adam Paul Steed and his dad being whistleblowers back in Idaho. There's a dark connection between those two that involves, I think, two general authorities, but definitely one, Elder Hillam of the late Elder Hillam, who was in the presidency of the Quorum of the 70, who was connected to the Boy Scouts case, and disturbingly is also connected to the Jodi Hildebrandt Adam Paul Steed case. So that's an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. Just sort of a informed consent warning. We will be talking about abuse today. We will be talking about things that some find traumatic. So please practice self-care yourself, and also practice self-care with anyone who may be listening or viewing this episode. Also, I should say that Adam Paul Steed's story is about to be published in People magazine and possibly elsewhere. So this story is about to get really big, along with a Netflix documentary that's about to come out on the Boy Scouts of America and I believe the Mormon Church. So with all that of an intro, Adam Paul Steed, thank you so much for all you've done, but for joining us on Mormon Stories to tell your part of the Jodi Hildebrandt story along with your own story.
Thank you.
Feel free to correct anything I got wrong or anything you'd rather state differently.
I'm sorry. I'm still coming off of triggers and shock.
No worries.
I was getting in the car this morning with my sweet wife and little 2-month-old baby to go to our for our little doctor's appointment for our baby, and there was in our second down car garage where it's all secure with the gate and everything. There was a Band-Aid inside of its wrapper and on the windshield that said "You inbred ho" on it, and it's like they know where my wife and our little baby and us live, and the secure area, and it just was like my first thoughts was a Band-Aid. So they're saying we're acting like victims, and then they attack us. But the thing that was concerning is that My wife's been crying a lot today, worried that me talking about this could jeopardize her safety. She was already worried about this, and then that anyway. We've had a rough day, and it's expected, I guess.
Well, this would be hard to talk about under the most ideal circumstances, but I can't imagine with the past week and Jodi Hildebrandt being put in prison, it's now becoming a international news story.
Yeah.
And all that you've already experienced, it must be validating, but also very difficult to be reliving all of this.
Yeah, if anyone criticizes you as an interviewer for allowing an interview that triggers me, I just want to say ahead of time that's my own choice, because I don't want to live in a world that's a prison full of triggers everywhere. I'd rather talk about the truth and have the world come and help fix this. And to me, it's worth it. And so, how do you want to start? What do you want to ask?
Maybe if you are comfortable, let's start with your Mormon stories that relates to the Boy Scout abuse. If you're okay starting there.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people tell that story. The first reporter was Peter Zuckerman, who did the Scouts Honor Series that won a Scripps Award. I didn't know anything about that, but my dad said it was like a runner-up for a Pulitzer Prize, and it was stuff, that helped change the world.
So your story regarding your Boy Scout abuse has been captured in a movie or a documentary, is that right?
It's been a couple. It was in Idaho Falls Post-Register. They were the smallest newspaper to win the Scripps Award as they exposed this crazy story in southeast Idaho. And then I think PBS did a national series, and then in a small town, I think it was called that. And then just recently, Netflix producer Brian Knappenberger and Laura Poitras, the lady that helped Edward Snowden come forward, she was executive producer on a Sundance film, The Church in the Fourth Estate. So it's been covered a lot by the press.
But I'm guessing that most of my listening audience hasn't heard the story. So what, if you wanted to summarize the story?
Yeah.
We'll try and include links to all those in the show notes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I see how it's connected, so I'm going to tell it. I was a victim of sexual child abuse. I was just like everyone else in southeast Idaho, just about. I was Mormon. We were excited to go be part of scouting. I met Brad Stolz, the child abuser, at the church. He was 25. He was charismatic. He gave me a ton of attention, and ended up taking me to scout camp.
How old were you?
I was 14.
Okay.
And he took me, he picked me up all the time in his Toyota Tacoma truck and let me use his cell phone and got me food all the time and treated me like everything I said was important and cool. And I fell for this friend that was in my ward a few blocks away that, he's very charismatic, good-looking, kind, nice, caring person, and he was studying law. And anyway, so I started to have things with Brad that I was aware of, but I wasn't mentally able to face it and digest that it was happening. I guess the term's cognitive dissonance, where you start to catch on to things, but you just say no, and it's too unbelievable, so you just freeze up and can't talk about it. And, it just began with these massages at his house when we'd fall asleep, and then it got worse. And I had accidentally woke up when something real bad was going on. And then I at that point, absolutely knew what was going on, but I just couldn't, digest it. Everyone was saying he was a seminary teacher. He was trying out to be a seminary teacher, and he was in their program, and such a role model of mine. and confidant. And he was going to we had all these plans to take me to scout camp, and I still just couldn't get out of it, and I didn't know how to confront it. I act like I was sleeping, and so I ended up going to scout camp, and more abuse happened while he was taking me there. Camp Little Lemhi taking me there ahead of time to get camp ready, and there was some really bad sexual abuse that happened in the cabin by the lake there, and I still just couldn't digest that this was happening. No, that's not what it was. It must have been something else. Just tons of other narratives and these things he was doing to me at night when I was supposed to be asleep. And so then he was going to go to camp, and I didn't want to go once the camp was starting. He was over camp, second in charge, and I was making up excuses not to go. And so finally he started not paying attention to me and talking to my little brother and getting him all excited to go, and I just couldn't bear the sight of my brother getting hurt. So I went. I wasn't ready to talk about what happened to me, but I wasn't ready to let my brother go alone with this terrible sexual predator. And I was up there, and I was just kind of looking around, and Brad gave me this necklace with these little hands on it they're holding, and I sat down, and this other kid that worked at the camp as a staffer laughed, and he's like, "Oh, what are you going to do with that necklace?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I found out he had one, and I said, "What did you do with yours?" And he goes, "I burned mine." And he looked really serious, and then he was quiet and just laughed, acting like nothing was happening. And anyway, just kind of, "Why did you burn it?" And he started to tell me things. And you have cognitive dissonance about sexual abuse, and then someone's telling you about this person is a sexual predator. And I mean, he was a kid too, and they were laughing stories about it. And then they started to tell all these stories about all these different sexual predators that were up there. It was and terrorization about it. And so I started to help, because outside of my own head, I could see these people were victims, and I started to get really concerned and terrified. And as the week went on, I started to gather the other staff workers into my tent and hang out with them and try to keep Brad from getting close to them. And he tried to kidnap my little brother and drag him out in a cot in the middle of the night. My brother woke up terrified with Brad's hand over his mouth as he was trying to abuse him. And I went to Elias Lobes, and he knew something was wrong. I told him about the child abuse, and he was in shock and couldn't believe it was possible with Brad, and was just in shock. And Brad kept trying to sexually abuse kids. He was abusing more and more of them, and Elias Lopez had me get on the telephone with Kimball Allen, who. And there's one other guy, I forget his name. I'll remember his name. He's in all the Idaho Falls Post-Register articles. But there was Elias for scouting for the whole church was there, and they told me they'd fix it, and they told me not to tell other people about it, and they even had me promise not to tell my parents. And we had a discussion about how it could hurt the reputation of scouting, and nobody would want to come here anymore, and I didn't want to feel guilty for ending this beautiful thing.
So they didn't tell you to report it to the police?
No.
Let alone your own parents?
No. But the abuse was getting worse. Brad was now he was going everywhere angry. He was storming through the woods. He was following kids not so charismatically, but just eventually I had all these kids in this tent at night and with me, and he came in to tell scary camp stories and then share testimonies out of the Book of Mormon. He had a Book of Mormon in his hand, and he put it on this kid's lap. And he reached his hand under the Book of Mormon and started fondling this kid's penis while he was doing it in front of a whole group of kids. And I saw that. And this poor kid's face just, if you ever want to know, it's like watching life leave a child, his innocence just drop out of his eyes, and just wide eyes, and he didn't know what to think. And I stopped immediately, and I called him out and started yelling at him and getting in between him and the kids. And I I went to the, I went to Elias and I told him, they said that you just, he had me talk to these people. I couldn't tell my parents everything. I said, this does not work. You said you'd fix this. And I said, I am calling the police. And I called the police, and the police came, and they were just like, let's arrest him in front of the flag so all the kids know that this is a bad guy. And they tackled him and put him in handcuffs and took him away. And I came home even after all that and writing up these factual testimonies of the child abuse and everything. I still wouldn't tell my parents because the leaders had so conditioned me into thinking that it would destroy everything and made me promise I wouldn't tell my parents.
Now, these are scout leaders,
These
but
are the ones
are they
that
also...
Elias Lopez wasn't really like an intelligent guy. He was a nice guy, but he was there without knowing. And so he was putting me on the phone to his leaders that he would just follow whatever they said. And this was Brad Allen was the first. I'm trying to remember it's not Brad Allen, it's the other guy. And just look on Idaho Full Pulse.
Do you remember if any were LDS, like scout
all these
leaders?
People were LDS. That's
all
the
the
thing.
scout
All the
leaders
scout leaders. That's the whole crazy part about it is that the scout leaders were all like professional scouters, so they've got their allegiance to scouting, but then they were all like Mormons too. And so they had their allegiance to Mormonism, and as the scouting story came out, what we started to find was, well first of all, just real brief, they were going to put Brad in jail for less than a week's time for each kid he abused. He plea bargained to 24 victims of sexual abuse. Serial pedophile.
24 victims.
24 victims.
He admitted.
He'd sexually abused while he was all scared, and he admitted to it. And he said there were others, I don't remember their names. And in the Mormon Church, we're taught not to sue. And I chose not to sue scouting, but two of the victims did tell that, people that I'd helped come forward, the rest of the victims, it was these ones that sued scouting. It was terrible. I came home from camp. My dad said to me, I know I don't want you to have to talk public, for us to tell the news about this, but the prosecutors for Brad Stoll's case are on the scouting board, and they're going to let him go with less than... First, they were going to try to have him not go to jail. My dad was so frustrated, and he was on the phone, and then it was that he's going to get less than a week's time in jail for each victim he abused. My dad said, we've got to tell the story publicly so that these people can't do this. And so my dad... Paul Steed was a seminary teacher in Southeast Idaho. He was near retirement. He had a job.
So he was teaching. He was a full-time.
He was teaching several of the victims on this list. Yeah, he was a full-time work for the church.
CES employee.
Mm-hmm, yeah, okay. And so I remember just listening to him talking to the news, and it's this horrific story, and people just trying to belittle it, and people trying to say it was nothing, and him having to tell exactly what was really going on with the sexual abuse and how crazy it was that they were trying to hide this. And so it did affect my life. We lived in a small town, Pocatello, Idaho, and people treated me really different from that. I was beat up. I was called homosexual all the time. I was laughed about at my school. I had a lot of friends and stuff, but there were times where, I remember one day where the whole school came after me together, and all these popular kids pushed me on the ground, and they were kicking me and yell at me. They had seen Brad Stoll's pick me up at school dozens and dozens and dozens of times in his truck, and I remember I had a cousin that had commit suicide, and one of the kids just yelled out that he would fucking blow his brains out too if he had it was, sorry, I got to edit halfway through all these derogative terms about homosexuals and child abuse that he said just to get away from me, and that was the dark side of growing up in Southeast Idaho and being a whistleblower against scout. I didn't know I was a whistleblower. I didn't even know what the term was. I just was trying to save myself and my brother, and then these other kids. And then I watched my dad lose his job in CES because he started what happened is, that was the drama then when I was 14. I'm 23. I'm at BYU. I'm super excited. I want to date. I want to get married. I want in the temple. I want to have a family. I served a mission. I want all this stuff. Nervous. I'm dating at BYU. This girl that I was dating, her dad found out that I didn't have an eagle in scouting and didn't want her to date me. I told people that's why she didn't date me. I was now at BYU. I'd come there because I wanted to date her. And we were dating before that, and she was a super kind person. And now I'm there, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to start dating, and I'm in school, and just that kind of innocent life again. And then it got all fucked up again. Like, I get called by my dad, and he says, hey, this case finally closed on these 2 victims of abuse. And a reporter found out, and he contacted us, Peter Zuckerman, and he wanted to know if he wanted to know he wanted to know if he could talk with you. And I said, Adam's had enough. Talk to the other 24 kids on the list of Brad Stoll's plea bargain. And he went to the courthouse, and the list was missing. And he published something, and I told it was made international news. And then suddenly they were like, there's a computer glitch. Here's the list. Now's the list of the 24 victims. Idaho had a 3-year reporting law, and it was past the statute of limitations. Yeah. And now nobody would be responsible for hiding the child abuse victims because too many years had gone by. And my dad said in that same phone call, I said, one of the kids of the 24 was the son of a bishop in Idaho who just committed suicide. And he left a note that said he was sexually abused and no one believed him. And I just remember, like, I knew what I had to do because I was grown up now. When you're grown up when you're 23, right? But I wasn't 14. And it was.
Had you served a mission?
Yeah, I'd served a mission.
Where'd you serve?
Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And you remained a believing, faithful Mormon.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, absolutely. That's, and I got a lot from my beliefs about being like Christ, to be kind and do unto others as you do them, and responsibility to be a good person. So then, sorry.
So back to BYU, and
yeah.
And Zuckerman reaches out.
I get these trauma moments, and they just erase my mind. But just tell me the last thing I was saying, and I'll get
so you knew the right thing to do with Zuckerman reaching out.
I knew that I had to sue Boy Scouts of America so that I could get rid of, money wasn't even a thought. I just had to get rid of the same people that were working for Boy Scouts of America, representing it to the church, and the people in charge. Kim Hansen, that's the name I forgot. Kim Hansen is the one I talked to on the phone that made me promise not to tell my parents. And he was still working there, and same with Brad Allen, and I knew there were victims out there that now I found out these kids I grew up with, they never got contacted, they never got helped, and I saw a lot of the damage in their lives, and I just felt like I'm 23 and I had enough time to watch their lives get really messed up. And I just thought that, okay, I'm going to sue so that I can get rid of these people, get them out of this institution of scouting. And at that time I didn't realize at all how big the child abuse cover up with scouting was. And so I filed a lawsuit, and it turned out that it was like the day before the statute of limitations was up, randomly out of the blue all those years later. It was like literally the day before, and my lawsuit could go. They tried to appeal it, saying the statute had been passed up. And then we became familiar of laws in Idaho that were just different than anywhere really that was sane. It just didn't make sense. It seemed like it served pedophiles and helped institutions, because the laws were a 5-year statute of limitations, criminally and civilly, and the reporting law was 3 years, and it was like a minor offense if you didn't report. And so here, in the state of Idaho at that time, a man could serially sexually abuse violently children, and if the children didn't come forward within 5 years, they couldn't do a criminal case against the guy. I mean, I think every pedophile in the country would want to go to Idaho if they knew those laws were there. It was great job security. And it was civil, it was the 5-year statute too, and Idaho had a 50-year statute of limitations for rape. But for children, it was only 5 years. And it was unbelievable. And I didn't even know what statute of limitations meant. My dad started talking to me saying, we got to, our case was in the process, but he said, well, we got to change this. We got to change this. This can't happen. So he went to, simultaneously while we were doing the scouting case, he went to change the statute of limitations in Idaho. And
around what year was this that you were working with to change the statute of limitations laws in Idaho?
It was the year, we'll put dates together. It was right before my settlement with scouting took maybe, I don't know, like 9 months or a year or something. And I remember we signed the statute of limitations. It was about a 1-year process before my dad started trying to change them. He was scared he'd lose his job, he'd lose everything as it started to develop. And my mother, Deborah Steed, my mom, she had a dream that she found like a family in our house that wasn't, it was like a stranger family she didn't know in a house that we owned, and she didn't know why they were there, and she was asking them to leave, and they had this 14-year-old boy, and he just like put this injured hand up, and he said, help, and she woke up from her dream and started crying and was like, told my dad, you have to change these laws. And so I'm seeing
on Google, it was 2006 when Idaho Governor Dirk Kempthorne signed the bill.
Okay,
that eliminated a statute of limitations.
Okay, and I was at that press conference. I spoke next to the governor with my then wife, Morwenna, and we spoke to, I spoke at that as I signed that. My brother signed that, and afterwards the scouting people then gave us the Medal of Merit, their most prestigious award.
Okay.
That was for helping save kids after a settlement. So they changed it then, but in the process of changing it, it was this fight. Like nobody, like the amount of things, like you get a story inside of a story and a story, and huge influencers like the billionaire Frank Vandersloot was writing up op-eds that probably I think they cost $100,000 worth of advertising over a period of time or something. I don't know the number. I heard someone say that to talk about like this child abuse story. It wasn't the case, and there were letters going as if they came from the first presidency, all over the Mormon Church in Idaho and Utah, talking about this singular event. That they had immediately done the right response with child abuse. It only happened once, and we published those in the Peter Zuckerman Post Register. We published that letter, and then all these victims came forward, and there was all this documentation of cover-ups, and this story just started exploding. But it was so difficult. The statutes would have never changed, but my father called, and my mother, they got all these victims coming forward, and they got these people to write letters, and my mom put them all together and got them organized, and my dad gave them to all the senators to see the true situation, and things just started to open up. And then even there was this one guy that was over the Senate that wouldn't let it happen, and my dad was every day talking to Curtin McConkie, the LDS Church law firm, and they were coaching and trying to, I don't know if they were coaching, even my dad, those times, our church area authority had this inspiration for us that we weren't supposed to do the punitive child abuse case, but just settle for something that wasn't punitive. And, we followed 100%. We were important because they wanted us, but my dad just kept bringing this truth up and this just process. And they were on the phone all the time, Curtin McConkie. And I remember in one phone call, my dad was talking about this, I don't know if it's Senate pro temp or something, but he was a previous mission president, and he was the biggest advocate to stop the child abuse laws from being changed right before they would vote on them. And I remember something about Curtin McConkie telling my dad that they had contacted him and they had talked to him in this thorough contact, and that he wasn't going to vote against it now. And I thought I heard something to the effect that he would lose his church callings and things like that. It was that serious that he would have to follow an order and vote in favor to have the statute of limitations changed after all these deliberations my dad had. And we had like death threats, and we had emails against our family, and the CS came to my dad, and they said that his leader right over him, and I remember this, he said to him, "You can't talk to the news anymore. You can't talk to any of these places about this. You can't help with this process. If you do, you'll be fired from the CS." And my dad was like, "Hey, all of our life we taught these kids how to stand up for truth and do this, and now that it's the most important time to do it, if you ask us to close, not close our mouths and not talk, then I'm ready to resign." And that's how he lost his job. He says he resigned, but they put him in an ultimatum where he couldn't defend the children that were sexually abused, including tons of his seminary students. He had 10 in his classrooms at that point, 10 students that personally confided with him about being sexually abused at camp. So that happened. We changed the statute of limitations. Millions and millions of dollars of lawsuits and criminal and civil started coming forward in the state of Idaho. I think Idaho is the second biggest Mormon state, the second biggest, in the work, something that came out really clear is this, this massive story that we didn't know. I mean, you just have no idea the scope. We never thought 97,000 victims would come forward in the federal case against scouting.
LDS victims,
bankrupt
right?
Scouting now. Well, victims and all for scouting.
Okay.
And LDS was I think somewhere around like a third of their membership.
Yeah.
And the thing that was so scary is the window. Brad Stolz, for example, had been caught for child abuse before, and there was letters and documentation for it. So any of those 24 victims, if they got a hold of that documentation, could have sued Boy Scouts of America for neglect and keeping this guy there. But the thing that came out of it though was this horrificness that there was something that was starting to be common, and that was that Boy Scouts of America was sending child abusers when they'd get caught at camp to LDS bishops instead of to the police. And the bishops were protected under the bishop penitence rule when people confess, so then the records wouldn't have to be reported for the and they wouldn't have to report the child abuse. And that's what Brad Stolz did. And they sent him to a bishop, and the bishop reported he was fine, and then he went back to camp. And in a state where and this was previous to him abusing me, and then we started to hear tons of other cases that were identical. And this was in a state that if a child abuser was in the public school system and got caught, that they would have to take him to the police, and he'd go to prison for like 20 years. And yet in the Mormon church in the same state, they would get caught at scout camp, and then they'd be right back working at scout camp or switch to another scout camp. There were more child abusers coming out of Camp Little Lemhi that we started to find in that area than there were in the epicenter of the Catholic Church case. This case was way bigger than we ever understood, and the more victims came forward with these horrific stories. And that's my dad and mom would sit there and get called. Once these post-register came out, we got called and called and called and called by victims, like hundreds of victims, as we listened for 6 hours, traumatic stories as they'd come forward. And so that's kind of some background on the sexual abuse that happened to me, how as a kid, everyone always said that you were the only one that came forward, and this was all documented, and we need your story. It just kept getting bigger and bigger because there was a way bigger abuse situation going on than anyone imagined, and so this story just kept coming back in my life. And anyway, so during all that chaos, and are we okay with the backstory? Is that?
Yeah, and I just want to just note.
Let's pause. I'm in trauma mode. I'm on total adrenaline, but let me talk myself down on the feelings, my heart and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I just think really briefly, I think it's worth noting this conflict of interest between a very prominent, wealthy, and powerful church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, its control of state legislatures like in Utah, like in Idaho, and like in Arizona. Yeah. And then the Boy Scout, its prevalence in the Boy Scout community, and then its use of its power, money, and its law firm, Kurt McConkie, to pressure and intimidate and silence victims.
I don't know how a church that taught about family and love and truth of Christ turned into this global institution.
Yeah.
Like, how did the hypocrisy turn to that? Why did they betray all the people that tried to believe in the Christ stuff? Like, how did they do that? Like, now it's like toxic to go to church because there's so much of this covered up stuff. And the church became the richest church in the world. Hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe. Who knows? But I got called by Ted Kosnov, Tim Kosnov. I think he has 27,000 victims he represented in the federal case with scouting. And he said, I feel like my life's in danger. Because he said that the laws that were in California would make a victim have like $1 million or something, or a couple million, and they should have that because it takes a hell of a lot to get your innocence back and feel vindicated when it's been hid by the institutions that are supposed to protect you and love you. And he said that not in his lifetime would the church had such control over the laws in Utah to keep victims from coming forward, that not in his lifetime would that change. That because of the statutes, they could never come forward. And I, as a victim, and I know that the craziness leaves you when you're validated and the bad people are held responsible. And when in my book now, if a pedophile is bad, but if you're an institution hiding it, you're just as bad, especially if you're doing it to thousands and thousands of people for money. And the thing about Tim is just that, he says not in his lifetime, they get the church would pay $20,000 or $40,000 after sending someone through hell for coming forward. And I seen online on Facebook this thing that said, like, if you're a victim of abuse in the Mormon Church, those people they wanted me to sign up. They were going to sell my rights as a victim of abuse in the Mormon Church to some more. They just sell them really quickly to another attorney, and then these people it looked like they would just lose a case, and then I could never retry my case. I could never be validated. If they just got all the victims in Utah to fill up with this and sign their rights away to cases that were dead-end cases, then the church legally wouldn't have to deal with all these victims that they have. They had a third of the membership of Boy Scouts of America. They had the liability of meeting in undisclosed meetings with the church. Man, I even found out that the unorthodox to the Mormon church practice, if victims came forward, and I think Elder Dehlin was over this, the helping of the church handbook. The church handbook developed in the 1990s and 2000s. Originally in the scriptures, bishops would be judges in Israel following promptings on how to handle cases, but now they had very specific instructions on exactly what to do as this institutionalization of the faith began. And in these instructions, if there was any kind of child abuse allegations or anything, they called these people a support line that was like attorneys talking to them on what to do. And unbeknownst to the members of the church, these people were ordained as bishops, so that the church legally wouldn't have to let any be responsible for reporting any of the child abuse that went. And these sharp, smart people in the law firm, I think they were the bishops, were in the same building as McConkie and in a law firm.
Yeah. And we've covered We've had Tim Kosnoff on Mormon
Sorry,
Stories.
I didn't mean to.
No, it's good. It's important.
I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
No, you're doing great. I will say for more on this, we've had Tim Kosnoff on. We've talked about Boy Scouts. We've talked about the recent stories coming out about the way Curtin and McConkie fielded a support hotline that when bishops called, Curtin McConkie would do everything to minimize the liability of the church and to pressure bishops, to pressure victims and their families not to report to police. And so this whole unholy alliance between the Mormon Church, the Boy Scouts, Mormon bishops, Curtin and McConkie, and state legislatures, that fight against making Mormon bishops mandatory reporters when sexual abuse is reported by victims or family members. This has all been covered by the Associated Press recently, and we have episodes on Mormon Stories that will go into more detail. But your corroboration of this, and I should just add, I'm Googling this right now. I can't believe I don't know about this, but there's a Deseret News article, 2006, ex-Idahoan to lobby on child abuse. There's, there are law cases, Steed versus Boy Scouts of America.
Well, top church leaders know about me. Even the president of the Young Men's Presidency called to try to find out where I was so he could fly out in a jet and meet with me to tell me I did a good job on changing those laws. And he did. He flew out in a jet to meet my parents. I couldn't go. There were some issues I had with my wife at the time. It was a shaky marriage. And her parents and other people, Elder Helam, their good friends, had told them to instruct me not to participate in the meeting.
Yeah. So the fact that the Kurt McConkie and the church would be trying to influence the degree to which you sued, how much money you sued for.
Whether I pushed for a punitive case.
Yeah.
The judge gave me a punitive case and I turned it down because my priesthood leaders told me to.
I mean, that's just sickening and egregious. And I can't believe I don't know about this story, but I'm also, there's so much that gets covered up and hidden that I'm not surprised I don't know about this story, but this is well chronicled in case law.
When we changed the statute of limitations, their argument was that they didn't want to re-traumatize child abuse victims, so that's why they needed the 5-year statute. They didn't want children to have to revisit the trauma.
Yeah. So by 2006, 2007, the Idaho laws gets changed.
Yes, and the internal structure of the legal megaplex in the Mormon Church knew very well who I was and my father and what our story and our work had the ability to do to change the laws of the people.
And really quickly, we want to just introduce this person you've referenced, Elder Harold G. Hillam. He was ultimately, he's passed away, but he was in the presidency of the LDS Church Quorum of the 70, which means beyond the first presidency of the Quorum of the 12, he was one of the top 7 leaders of the general authorities, and he has a connection to your case and to the Boy Scouts.
It was like a celebrity. Like if you're Mormon, you might shake a hand with someone like that in your lifetime. It was...
How is he related to the Boy Scouts and to Idaho and to your...
Yeah, let me save how he's related to the Boy Scouts later in the story because we didn't know about it.
Oh, okay.
We had no clue.
Okay. So we'll
so the
cliffhanger.
First place. Yeah, first... Sorry. It's like when your life has a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We first way I was excited to get engaged with my wife. She went to Haifa University away from BYU, and we decided to get married, and she was calling home to tell her parents that she'd get married. And
did you say Haifa?
Haifa University in
Israel?
In Israel. She had an elite scholarship, and she was Dutch, and she was from Holland. And I guess Elder Helam was the president of the General Authority over Europe at that time, or Western, or whatever it was, over Holland. And he had chosen to call my wife's father into the third quorum of the 70 is a general authority.
It's an area
him.
authority,
It's
right?
an area authority, yeah. And apparently when she called home to tell her parents about this exciting news of meeting a boy, they knew who I was, but that we were going to get married. They didn't even give her the chance. They interrupted her and said Elder Helam's family was in their home eating dinner, and they're so glad that she's broken up with me and it's over, because this guy was so dangerous and terrible on all these things he'd done at scouting for money, and how terrible he was. And
who was saying this to your former wife's parents?
Elder Helam's son, and I think Elder Helam was at the dinner table, and my wife.
This is why you were engaged here?
Yeah, we were getting engaged. We decided to get married and call our parents and tell them we were getting married. And she called back in tears saying she had called her parents to announce our engagement, her parents in Holland. And at that moment, they were at the dinner table with Elder Helam's family talking about how terrible I was as a person. Just all these terrible things about my family and everything. And her parents were like, we're so glad you're not getting married to this guy. And then she didn't even know how to tell them she just got engaged. And she called me back in tears, and she was, what do we do? I don't know what to do. And we ended up getting married outside of what they wanted. But also her dad got called suspiciously as an area authority by Helam? I never put that link together, but I know that calling happened when I first met, just right after I met my wife. Just not long after I met her.
Because I'm in my mind, I'm thinking this is very conspiracy theory kind of minded.
I don't think the timetable of me meeting my wife and dating would have given Helam enough time to call him. I think he had already called him.
As an area authority?
Because early in our dating, we went to temples, or when he came over to be at the conference where he came over to become an Area 70, I saw her parents for the first time.
Okay.
And we hadn't been dating very long.
So he became an area authority while you were dating her?
Yes. And the thing was then, we went through this real rocky engagement with just tons of trauma with her family trying to end the engagement. And then finally they agreed, and we come over and seen them in Holland several times and tried to be real peaceful and everything. And so we get to the temple day where her whole family and her dad and her mom and everyone were there, and we were just getting ready, and the temple sealer at the Idaho Falls Temple, Elder Groberg, was 45 minutes late, and we didn't know why. And then we got married, and there was a bunch of stuff going on. My wife then was super upset. I don't know everything that her parents were telling her. It was a really rocky beginning. Later, after all this stuff came out years later, the secretary to Elder Groberg had been in our family stake, and she contacted my dad, and she said, I have to tell you guys the truth about this. That day that your son was going to get married, Elder Helam called Elder Groberg and President Groberg of the Idaho Falls Temple and spent 45 minutes while he was supposed to be going to the wedding trying to convince them to call the wedding off and not let it happen in the temple. And he said that he was telling him that this was this terrible kid at scouting that had lied about all these abusers and all this money and everything. And finally, Elder Groberg said, this is my temple and my calling. And after they got into a heated argument, this lady overheard, she said it was like a heated argument inside the temple in the office. And finally, he said, this is my authority under my jurisdiction, and these people will get married, and he hung up the phone. So those are two pieces of how this guy influenced our life. We were married, and
so just to summarize, I just want to highlight this. You become a child whistleblower to a confirmed, self-admitted pedophile.
Yeah.
You work with your dad to change the state laws in the state of Idaho to protect children. And what you get from that is behind the scenes, high-level Mormon church leaders apparently do all they can to smear your name and to smear your family's name wherever they can.
Well, we didn't understand why Elder Helam would do this, because he was called of God and one of the top, he had been I think it's common in the Mormon church to say, the church isn't perfect, but the high-ups, they know what they're doing. And this was the president of the first quorum of the 70. I thought a lot of the apostles would get called from that position. It was, if you look at it, actually, the apostles are kind of older in the presidency. Probably these younger people over the entire general authorities would be kind of like running the church facilities in a lot of ways. Elder Dehlin was over the Sunday school books. He was over that for the whole church in the 90s and 2000s. I think I need to get the dates right. But I mean, and they're not, I'm sure, and this is kind of disturbing that a friend of mine who had a top apostle in his family explained that the church on the inside, they purposely created extra boards so that it would be ambiguous whether it was the church leaders who know all of God's truth, whether they would be responsible for the things, but that these people would that the prophet would sit there and rubber stamp every decision, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and they didn't want anyone in the public to know that, because then it was nice that they were these auxiliary places in between so that the ambiguity could blame it and the church leaders wouldn't be responsible for it. And that's what I heard from this person firsthand, that there was, all I know is there hasn't been accountability for how they work. No, it's all been secret. So we just have to fit these shattered pieces together.
Yeah.
Here's this top general authority, tried to stop the engagement, tried to stop the marriage in a crazy backdoors way that we did find out about. And then was the first person that my ex's and her dad went to when the Jodi Hildebrandt case exploded in our lives for help. And
well, maybe we should back up. Should we back up and talk about how you got connected to Jodi Hildebrandt?
Yeah.
Is that the okay part in the story to do that?
Yeah.
So how did you get connected? How and why did you get connected to Jodi Hildebrandt?
I went to a bishop, Mormon bishop, was a BYU student.
How long had you been married? Do you remember?
We'd been married for 2 years and a few months.
So around what year would this have been? What year were you married? Do you remember?
I'm not good with dates, with trauma.
Oh, yeah, of course. Do you remember what year you were married?
I promised that I would unremember my anniversary.
Yeah.
It was like in September of 2006, I think.
So this might have been 2008?
Wait, hold on. Sorry, no, it wasn't that. My daughter was born in 2006 in November. It was, I think we were married in 2005 in like August.
Okay.
Ish.
So it might have been 2008.
Yeah, two years into our marriage.
Okay.
And now I had just, the scouting case finally picked up some steam, and we had the psych evaluation of the child abuse damage to me, and we were going into our settlement process, and it was reaching the middle of winter. So I was trying to finish up all my schooling.
Settlement
for this child abuse case in scouting. They take a long time.
So you were in settlement talks with who?
I was in the settlement talks before I met my wife.
With the Boy Scouts or the church or both?
Before I met my wife at Brigham Young University, my ex-wife. And then I met her, and then we went to get married, and she knew about the scouting settlement coming up.
So you were settling with the Boy Scouts of America?
So we had a case against Boy Scouts of America. It wasn't settling. I don't remember at what point we had decided to settle. I mean, we were building a case, but it was 2 years into my marriage when we suddenly went, had the psych evaluation with Marilyn Moody Brown in Boise, Idaho, about the damage that happened to me. And I was a pretty resilient, optimistic guy. I want victims to know they can get their life back. And if someone says it's better to die than to be sexually abused, that's not a person that was sexually abused. It was an outsider. You turn your life around and live. and make a great life forward. So anyway, but we were up in Idaho, and we had that report, and that report was really damning towards the child abuse Scouting was trying to cover up, and the trauma and the damage it caused my life kind of was equated to a money value in a settlement process. How bad is this kid damaged? How much counseling does he need? This is how much we should give him. And so we finished the Scouting settlement. I desperately just want to get back to my normal life. And I remember I was in school in the fall, and I did this report near the end of fall, and I started missing finals and stuff because there was a lot of trauma around sharing all the abuse that happened in this extensive way with I think it was 50 pages long, and very professional people that knew how to handle this, the doctor, and they gave that report. So
are the terms of the settlement private?
Yeah.
Okay. I would expect so.
They had us sign on like how much money we can't talk about.
Okay.
It wasn't a punitive damage case.
Right.
And I think the report made them realize how much they had a liable. So somewhere around sometime, we changed these statute of limitations that also showed that now if the state has changed their laws for statute of limitations, they don't have a strong case against us if everyone in the state has come to terms with the truth. And so we finished this case, and we settled. When we got the settlement, I was like through winter or January or something during that year. I had got behind in school because of this trauma of giving this report. I had all these deals with teachers that we'd work it out, and we had more time, and I was just busy trying to work on that, but it was real difficult because of what had happened. And then we got this settlement, and I remember when I was talking to my bishop at Wymount Terrace, I said to I believe it was Bishop Olson, Olsen, I believe, and I said to him,
this is your ward bishop?
It's our ward bishop at Wymount Terrace.
It's a married ward.
Yeah. Okay. I said to him, hey, we should probably get some counseling. We want really good counseling. He got back with me after doing something on it, and he said that that he felt that we should go to this group called LifeStar, and that it would be great marriage counseling. And we later learned that his brother owned LifeStar.
Oh.
And Jodi worked as a chapter in LifeStar, an area, or something in LifeStar.
Area, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just a horrible conflict of interest that a Mormon bishop is recommending LifeStar to you when his brother is an owner in the company.
Yeah, he knew all about the amount of money that we just got, and he sent us to his brother's company. And I don't know, you could theorize that maybe Elder Dehlin planned to send me to Jodi, but I think as the story develops, we'll understand that Elder Dehlin became he facilitated Jodi in an extensive way.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's just circumstantial. We'll just keep telling everything that we saw.
Yeah.
Because these people are so secret, but we'll tell it and let people think.
They can make the connections.
Yeah.
So your bishop recommends you go to LifeStar. For those who don't, LifeStar is known now as being an infamous network of Mormon therapists that really stoke and nurture and milk this idea that if you masturbate, you're an addict. If you look at porn, it's even worse. And they do 12-step program kind of things, and they pathologize masturbation as an addiction, as infidelity in the marriage, and then they have therapist groups, and I don't know if there are support groups as well. But as you mentioned, Jodi Hildebrandt was the head of a chapter along the Wasatch Front. So you go to LifeStar. What happens next?
Yeah. So I'm going to just talk this story because I got so much stuff that's just terrible about this. But instead of interrupting the story too much, I'll just talk through my 26-year-old self, what were the actual effects or what actually happened while we were. So we get into this therapy group. Jodi's really charismatic. My wife starts just loving it. I'm excited she's getting help. And some of the personal issues that she had struggled with. And I didn't originally mind the strictness with the group because I thought that, it was therapeutic to, there was a lot of guilt and shame behind masturbation and pornography in the Mormon Church. I mean, I had a lot of guilt and shame. I mean, as a kid growing up, I had discovered masturbation a few weeks before I met Brad Stolz. And just on my own quietly, and I always believed that God sent this pedophile into my life to punish me because I was a sick person. I had a lot of guilt and shame, and I was good everywhere else in my life. But inside, I had this one area that, in my childhood mind was basically, if you look at a woman and you lust after her, that's the same thing as committing adultery in your heart. That's like a teaching in the New Testament or something, and then other scriptures that said that committing adultery was the same thing as next to murder. You do the spiritual geometry in an innocent child's mind, and you keep struggling back and forth with, I remember, I think it was Cindy Crawford on the underwear section of Sunday paper. That was my. I tried to resist, but I couldn't, sneak in the bathroom, looking at this and discovering masturbation for the first time. That was my deep, dark secret. And I was scared to death to talk to anyone about it. It certainly wouldn't have been something I would have shared with anyone at that time in my life. I was 16, I was 14 then, 13 and 14, and I was 16, I finally came to terms that I could talk to my bishop about it and confess. It was a huge thing. I think my parents thought I might have been bipolar at the time because I would have depression during certain times of the week, but I think it had to do with how many days after the Sunday paper came out and in the same cycle that I always went through, hating myself for this problem and trying to do better, and by a few days forgetting about it and being a happy person again. Looking back, I believe that was innocence. But yeah, so I grew up, and it's interesting. I will interrupt for a second. I was reading these notes of Jodi Hildebrandt telling the Honor Code Office about me. And the Honor Code Office, Ed Morin's writing in these notes what Jodi tells her. And he's also writing in the notes what my ex-wife tells her. And he says the bold is what my ex-wife says. The other stuff is Jodi's. There's this huge amount of stuff in there. It's interesting how Jodi starts out in the honor and those things saying that I was so dangerous and so scary. And she says in there, we should visit those actually. She says I was the most dangerous man she had ever met in her life. And then later in the same notes, later on, she says I was just her garden variety addict, as she was starting to show how professional she was and how it's insane. But just want to go back. So I started this Lifestyle program, and in the program there was couples. We were all couples, and I thought it was like marriage therapy. And right away in the beginning, Jodi was just there's a couple of doctrines she just started just reinforcing all the time. And I want to point out that Jodi moves the real world into an abstract of doctrines and teachings that she just goes over all the time. And if somebody hurt somebody, they don't talk about how they hurt and who they hurt and how to make it better. They talk about an addiction in your head and a problem and self-denial and codependency, and nobody's talking about what actually happened to the person. Nobody's helping make things better. Jodi's not meeting with you and asking you much about your personal issues at all. She was, I later learned, using the group sessions to ask us for personal sessions, and I heard that was unethical to solicit personal counseling in a group session. I think that's what I remember. But she was just, she had these groups of people, and they're laughing, and she's funny, and she's nice, and she's just like her little co-host self, helping people say things they can't say, finishing sentences for people. And anyway, we like Jodi. I was telling Bishop Olson, hey, this is a great lady. We should have her come to the church and get everybody in this group. She's got a hand on this stuff. She knows how to make everything go away, that you never have an intermittent porn or masturbation problem again. She's got this. She's super charismatic. And they set up, Bishop Olson set up to have her come for it was like a state conference or something to speak so that everybody could come to Jodi Hildebrandt. And, it was like we're in this group, and then they separate us into the girls only group and the guys only group, and then things start to take a really dark turn.
How so?
Well, so it's if you've looked at porn or masturbated, and I think, and in all honesty, I had looked at probably about 2 hours of pornography collectively in my entire life.
Up to that point.
Up to that point, yeah. It got a lot worse the last 2 or 3 weeks of my lifestyle with Jodi, because at that time I had fought it. We'll explain it. I looked at it, Sports Illustrated, Playboy, Penthouse, online, Googled it, then called a bishop immediately. I think it was a cry for help. At a certain point when my mental health was really at a low, where if I kept following this, I knew it would destroy me. So the one thing I knew, though, is I knew I always told the truth. And if you haven't been able to never masturbate again when you promised yourself as a 14-year-old you never would, and you did it again, and then you tried not to over and over, at least knowing that you always tell the truth is really important to you. It's like I can't quite fully stop this problem, but I know that I'm an honest person. And Jodi took that away from us in our marriage. I was always honest with my wife 100%. I felt terrible if I accidentally looked on something, and there were several times in my marriage where I confessed to her that I Googled something and I looked at it for 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then I felt terrible, and then I called her. I was insecure, and I was trying really hard to do this, and also later I realized that I had a little bit of PTSD, and it helped me feel like I was normal if I looked at a beautiful naked woman versus the PTSD I felt like I was running from. I needed help of a different kind. I didn't need to join a cult. So I talked to, near the end, it got really, really bad, and all these arguments. And the last, since my wife started with Jodi was right when we got pregnant with our second baby. So it was 9 months of Jodi in therapy, and culminating with the baby being born and her running into hiding 3 weeks after our baby was born, with the kids disappearing, and our 1-year-old baby and our 3-week-old baby, with Jodi, but right up a little bit right before that happened.
Can you take us to what led to your wife running away?
There was just, my wife started confronting me on all sorts of behaviors, using that abstract language Jodi would use, how to violate and start talking it all out verbally. And
I think the term is distortion. Are you in distortion?
Well, the self-denial about addiction and minimization and
because we just interviewed Jessie Hildebrandt, Jodi's niece, who lived with Jodi.
Yeah.
And Jodi would accuse Jessie of horrific things when she was just like a 15, 16-year-old girl, very innocent, devout Mormon. Jodi would accuse her of abortions and having sex.
That lady's going to go to hell. I'm sorry. She lies. She makes it up. Jodi's like Ted Bundy. She's pathological. Ted Bundy's got that smile where he's just, nobody can get their head around what he does when they look at his pictures or listen to some of the things. She is completely pathological.
So what lies was she planting in your ex-wife's mind about you?
Well, you've been honest with your wife. You've gone through having to call a bishop and go through a repentance process, and her coming in talking about how it's okay, Adam, don't worry, I forgive you, I love you. Let's put this behind us. Let's get your life going. And her being the hero, and you having this shaky marriage, all this
Jodi
time.
being the hero?
No, my wife.
Oh, okay.
This process we'd go through. And then, but my wife always knew that I told the truth. In fact, she said I told it too often. It was my fault. And there's several stories at the same time. There's what's going on in the progression of Jodi's classes with us. There's what's going on with my wife becoming way more confrontational with me over a million things that aren't important and using abstract language about it. And then there's what's going on when I start to try to get out of this stuff. And then there's these terrible things that happen. So it's hard to tell I use this other term on the other day, it's the friction of complexity. It's a super complex thing, and it's hard to grab everything. But I'll give several explanations of it from different areas about this. And I'm sorry if it's messy. It is pretty traumatic.
Take your time.
And I'm very happy about Jodi's niece coming forward, and we'll probably have some similarities in how hard it is to capture this. There's a difference between a crime that they punish a criminal for, if there's like two variables separating the criminal and the crime. Everyone can say, he went over there, he got a gun, and he shot somebody. But when there's 100 variables, but the end result's exactly the same, that Jodi's done all this manipulation in all these different areas by subtleties, but then you see these end results. It's really hard to find out who this, but then there's this huge body count of people whose life she's destroyed. And in the same way, and when she does it over and over, it becomes methodic and clear to her, but not to people. It's all newness about, and their life gets destroyed to a point where they can't confront it anymore by the time she's done with them. But to go back, Jodi's doctrines right in the beginning was addictions. Everybody has addictions. So how did I get in this porn addiction therapy group? I needed marriage counseling and some counseling for trauma with the abuse case that happened, but Jodi turned it. Everybody has addictions. These are word for word quotes that Jodi said, and she said everybody has an addiction. I mean, whether it's reading your Book of Mormon too much,
mm-hmm. And Jesse talked about Jodi
whether it's food issues, whether it's
exercise,
exercise or pornography or child abuse, and then Jodi would always say that the way you act out doesn't matter. What matters is the addiction in your head, and that's what we're going to focus on. And so that was kind of the beginning where, okay, we're all in here taking this class. So in order to justify someone to use an unusual amount of control over your life, like there's a relationship with, and I've used this example, it's not okay to just go up and push somebody really hard. But if they were like in the street and a car was going to hit them and you didn't have time to tell them, and it's totally okay to push somebody really hard. But if their car's gone and it's not there, it's not okay to just go up and slam people in the head, and hurt them. And so, it's interesting. People, their general feelings it's interesting, like 9/11 happened, and all the people who normally argued their own ways, they all joined up and gave the president unprecedented power. And in other words, when people are really scared, they're okay with giving somebody in power this incredible amount of power. And you flip that around, if you have this tool that, Jodi's program of control works really good for serial rapists and pedophiles in a prison. But Jodi was aspiring for power over a huge amount of money and power and probably cool people who've done powerful things. She wasn't looking for, to hang out with serial rapists and pedophiles in prison. Jodi wanted money, and she wanted power. And she wanted to take from one set of victims. She wanted to take that were really powerful people with money. She wanted to take their money, and she wanted to take their power and use it in her own way for herself. The other set, and the prestigious people, Jodi, right in the beginning, started indoctrinating us that here's the lady that worked at the Elks Lodge in Provo Canyon and with that she knew, and I think I can't remember, so that she'd worked with Paris Hilton. And we know how that turned out now, that her experience there. But Jodi talked about these world famous people. As if she was their counselor, and now she's working on your problems, your little problems. There was a euphoric feeling that you're important. She said the mayor of Salt Lake was one of the people. I mean, she shared everybody's personal stories without using, that they were people that came to that she used. She talked about general authorities, how they didn't have a hand on it, and they needed to come to her. And we all follow church leaders perfectly. And is this they're using this person? Is this euphoric religious feeling that this lady is going to help us? Come here, you far from the earth. Come to the lady who will help every teenage boy never masturbate or look pornography again in their life, have an eternal marriage, and go to heaven.
Yeah. So she gave the impression she had direct contact with Mormon general authorities?
Oh, she said she did. She said that these people came to her for help.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there like, oh, I knew it. I knew everybody. They were perfect, but I knew somebody, but what's so scary and dangerous about Jodi, looking back, let's look back for a minute, is she was removing from clients there, using all confidential was nothing. She was a spinning charisma and using it however she needed to. But she was removing from people that their actions mattered, that it was an addiction in their head. So if you take someone that truly is mentally ill and you teach them that their actions don't matter and you give them all this euphoric feelings and you show them to just focus on this control behavior of confronting people and controlling them and punishing them. The other huge doctrine Jodi Hildebrandt always taught, and it just manipulated the religion, it manipulated the hell out of Mormons because it was such a deep feeling. And she taught it paradigmed our deepest belief. She said the relationship has to die so it can be reborn. It was like a resurrection thing. And we were the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We worshiped Christ. And this resurrection I did. It has to die to be reborn. And Jodi taught that all these people in support of us, they were all codependent relationships, and it was toxic. And she would just spin it all into this language until she'd have everybody just chopping all the arms of support off in your life till there was no one else to support you except for Jodi Hildebrandt. There were all these boundaries that you had to draw. She coached people to get them so that they wouldn't be near anybody. And she just always taught the relationship needed to die before it could be reborn. And very shortly, I learned that if it didn't die on its own, Jodi Hildebrandt would kill the relationship so that it could be reborn.
Meaning your marriage.
She would destroy it in any sociopathic way alive. And if you look in these records that I've got written documents of her in action doing this to be scrutinized by professionals.
Meaning emails between her and your ex-wife.
I've got Jodi. Yes, I have this document. There's emails between Jodi Hildebrandt and my ex-wife as her patient, as she takes this girl that struggled with control issues and was 3 weeks after a baby was born, trying to figure out logic at that point in your life. And from earlier on, she takes her from someone that talks about her life and her problems with me as being little things in normal people's marriages, and Jodi teaching her how to confront all that stuff, and then Jodi weaving into her that she has to be scared of all this stuff with all this addiction talk, and then Jodi talking, like in the honor code office to Ed Morin, she says she has to help Morwenna because Morwenna is in denial and confusion, a patient of hers. That's in this one over here. She says she has to help Morwenna identify how she's a victim, that accepting that a husband had looked at porn and masturbation, how Morwenna didn't know how terrible that was, and that she had to help her understand that that's wrong. And then Jodi turns around and talks about how she had to help Morwenna, who didn't think it was bad, just thought it was normal, had to understand why I couldn't be in the bathtub with our baby. and that she had to help Morwenna understand how dangerous I was and how I was the most dangerous person she had ever met. And see, we subpoenaed Jodi Hildebrandt's medical records of me, and they were like half of a page long, and they said nothing. And she never asked me about myself. And yet she and also, okay, so there's these records in here show, let's go back, because the story is really confusing. These records show how she took a girl with small issues and taught her how to become a Jodi Jr., to go out and to recruit other women into the program. Jodi hired my ex-wife at that time Jodi was her therapist, and while being her therapist, she hired her to work for her. These emails show my ex-wife having, you can tell in the emails she had some problems and insecurities, and she'd write to Jodi, am I doing this right? Here, let me send this paper that I need to write so that all the girls can hear these statements when we go out, and we'll take these to church leaders, and we'll recruit, all these women into the program. And I need a statement. And Jodi looks at it, well, that's not sharp enough in this area, and do it more in this area, and do it this area. And eventually Jodi gets her to, they go back and forth in these emails, create a document that completely changed from all the stuff that she shows is the real issue she had with her husband at the time, into something that's completely 100% evolved into something that would help Jodi's cult take over all of these new people. And it was violent, and it was dangerous, and it would totally destroy me as a person.
And it's worth noting that if it's true that your ex-wife's dad by this point was an area authority for the church, it has to be that Jodi felt motivated to be treating or helping the daughter of a very powerful Mormon church leader who would be connected to Hillel and other top leaders of the church. So there must have been some sort of perverse motivation for Jodi to be inserting herself so forcefully into your marriage.
Yeah,
Putting the Boy Scout stuff aside.
Yeah,
she must have been like fresh meat. This is exciting because I'm treating the family of a powerful Mormon leader.
Yeah, in here I have actually Morwenna's dad, Chris Kleivig, Elder Kleivig, writing a letter to help Lifestar promote bringing people in, because he's an area general authority. Jodi's Morwenna's writing her dad, helping him compose this letter, and she's sending it to Jodi, and Jodi's deciding on how it should be changed and edited, and Morwenna's complaining about how difficult it is to get her dad to face his own addictions and denials and stuff, and as they create this letter. And it's funny how not everything, when I looked at it later, I read this letter, actually. I don't read this stuff, it's traumatizing. Let me just try to find it, it's in here. I read this letter. Let me just paraphrase so we don't lose the
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Mormon Stories Podcast. I am your host, John Dehlin. Again, it's September 12th, 2023. We are an hour and 38 minutes into the most viewed live stream in the history of Mormon Stories Podcast. We've got 9,600 live stream viewers on YouTube and Facebook. Welcome to you all. We're here in the middle of what we think is a really important interview with Adam Paul Steed. And we hope you've been enjoying it. We're just going to ask again, for the sake of Adam's story and for the importance of the story, and frankly, for the sake of the Mormon people, for the sake of the Mormon church, and for people in high demand religions everywhere, we're going to ask everyone right now to take a second to like this episode on YouTube or Facebook, and to subscribe to the podcast, Mormon Stories Podcast. Not for any selfish reasons, I swear. We just want YouTube to pick this video up and share it as broadly and widely as possible so that Adam's story can be told. I feel very strongly that Adam was likely targeted by the Mormon Church because of his role as a whistleblower with the Boy Scouts of America and changing the statute of limitations laws in Idaho. I believe that Jodi Hildebrandt worked closely with the Mormon Church and Adam's bishop to destroy his reputation and destroy his life, at least in part because of his role as a whistleblower in the Mormon Church. And so we're now ending the interview that was pre-recorded late last week. What you would have seen is Adam begin to read a letter that his father-in-law at the time, who was who was an area authority for the Mormon Church, it was a letter that Mormon therapist approved and supported Mormon therapist Jodi Hildebrandt got Adam's father-in-law as an area authority to write an endorsement letter supporting Lifestar and Jodi's work that Jodi was going to use for marketing materials. We're not going to play Adam rereading that letter only because at some point it just became frankly really overwhelming for Adam. And so we ended the interview. Now we're back in studio on September 12th here with Adam Paul Steed again. We appreciate your patience as we tell the best we can, a full story, and allow Adam to tell his full story. So I want to welcome Adam Paul Steed, welcome you back to Mormon Stories Podcast. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm nervous. If I tell dumb jokes, it's because I'm nervous. There's a lot of trauma here. I was out in the parking lot while this was playing because I didn't want to listen to it before I came into this because I just need to tell the truth and not get distracted by the fear or the anxiety or anything. I just remember this nervous joke just rolled in my head, and it was like, as a little kid, you always raised to be a bishop or a stake president or a general authority or something. And I was like, I'm getting to give my conference talk where I get to testify of my truth to this broken people. And there are so many damaged people out there because of this situation. And I recognize that no matter how traumatic it is to me, our people deserve to know the truth so that we can heal. All I want is for our people to heal.
Well, it's a really heroic thing that you're doing, and I can tell you've been traumatized and re-traumatized so many times that just people can't understand the courage and the fortitude it takes to be willing to be a tireless whistleblower, not for any personal gain, but for the health and safety of a people that you love.
Yeah, well, in my mind, the trauma I feel when I talk about this is a sacrifice. Not because later I'll feel a lot less trauma when I know that we make the world a better place.
Beautiful. I also just want to say we're fortunate to have with us in studio Amanda Gilbert of Channel 2 News here in Salt Lake City. Adam and Amanda connected, I think yesterday or the day before, and Adam requested that Amanda be here for the remainder of the interview. And we on Mormon Stories, I've spoken with multiple news outlets over the past few days. And I do want to just say, if any of you have experience with Jodi Hildebrandt or connections, and you're willing to talk to national reporters, at least anonymously at first, for your safety, these reporters are looking to do national stories. And they've asked me not to mention their names necessarily or the programs. But if you'll email me at mormonstories@gmail.com, just say Jodi Hildebrandt or connections victim, willing to speak to media, whatever in the subject line, I will put you in touch with these reporters because we want this story told locally and nationally and internationally. And with that, Amanda Gilbert, I bet you're not from here. I bet you never thought you'd be on Mormon Stories Podcast.
Yes, I'm just here to ask questions too. I wanted to interview Adam today, so thought it'd be better to tag team than make you do a bunch of interviews.
Appreciate that.
Sometimes I feel like we do this locally just to make, when multiple news outlets want to ask questions, rather we all just do it together. So,
Thank you.
Well, we're glad you're here. Thanks for joining us, Amanda.
Thank you.
All right. So there may be a little bit of repetitiveness in this, but I want to kind of try and just tell a story, because we've got the story of how Jodi Hildebrandt ruined your marriage. Then there's the story of how Jodi Hildebrandt unethically interacted with the BYU Honor Code office to get you kicked out of BYU and to smear your reputation, and to get you in trouble with the law, which is a huge story, and then eventually get kicked out. But then there's also the cover-up, which is the BYU Honor Code office trying to hide that it was acting unethically. And then all of it ends with sort of these likely tiebacks to the same general authority, Hillem, that was overseeing the very Boy Scout camp and, activities that you were a whistleblower on. So basically the general authority that you blew the whistle on, so to speak, ends up attending your unethical hearing, right? For which you were ultimately exonerated. And the thing that you weren't exonerated for, we'll get into it, was pretty much manufactured by Jodi. So we'll get into all that. But those are the stories we're going to try and tell. And we just appreciate you being willing to be here to talk through that.
Thank you. I've given a few documents to you guys. It's kind of, for some reason, it's pretty traumatic when I read them. And so maybe one way that we could just go about it is you could find some parts that, and you could kind of read them and ask me about them. And then I can get into my story.
Absolutely. Let's begin. I want to just sort of really laser in on how Jodi Hildebrandt ruined your marriage and has ruined so many marriages. So you've already talked about how, you were referred to Jodi Hildebrandt by your Mormon bishop, correct?
Yeah. I just finished the scouting settlement and was called in by my bishop. Was talking to him. There was a discussion about how there was this really, really, really good therapy program that could help us. That we had this money and we could afford it, and I was sent to Jodi Hildebrandt.
Yeah,
but me and my wife together. It was the bishop was saying it was for both of us as a couple, that we could both benefit from this program.
Okay, so you start by meeting as a couple with Jodi or individually with Jodi?
Yeah, we started by meeting as just a couple that our bishop sent us there, and we had a 1-year-old baby at the time, and this was right about when my wife got pregnant with our second baby, when we started therapy with Jodi Hildebrandt.
And what was her approach as as posing as a marriage therapist? What was her approach at first with you and Morwenna, right? Is that?
Yeah. So we drove to this place. I think it was in Lehi, Utah, off of State Street or something. And we got inside of this group, and it seemed almost like a retreat at Alpine or something, just all these happy couples smiling and everyone excited. There were probably I think 5 or 6 couples in this group. We're all sitting in a room, and in comes Jodi, smiling and laughing and saying things, and everybody laughing with her.
And was that after you had met with her individually? She's
No.
Okay. So she was doing one to many from the very start.
Yeah. I think it's unethical to have group therapy and to grab your clients out of the group to do one-on-one.
Yeah.
And
well, normally there's an intake. I mean, again, for those who don't know, I completed a PhD in clinical and counseling psychology as a result of all the Mormons and ex-Mormons I've had to interact with as a result of this podcast. So I've led group therapy. I practiced psychotherapy under a licensed, psychotherapist for 6 years. So I know how this all works. And the first thing you do is you do a one-on-one intake, either with the individual or the couple, to get their full history. And you would never just immediately have them start in group therapy. But you said you started in a group?
Yeah. We started in a group. Jodi wasn't my therapist. I was just in a group. And, right away, she really caught your attention, what she was saying. She would argue these arguments that got into your head. Some of the things she said right in the beginning was like, that it kind of like, from my perspective, we, as a member of a Mormon church, and everybody in this group was Mormons. There's just this feeling that you always want to be temple worthy. And as a guy, sometimes that was hard to do when the internet came out, or if you ever looked at an indecent picture or anything and you had to repent to your bishop. And you've gone back and forth thinking, oh, this is the last time, I'll never do this again. And it's sometime you mess up again and you call bishop, and you're sitting there thinking, this lady's promising that if we go into her program and do her stuff, we'll never have problems again.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to make sure the world knows and reporters know is that in the Mormon Church, sexual sin is next to what in terms of severity?
It's next to murder.
Right.
You're a kid and you're at Sunday school and they're reading scriptures, and it's like, if you look at a woman and lust after her, that's committing adultery in your heart. And then another scripture, it's like committing adultery is the next thing to murder, and you do the spiritual geometry in your head, and you're just like, oh. And then people at church are telling you, well, what is pornography? And they're like, well, if it turns you on, it's pornography. You're a kid. You're not allowed to masturbate. So practically, you have no sexual outlet at all as you develop as a teenager. So you get into this hypersexual state where anything you see, you're like, oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I was repenting to my bishop for underwear ads in the Sunday newspaper that was too much for me to look at. I mean, that's the...
Just for seeing them.
Just for seeing them. It's like, oh, I had terrible thoughts. I'm sorry. And just feeling so bad that I was like committing murder, literally committing murder. I remember just some little kid, I was 13, and I discovered masturbation in the bathroom alone. Who doesn't have that story? But then like 3 or 4 weeks later, I meet Brad Stoll's at church, the charismatic guy. Stoll at church, the charismatic guy who became the pedophile a year later that I turned in. And me always thinking this was God's punishment to me because I was a fallen man, that I was a sexual pervert, that I had problems because I masturbated.
Even though you were the victim. So you basically believed that you deserved to be sexually abused as a child.
Yeah, I thought it was my punishment because I was such a bad person.
Because you were committing the sin next to murder, basically.
Yeah. Absolutely. And so like you grow up and you get deeply immersed in the Mormon culture where you realize like you're doing everything you can to be this great person. And, I prayed every day with my family that I'd get married in the temple, that I'd go on a mission, and then I'd get married in the temple, and we'd wake up and have, but there was one part of my life. It's like, why can't I be consistent 100%? Why am I 99% consistent in this area? I feel so guilty and so terrible. This drags through into your marriage, and I remember like right before I got married, like 6 weeks before, my wife called and she said to me, no, this wasn't 6 weeks before. This was a bit before. We had just decided to get married, and this was super exciting time. She was over in Haifa University on a scholarship, and I was up in Idaho on our farm, or near our farm and stuff. And she called me and she was in tears, and she said, I called to announce to my parents that we're getting engaged, but Elder Hillem was there, or it was Elder Hillem's family, and they talked about how I was this terrible kid from scouting, how they could never let their daughter marry me, how I was like this predator, this terrible person, that I was lawsuit hungry, all this stuff. I remember when I heard all this stuff, I was so depressed for a couple of days. And then I remember being triggered because I was a victim of child abuse with this stuff. And I just remember thinking, I don't have problems. I'm not like that. I'm a good person. And I remember some terrible moment, I went online and I looked at Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. And then I called my bishop and I went to this repentance process and called my wife and told her I wasn't worthy to get married. And I talked to my bishop and he said I was worthy, and we moved on. So for me, that was like a hiccup, Went into a marriage not feeling worthy, though, because of this kind of stuff. And there's so many Mormon men that feel the same way. I was blown away when I was in my Wymount Terrace ward, where finally we had an open conversation of who here's had an issue like this, where they've looked at pornography or something before. And almost every single man in my entire elders quorum raised their hand.
Yeah, of course.
Every single one of them. So we were just normal people.
Well, and part of the story is that the Mormon Church creates and or exacerbates this problem, because if you go to the 90s and 2000s, you couldn't have a Mormon General Conference without porn or masturbation being mentioned 2 or 3 or 4 times in an entire General Conference, by my memory. And so if kids at 8 and at 4 and at 10 and at 12, if they can't go to church, I mean, sometimes porn and masturbation were mentioned more than Jesus Christ in a Mormon church service.
Yeah, you don't go to kids and say, quit looking at porn and don't masturbate like this and this and this, because then what are the kids thinking? What are they looking at, and what are they doing?
They're going to do it more.
Yeah.
Like psychologically speaking, the more you tell someone not to have a thought, they're going to have that thought more. It's called the white elephant intervention. And as a psychotherapist, I learned this, that you sit there with your client to teach them if they have obsessive thoughts, if they have OCD. An exercise you do is you say, all right, think about a pink elephant, right? And they think about the pink elephant. Then you say, okay, now for the next minute, I'm going to time you. Don't think about the pink elephant for a minute. And I want you to count, if you do think about it, count how many times you think about it. The client's going to think of the pink elephant 10, 15, 20 times in a minute if they ever stop thinking about it. And that's psychologically what the Mormon Church was doing and continues to do, mostly to its men, but also to its women.
Well, just adding to that, the Mormon Church got super, super rich during this same time period, super wealthy.
Yeah.
I mean, billions and billions of dollars, and they had an economics department paying attention to the thousands, millions of bishops' interviews to see how it goes, and they developed the bishop's handbook that basically tells bishops that as soon as someone talks about their sexual trauma, you get them to promise that they'll follow the church leaders, that they'll pay tithing, that they'll go to church on Sunday. And, you know, that to me, because I've worked with victims of abuse and stuff, you do not take your own personal agenda and incorporate that at the vulnerable kind of bubble window that happens after a person right after they've talked about their trauma.
Yeah. Yeah. In my more cynical moments, I've called sexual shame sort of integral, the secret formula, the secret ingredient in the Mormon Church's business model. Because if they can get as many members as possible feeling intense sexual guilt and shame, then they need Jesus to make them whole. And who's the intermediary between a Mormon and Jesus? Their bishop. What is the bishop going to tell them? Attend church, fulfill your callings, and pay your tithing to be worthy. And so sexual shame is core to the Mormon Church's financial business model.
Well, there's just some types and shadows or parallels
And
between Jodi Hildebrandt and the Mormon Church in a ways is that it does do good, I think, for people that are real sexual offenders to be controlled in a real stringent way. It's like a tool. You've got the Mormon Church has a tool for a real stringent sex offender, or Jodi Hildebrandt does. But if you're trying to get power and money over like all the moderate people, you have to find a way for them to reinterpret in their head and their belief structure that really moderate, normal things are super dangerous things.
Yeah.
And that's the world I grew up in.
yeah, totally. Okay, so you attend these Jodi little groups. How do they progress in terms of her treatment, her model, her approach, and how it starts affecting your marriage?
Yeah, so right away, it was just like, so we're in this group. Me and my wife are talking every day about all the stuff we're learning in Jodi's group. We're excited. I'm thinking, and she starts to teach this idea that the relationship has to die for it to be reborn. So yeah, in your head, you're like, yeah, sure, people's relationships die if they do these terrible things. But now we're kind of buying into it, like, hey, our relationship could die, and then we could be reborn, and now all of our little, these little problems would be gone. This is great. And the crazy thing is, Jodi just like, she start to like just make you feel these euphoric feelings, and I think I've said she'd basically like, I believe she said that Paris Hilton was one of her clients at Provo Canyon, that the mayor of Salt Lake was one of her clients, that Elder Scott was like one of her close people that needed advice.
This is Elder Richard G. Scott of the Quorum of the 12.
You're in a church that you swear in the temple. The temple says, don't tell anyone what you swear in here or you'll go to hell. And you swear in the temple that you'll follow these church leaders, that you'll practice absolute obedience with them. And that God gave this like absolute truth to these top leaders. And you're sitting there thinking, this guy believes this lady is who we need to turn to for help. This is cool. Like, I could never shake hands with Elder Scott. I've always wanted to be seen by Elder Scott. This lady counsels Elder Scott. She counsels the top church leaders. We'll do whatever. We were raised our whole life just to tell our sins, and then the bishops would tell us exactly what to do, kind of faulting, believing that would make, after doing that over and over, and the little problems could still be there, then it's like, well, this is it, and she'd make you feel so energized, like these great things. And she taught this doctrine that it didn't matter. I mean, she made it, she said, if you have to spend your time not thinking about something, the fact that you have to not think about it proves that you're an addict. In other words, all this resistance of white knuckling not to think about that magazine on the aisle at the grocery store, the fact that I have to not think about that means that I'm a sexual addict. And she said that it didn't matter, and this is interesting, because she said it didn't matter if you had food issues as an addiction, it didn't matter if they were sexual issues, it didn't matter if you had sexual issues with like a lamppost, like whatever kind of sexual issues there were, or if it's because you read your scriptures too much. The fact that, she said that the context of how you act out does not matter. The only thing that matters is the addiction in your head, and I'm going to help you fix this.
And she needed to pathologize everyone and everything because that's good for her business model. And I should add a couple really crucial things for those who want to know the details. When a Mormon bishop refers a ward member or a couple to a Mormon recommended therapist, and by the way, everyone who's ever contacted me as a victim of Jodi Hildebrandt has told me that their Mormon bishop recommended them to Jodi Hildebrandt and connections, every single one. Sometimes the Mormon bishop will pay for that therapy. And Jesse Hildebrandt testified on Mormon Stories Podcast, if you can call it testified, I do, that Jesse processed the Mormon Church's payments to Jodi. So Jesse testified that Jodi was on the Mormon Church's bankroll, right? But the other really crucial thing is, many people don't know this, when a Mormon bishop agrees to pay for a ward member's therapy with an approved Mormon therapist, they sign a document that signs away their therapist-client confidentiality. And they give their therapist and their bishop permission to communicate back and forth about anything that's said. And the very first thing you learn as a therapist is about patient or client confidentiality. And the very first thing you ever say in a therapeutic setting is, I need you to know that everything we say today is going to be confidential unless you report to me that you've abused a child or, a vulnerable person. Other than that, everything we say is in confidence, because you need that therapy client confidentiality to be able to feel safe and to be able to share. But in Mormonism, that gets erased.
So that's super scary to me, because as a survivor of sexual abuse and having so many victims contact me and talk to me about the sexual abuse that their therapist and their bishop covered up. In other words, they talk about how these people said these things that's part of their trauma now. And to think that the church legal department would be contacting bishops and working on a victim coming forward from the bishop side angle and through the therapy angle is just unimaginable.
It's like the Scientology auditing, where they get you to confess confidential things to the auditor. You can see Going Clear or read the book Going Clear.
Do you know what one of the biggest trigger words is to all the victims that I've ever talked to?
What?
Just use the atonement.
Yeah.
Just forgive them.
Yeah.
In fact,
to your abuser.
Yeah, to the victims that have talked to me, When they're telling their story, they're just like, and a bishop said, just use the atonement and forgive them, while some serial predator was still out there.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, because this was marriage counseling, why was there a lot of talk about, like, was that a part of the killing of the relationship? Or was there a lot of talk about your relationship, if that makes sense?
There was just all this talk. No. It was a one-way street with Jodi. She's a dogmatic, Fidel Castro is probably not known for his listening skills, or Hitler. They don't spend a lot of time listening to everybody's issues. They teach people some doctrine or something that gives them euphoria. Jodi's Hildebrandt, her classes consisted of empowering us. It's like, general authority talks to her in personal small issues. Now she's talking to us. We're super important. Mayor of Salt Lake, or all these other important people, we're super important. And then, Paris Hilton, we're super important. And then on the other hand, she just starts building this archetype. And there's some dangerous tools she introduces. She calls it different things, but it's the same thing, whether it's distortion or delusion. She gets into a group, and watch how she harnesses the power of peer pressure to change the way a person logically thinks about something. So a person logically thinks if maybe if they masturbated, that's it. In the real world, or pornography, they've done that before, and it didn't destroy their world, so they know that it won't. Well, Jodi gets in a group, and she starts, she turns around and says, she makes a bridge to something that wouldn't be a real bridge in real life. Like, she makes the bridge that, if somebody looked at porn, that they're going to be a child abuser. Or that if they did this, they're going to, get AIDS and start sleeping with escorts and destroy their family or anything. She makes these bridges.
She terrifies the wives.
Yeah, I call it sexual terrorism. And she makes these bridges for you, so you think, and normally you're like, no. But then she turns around and she gets people to tell little stories where they were denial with common things that aren't that important. And then she turns around and has someone tell a story, and then she says it'll be like this, and they're like, no, it couldn't make the connection. Aha, that's your delusion speaking. That's your addiction in your head speaking. And she gets everybody to agree, and then you start to feel like, is that really my delusion in my head? It's all this peer pressure and this euphoric feeling. And then, finally you're coming through to understand the truth. Finally, and you sit there and they just stair-step you into this, like literally this, she basically masturbates you out of your mind with the euphoria and the sexual terrorism until you're just like this super vulnerable person that literally thinks. She goes back and forth in your head, back and forth until you're such a vulnerable person that you think that this lady's like God, and she's going to tell you how you're going to act out and what's going to happen if you don't do everything she says. By doing this model, she totally removes that element of you actually saying what your problems are. 100%. Jodi doesn't know anything about me.
She never had an intake with you, is that right?
No. After going to Brigham Young University and accusing me of raping my daughter, of my 1-year-old, of raping my wife, and I mean, you've got the notes there of being the most this complete predator, ruining my entire existence of truth, and she goes off prolifically as her, in the honor code office, them saying that this is Adam's therapist, and she says this and this and this. You'd think that after meeting with her as much as I did, that she would have a huge case notes of my problems. When we subpoenaed her, her case notes were this long. They didn't describe any problems. He said that I was going there for marriage counseling and some sexual issues that we could work out. There was nothing.
So as you're going to these groups, can you talk about the structure of the groups? Were you assigned an accountability buddy? Did you have to describe yourself in terms of addiction, being an addict, sobriety? Talk about the structure of these groups.
So the huge deception was that we came in for marriage counseling, and after 8 weeks of light stuff, not heavy stuff, Jodi didn't let heavy traumatizing stuff in there. She made it light and fun and energetic and used all these small examples of how addiction and denial and control and everything worked. Then we get separated into these groups, and we get separated into these groups. One thing I'm noticing is my wife and I is closer to me in the group than like we'd been in our marriage. But then once we got separated into groups, it was all guys in one and all girls in the other. Then slowly my wife like quit having this fun with me, and then it turned to not liking me, and then it turned to being angry at me, and then it turned to be upset at me all the time. And I was like, well, she's 3 months pregnant. She's 4 months pregnant. She's 5. This could be a chemical thing. I don't know why she's so mad.
What were your groups like? And then what do you know about what her groups were like?
So in my group, I get in there with these guys. There's 4 guys in there. Mia, I'm one of them.
And you're each paying how much money?
I need to get the exact numbers. It was somewhere around $2,000 a month.
Right.
I think what I was paying.
It's $500 a person per week that Jodi's raking in by having multiple groups.
Well, and she was like, part of the stuff was she was wanting us to get into like 2 or 3 sessions, personal sessions each per week. That didn't culminate. I mean, I only had like 3 personal sessions with Jodi after everything blew up, me trying to save my marriage and go talk to her.
Okay.
She never was my personal therapist.
But between you and your wife, thousands of dollars a month.
Oh, yeah, yes. And the thing was, we're sitting there in this group, and I'm in there, and next thing I know, when she's having us talk about how they're sexually acting out, this other guy in the group starts explaining that he's a voyeurist and he's got victims. And I didn't know what a voyeurist was. And then this other guy started explaining how he was an exhibitionist and he had victims. And I didn't know what an exhibitionist was. And there was another guy that talked about incest, that he had problems with incest. I did know what that was. I felt horrified. So I went home and I told my wife, I said, first of all, I went and I looked it up, and then I found out what voyeurism was and what exhibitionism was, and then I realized I was in a group with 3 sexual predators, and me, and because I was a victim of sexual abuse, I did not feel comfortable. It says, imagine if you put Elizabeth Smart in a room full of sexual predators for her therapy, and worse, said that she was one of them. And I didn't feel comfortable at all. And, I told, I was like, they said it was, even if you read your scriptures too much, or if you had to spend your time not thinking about any kind of small temptation or anything that you were supposed to be in there, these people are sexual predators. There are people whose lives they've messed up, and I am not supposed to be in here. I am a victim of child abuse, a survivor, and I can't deal with this trauma of being around these people. I am out of here. That was my first red flag. I was done. And my wife got desperate in this discussion, called Jodi. Jodi called her in. She comes back to me and said that was my sexual addiction. I got both Jodi was telling me and my wife was telling me that was my sexual addiction, telling me that I was a victim of sexual abuse, and that because of that I was in denial. And it just started escalating from there. Like I tried to get out of that group, and they were like, you are the sexual addict. You aren't healthy enough because you're not healthy. In fact, it's in the contract, actual words. I've got the documents of them setting this contract that I needed to save my marriage. And our marriage wasn't in a condition of needing to be saved until this point. And then Jodi was instructing Morwenna my wife, Morwenna, that because I was the sexual addict, that because of all this stuff, she needed to break the relationship. And she started instructing her that we couldn't talk. So we could only talk in group. And through her, we couldn't talk together. And she followed it. And she was
in private?
Yeah, we couldn't talk
home.
In our home. That we had to just be in home. You've got the paper there.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah. Go ahead. And this was the app.
But before I read the paper, I hear about sort of accountability buddies, or were you ever assigned an accountability buddy? Did you have to text or call someone 2 to 3 times a day?
They were
for if you
they
lapsed?
were trying to get me into an accountability buddy. They did put me with somebody. It's like they took the sudden uptick, and now they wanted me to take this sexual nominus class also that was outside of her class. I think they were just trying to prepare me for a custody case for a divorce that I didn't know, and they wanted to connect me into all these things so they could argue my problem was way bigger.
Yeah, and for people who are wanting to understand Jodi's techniques, I apologize whenever I break away from Adam's story, but the people that have reported to me have said that they would join these groups. Jodi wouldn't even be leading them. They'd be led by non-mental health professionals. They'd be paying $500 a person per week, and they would be assigned accountability buddies where they would be told, you need to contact this person up to 3 times a day. If you are tempted to masturbate, you need to text or call your accountability buddy. And if you accidentally masturbate or look at porn, you need to tell your accountability buddy. And that way, once you came back to group, especially when you're in group with your spouses, the accountability buddies, if you didn't come clean about your you're relapsing or falling off the wagon, your accountability buddy would make sure that your wife knew that you masturbated or looked at porn. And then the group would pressure the wife to inflict some sort of punishment on the offending spouse as a way to enact peer pressure to help drive a wedge in the marriage under Jodi's belief that a marriage had to be destroyed to be fixed. So it sounds like maybe Jodi's...
Wow. Yeah, she did give me an accountability buddy for, like, right there near the end. I was willing to do whatever they said, even though I felt it was all wrong, just to save my marriage. I did have an accountability buddy for, I think, a few weeks or something while this stuff was just fissuring. The thing is, like, when you grow up and you try so hard not to do anything wrong, and people say they can't trust you because you masturbated before or you looked at pornography. What I could say is that is that me?
No, keep going.
Okay. What I could say is that I was always honest. Like, my word was so important to me. I was a fallen, perfect Mormon, but I knew that I always told the truth. And I was in a session with Jodi. I went to Jodi in a private session after having this, and things just started to fall apart really bad right in the last months before my wife left with our baby, 3 weeks after our baby was born. And Jodi was upping the confrontational style and control through my wife over my life. And she was coming home and having these huge arguments with me every time she came back from a session with Jodi.
What types of issues or arguments? If you remember.
One was that my wife asked me to give our baby a bath. And so I gave our baby a bath. And at this point, my wife would have no physical contact with me, no talking about anything and everything. She totally walks into the bathroom in her lingerie. And I just remember thinking, oh my gosh, she finally listened to me. We're going to have our normal life back and stuff. And she started teasing me and acting like she was going to hop in the tub with me. And I'm holding our baby, our 1-year-old baby. And I just was like, hey, you got to get the baby out of the tub. And I'm laughing, thinking it was funny. And she leaves with the baby and she comes back into the bathroom and looks at me and just looks at my private parts and then just looks at me in disgust and just turns her back and walks away. And I was just sitting there just like, this is emotional roller coaster feeling. And I just was like really hurt. And I'm sitting in there just like, oh, y'all, this is my life. And I'm just sitting there and she comes back into the bathroom and I didn't want to see her. So I just turned my back to her. Don't even want to look at her. Didn't want to fight with her, didn't want to argue, didn't want to use that feeling of feeling so rejected and hurt that way. And so another situation, she came home.
Can I just state, that's entrapment. It sounds like what she did after withholding any sexual intimacy from you for an extended period of time based on Jodi Hildebrandt's recommendations. It almost sounds like she was instructed to tell you to bathe the child, then to come in with lingerie to arouse you, to then be able to accuse you of child abuse, as then a way to be able to have more power and leverage over you. It sounds like entrapment to me. It sounds like you don't want to say that, but that's what it sounds like to me.
I got a protective order. I went to court. My kids had been kidnapped. And I read in the protective order, and it says that my husband was a victim of sexual abuse. so he doesn't have a healthy understanding of boundaries. And one time he asked me that I had to get the baby out of the tub. And when I came in, he tried hiding an erection.
So she used that against you later.
I read it and I thought I thought this man was be a terrible person. And then I realized it was me, and my kids were taken away from me.
Yeah.
My baby and the most important thing in my life was taken away because of that.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm good. Just give us a second.
Let me give you a second. What I'm going to do now and you've asked me to do this. I'm going to read two documents that you've asked me to read. So the first one is July 15th, 2008, Morwena's statement or contract abdicating any responsibility to be Adam's wife. And, I asked you if you knew what was going on between Morwena and Jodi in terms of either individual therapy or what was going on in these women's groups that Jodi was engaging in to isolate wives from husbands, basically. But I think this kind of answers it. So is it okay if I read it?
Yeah.
Is that all right? Okay. So this is from Morwena to you on July.
I just want to insert too. This is her first one. Later, she sent that to Jodi, and then Jodi changed parts of it to include that I had to pay for therapy, that I couldn't leave therapy with Jodi, that I couldn't go to any other therapist because I was violating, or that it was my addiction.
Yeah.
So this was the original version.
Okay. So I'll read it. So this is Morwena to you, her husband, under the guidance of Jodi Hildebrandt.
Yeah.
As of today, July 15th, 2008, I, Morwena, am no longer willing to take upon me the responsibilities that come with being your spouse. I set the following boundaries in order to protect myself from expectations that are not being met in this relationship. I will no longer do these things for you as a wife: cooking, cleaning, laundry, dishes, picking up your stuff after you, reminding you of any of your responsibilities or appointments, assisting you in your schoolwork, spending family time, sharing intimacy, sharing a bed, engaging in any kind of physical touch beyond the social acceptable boundaries of friends. I will consent to share our apartment as living space. I will consider it my responsibility to take care of myself and our 2 children. I will not consider it my duty to inform you of my daily activities or plans. So you don't even get to know what she's doing. And this comes from Lifestar Workbook number 5, which was the sex addiction program that I guess Jodi and the Mormon Church kind of designed together. I'm going to say the first time I heard about Jodi Hildebrandt was with someone who came to me. I think I called him Terrence in another episode, but he was sleeping on a mattress in his office because his wife, under Jodi's tutelage, had kicked him out of the bed. No hugging, no kissing, no talking. He's sleeping on a mattress in his bed, no sexual intimacy for weeks or months at a time. So, of course, being starved of all physical sexual intimacy, he relapses. His accountability buddy in these Jodi Hildebrandt connections therapy groups call him out on it, and eventually he's kicked out of his own home. Again, no offenses other than he occasionally masturbated, and he unfortunately got caught in the crosshairs of Jodi Hildebrandt connections by the recommendation of his Mormon bishop.
Yeah, I was two things come to my mind. This trip we had in Yellowstone, where we brought some friends with us, and they had a baby, and they were from Brazil, and they didn't have much money, and I offered to use some of my money to help them come because they were exchange students. So it was a real big thing, and I was going on this trip, and it was really difficult to have my wife let me go. And this lady had a baby that was like a few months old, and I remember I couldn't feed these people because we couldn't find a place that fit the amount of money that my wife made me promise I would spend. It was way more expensive in Yellowstone. And she kept saying I was violating the boundaries of the relationship and that this didn't work. And I remember driving like 4 hours around Yellowstone trying to find a grocery store that was cheap enough so we could feed this lady while her baby was crying. And finally, I got so upset. I just said, I can't listen. I have to do this. And my wife was screaming at me, and I went to a grocery store and bought like $100 worth of food, or not 100, just whatever it was of food to feed this lady with her newborn baby that was crying. And they were just humiliated. It was so embarrassing. So it was starting to affect our relationship. The 3 days before, that she left, before my wife left me, the police were called in an argument, and in this discussion, so the police were called, and I can't remember exactly. I was with. The police were called, and my wife said that there was abuse, and this was all in a police report. And the police said, "Well, what is the abuse?" And she said that I had violated the boundaries of the relationship, and it didn't work for the marriage. And they said, "Well, how did he do that?" And she said, "And it's not fair, because like a woman, and she's like ready to have a baby in a few weeks, probably isn't the best time for her to think straightly, or right afterwards. I mean, this is like a vulnerable time in someone's life." And she's just looked up, and she was just like, he left his backpack on the couch, and that doesn't work for the relationship. And the police couldn't believe that was the abuse. They were called on the phone, and they just said, they were like, "Morwenna, this is not abuse." And I got the police called on me the next day by her again. And this time she changed it, and they said, "Was there abuse?" And she said, "Well, he physically pushed against me." And they said, "Well, how did they do that?" And she said, "Well, I was standing here in the door, right here." And she stands right in the door, and they go, "Were you blocking him from being able to leave the apartment?" And she said, "Well, yeah." And then they were like, "Did he hurt you?" And she said, "No." But so that was there. The next day, I don't know. I mean, sorry, I lost.
If you want, I'll read the next document you asked me to read. I'll give you a chance to kind of, because I know. Yeah. What I know from having worked with you for a few days is that this is all very re-traumatizing, because we're talking about your marriage, your children, your reputation, and really horrific.
My mental health,
your
my
mental
religious
health
beliefs.
But also like hundreds of thousands, it ends up being hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal bills, and a destruction of your marriage, alienation from your kids, just so much horror. So, lots of grace to you, lots of gratitude for your willingness to share. Let me read this document that your wife, this exchange between Morwenna, your wife, and Jodi, the day after, she informs you of this contract.
Oh, well, I remember my thought. Just so that after 2 days the police 2 days in a row coming to our apartment in Wymount Terrace with all the little married couples and stuff. Super embarrassing, super confusing. I had enough, and I said, "I'm not going to sleep on the living room floor anymore. I'm going to sleep in my bed." I paid for the house, I paid for the apartment. So I went into my bedroom, and I slept in my bed, and I said to my wife, "If you don't want to sleep next to me, you don't have to, but I'm not going to sleep on the floor anymore." And when I'm reading these documents now, you'll get into them, that they say that I attempted to rape my wife by violating the boundaries that night.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they did with it.
Okay. So this is July 16th, the day after, Morwenna gives you this letter saying she'll no longer have any relationship with you other than a friendly one, or tell you anything about her life. She writes to Jodi, and this is email. "Jodi, I wrote up this contract yesterday afternoon after our meeting. It's still a work in progress, so I'm open for any suggestions. Thanks. Signed, Morwenna." Then Jodi responds, same day, This is Jodi Hildebrandt. This looks good. The more specific you can be, the better. But this looks good as a starting point. I will share this with him this evening if you would like. Let me know, Jodi. And then the response from Morwenna is, it would be great if you could share with him. I have told him about it, but he hasn't seen it yet, and I don't know whether he will stop by before he meets with you. I have thought about other areas to make the list more specific, but I haven't come up with any yet. I will probably add things to the list as we go, Morwenna. And then Jodi responds, Morwenna, I will do that. Call me if things don't go well, Jodi. So, I mean, this is absolutely therapist malpractice. The fact that the therapist is pushing your vulnerable pregnant or newly having had a child wife to be cutting you off in every single possible way as a spouse in a legal married relationship, and basically intentionally driving a wedge between you using her therapeutic influence and the power differential as a therapist over a client. It's malpractice.
I didn't, in the other room, I have the specific contract where that Jodi helps her get the specific one. And in one of the specific requests is that for me to save my marriage is that I have to not that I can't withhold funds from my wife going to Jodi, and that I can't go to other therapists besides Jodi, and that I have to go to Jodi.
Yeah. And also, so not only is Jodi ruining your marriage, she's priming your wife to start gathering evidence on you, to start viewing you as a sexual predator, and to start gathering evidence that then can be used in an eventual divorce and legal proceedings. I mean, it's just very clear she's priming your wife to turn you into a felon, a convict, through false accusations.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I see.
Yeah, because she uses abstract language to get you to that point, and now she wants very specific stuff at this methodic moment in time.
Yeah. We Maven is kind enough to put out a message. These are graphic and disturbing conversations. So we do want to encourage everyone who's viewing or listening to practice self-care, to self-care for yourself if you need to pause and come back, or stop altogether if you want to just make sure and monitor who's in the room, and act appropriately. Viewer and listener discretion advised. And we just, again, we're sorry that we're having to talk about such disturbing things, but this is an epidemic within the Mormon people, and Jodi and Connections are just one of the purveyors. This is systemic. So this is not a Jodi or Connections problem. This is a Mormon church problem. So we're sorry we have to do this. But anyway, thanks for that reminder, Maven.
Well, Jodi's a professional at manipulating people's subconscious. She psychosexually manipulates people's subconscious by saying stuff that triggers them. It's really qualitative, damaging stories that trigger people. And then she comes in with these rescue solutions. And so it's one thing about the allegations and all that stuff is that they are all triggers. But when you compare them to a regular victim statement where they say an actual person did an actual thing, it's entirely different. It's not the subconscious triggers. It's a real statement, a real story.
Yeah.
But in this here, there's just tons of... anyway, go ahead.
No, so the next part you asked me to read was from a letter. Yeah. There's a point in this relationship where you write a letter to your in-laws. Will you tell the names of your in-laws really quick again?
Christian Klyweg, he was the area president of the 3rd Quorum of the 70. My wife was Morwenna Klyweg. I met her at BYU.
And so you reach a point where you're so disturbed at what Jodi's doing to your marriage that you write a letter, a very sincere, heartfelt letter.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why you gave this to me to read is that it really captures what you were feeling at the time and your concerns with Jodi's approach.
Absolutely.
Are you okay if I read this?
Yes.
Do you want me to read this?
it's all traumatizing for me, but I'll be over it in 20 minutes. The traumatic feelings just leave me after a little while. It's just, like I said, it just manipulates that part of your brain. But up here, I know the truth. Okay. And I know this truth needs to be out, so I want you to read this.
So So Adam asked me to read this, so I'll read it. But this is a letter he wrote to his in-laws when things got really desperate. So, dear Mama and Papa, and Adam, please interrupt me, pause me at any point if there's some explanation or further color you want to give.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Or if you want to go take a break, calm down.
We're fine. I realized the nature of this truth is extremely sensitive, but it's a truth that has to be told for the victims out there to be healed.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
And it'll, it's negative and it'll make people feel upset when they hear it. But I know that the freedom that we can get on the other side of that is why we're doing this.
Yeah. Okay. Dear Mama and Papa, I'm not telling you this to be vindictive, and it is strictly personal and could hurt people if told. I don't know if you know this, and it is very sensitive. I wouldn't share it with you, but since I might lose my marriage, I feel that this would help you as parents with your support for Morwenna. Morwenna has had multiple issues with masturbation with herself, spanning across the time that we have been married, including once when she was in Holland staying with you guys while I was in America. She also shared with me about her struggles with this problem throughout her childhood and teenage years. That's interesting because I wonder if Jodi really focused on Morwenna's problem or just yours. I shouldn't call it a problem, right? But
well, yeah, I mean, normal human development.
Exactly, yeah. She told me of multiple stories of a terrible past that involved doing things with men that she shouldn't have done. While none of them ever had sex with her or anything that I know of to that degree, she nevertheless has issues in this department. While dating, my wife exhibited very compulsive thinking about the evil intentions of the men she had dated. So it sounds like Morwenna was a victim herself.
Yeah.
The first day we met, she told me of a man that if a man commits adultery, it is also the wife's fault. While at BYU, Morwenna even threw away, and for those who don't know Mormonism, the implication there is if a wife isn't available enough to her husband to have sex, then if he cheats on her, then it's partly the wife's fault for not being sexually available enough. Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah.
Yeah. While at BYU, Morwenna even threw away all of her nice makeup, shoes, and clothing because she was worried about how it would affect men. Morwenna, and this is purity and modesty culture where Mormon women are taught that if they dress in any way that could cause a man to think, whoa, that's attractive, that they're causing the man to have sinful thoughts. Yeah. And then if the man acts out, the woman is an accomplice. There's even a Mormon apostle who once called it walking pornography if a Mormon woman shows her shoulders or her knees or dresses in any way, shows cleavage. You know, a Mormon apostle is on the record of calling that walking pornography. So Morwenna even threw away all of her nice makeup, shoes, and clothing because she was worried about how it would affect men. Morwenna had a preemptive fear and lack of trust in men before I ever came along. Now think about this last 6 months. Put yourself in my position. Imagine that you were put in a program where you were with 3 other people who had all committed a combination of sexual crimes involving exhibitionism, voyeurism, and incest. Imagine that the counselor was telling you that you were just as bad as these people and that you no longer had the right to decide for yourself whether you wanted to continue in therapy because you are an addict. And that you have no right to question anything in the professional program, that you must quit thinking for yourself and do what you are told because you are the addict and they are the professionals. Imagine how helpless you would feel. How would you feel if the therapist convinced your spouse that you were the same as the incestuous, the voyeurist, and the exhibitionist? How would you feel if the therapist had convinced your spouse to leave if you did not blindly follow the program? A therapist who earns $1,500 a month from the family and was aggressively trying to increase the amount of therapy for a problem that did not qualify for the treatment. I've heard it said that when naive physiologists and philosophers find a hammer, suddenly the whole world becomes a nail. Maybe you meant psychologist there.
Yeah.
I believe Jodi's program has found a solution to help criminals. But when that program is used the same way on a young couple without criminal history and only with sexual concerns whose problems are shared by many young members of the church, as the church is very well aware of, Jodi's radical approach is very damaging and can destroy a marriage. It promotes losing trust with each other, it whoremongers fear, and preemptive strikes towards spouses based off of no real evidence. For a counselor to promote separation is a very good tactic where physical or sexual abuse is occurring. For a counselor to superimpose this policy of separation on a couple who are trying to solve normal marriage problems, this can be very destructive to the couple's ability to work things out, especially if the counselor continues to work with Morwenna on a daily basis to further encourage her that separation is the only way we can resolve our problems.
I just want to interrupt it. That email is in a Morwenna mailed that email to Jodi asking for advice. And I think when Jodi read it, she felt so threatened that she started to weaponize her attacks on me. If you look at the timetable on that, before that, she'd just been trying to get me back in and to exploit me. And in those other documents, you see there was a complete weaponization from this point forward.
Yeah, like all that legal stuff.
I could just see Jodi reading that as I undressed her cult.
Do you know if that bathtub incident would have happened after Jodi?
It all came after this email.
It all came after this letter.
Yeah,
I think that's crucial in the timing. Yeah. To further encourage no more communication and growing distance between us, and the time period of separation keeps getting bigger and bigger. So you're talking about how Jodi's driving a wedge in your marriage. While it is true that I and Morwenna have been going to bishop interviews twice a month for over a year, it is also true that both the stake president and the bishop have felt that we were both worthy of a temple recommend, and they have encouraged us to go to the temple. So if there is a Mormon teaching of discernment, your bishop and stake president were allowing you to go to the temple regularly throughout this whole time.
Yeah, until right after the protective order hearing, and I ran into my stake president's office.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and keep reading. We'll go to that story.
Who do you trust more, a radical therapist or the priesthood leaders? I told my therapist at BYU that I was insecure about being at BYU's program because of my last therapist. Jodi said, quote, "Your addiction is making the choice to go to BYU's counsel." Oh, wow. So Jodi told you, quote, "Your addiction is making the choice to go to BYU's counseling." So in Jodi's mind, if you didn't like Jodi's therapeutic approach, your desire to switch to a different therapist, that, by the way, was free because you were paying tuition at BYU, that was your addiction talking to ever choose a therapist that wasn't Jodi.
Yeah, and if you got those documents, I don't know when you want to read them, about how Jodi called the BYU
We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there for sure. That's next. But this just really captures what you were feeling at the time.
Yeah.
In your literal words.
I don't change much. I just read that, and I hadn't seen that since.
Yeah. My BYU therapist said that is absolutely absurd. Your addiction would want you to get worse, not better. She also said that if a doctor says that you need to amputate your arm because the stakes are so high, you might want to check with several other doctors before you have the surgery. Meaning, Morwenna has only one professional resource, Jodi, a highly controversial woman in her practice, a divorced single mother who was severely hurt by her ex-husband, according to Jodi. I think her ex-husband probably has his own story to tell.
I would rephrase that, poor guy.
Yeah.
Oh, God bless the man who married Jodi Hildebrandt for at least 2 years.
I've been told that she sought him to punish him legally for the next 10 years after they divorced after a year and a half and 2 children.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Meaning Morwenna has only one professional resource, Jodi, a highly controversial woman in her practice, a divorced single mother who was severely hurt by her ex-husband and doesn't trust a man to tell the truth if the whole world depended on it. A divorced single mom can be a fantastic therapist if she operates ethically. So we don't want to make it sound like therapists can't be good under those circumstances.
Thank you for adding that. Again, this was me at a different time in my life when I'm still very Mormon in that culture.
Of course.
But that's authentic.
Yeah. A woman who believes the only way a man can have incentives to change is if he's going to lose everything. This is Jodi. A woman who constantly works with exhibitionists, voyeurists, and people who practice incest. I knew none of these things when we started the program. Our bishop, who was going to have Jodi speak in our Sunday school 2 weeks ago, because we had asked him to several months back, because we used to like her so much, our bishop, because of the large amounts of students with sexual concerns, agreed, but now has canceled her coming. I ended up in Jodi's group by mistake. I stayed because the first day Jodi said, quote, even if you spend your time not thinking about bad things, the fact that you have to not think about bad things means you are an addict. You mentioned that earlier. And she said, quote, even if you have the problem only once a year or less, so you're masturbating once a year or less, the fact that you couldn't not have it means you're an addict. Yeah. So there's no way working with Jodi that you're not an addict.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because every time that I questioned what she taught or looked for other resources, as a professional, she would say that doing so, quote, was my addiction. And since she was the professional, I trusted her. Learning about addiction in the program was great. It was when my wife began to follow Jodi's instructions for getting me, quote, out of denial that we began to have real problems in our marriage. Jodi instructed my wife in methods that were highly destructive towards our relationship health. Based off of her professional method of treating all clients the same, she encouraged Morwenna to break trust with me through teaching her that I had problems which were as severe as the crimes of other group members, and I shouldn't be listened to because I was sick. I don't feel safe in Jodi's group, and I don't feel safe about having my wife there. At BYU, my new therapist, Dr. Nielsen, one of the leaders of the department, assured me over and over that I would not have to worry about voyeurist and exhibitionist and incest at my new group in BYU because any such behavior would have the person kicked out of the university immediately. I should add that in the Mormon Church, incest or exhibitionism or voyeurism is not an immediate excommunicable offense, while being legally same-sex married in the Mormon Church is an immediate excommunicable offense. I just have to throw that in. Wow. She said my group, which finally starts this Thursday evening, would have other students just like myself who were in similar situations of sexual concerns. The therapist, by the way, the BYU Counseling and Psychological Services, or CAPS, as I understand it, to this day is a highly ethical, high-quality place to go to if you're a BYU student where you can feel safe attending. So I'm so glad you eventually... I
want to mention, I really, really liked Diane Nielsen, who I went to see when this thing with Jodi was going on. I really liked her until I couldn't go to her anymore.
Yeah. Right.
We'll get to that part of the story.
Because Jodi gets involved to undermine...
With the ladies over Diane.
Yeah, with the Honor Code Department. She said my group, which finally starts this Thursday evening, would have other students just like myself who were in similar situations of sexual concerns. The fact that like endless BYU students are going to therapy over masturbation during this time of their life, it is in and of itself a month-long podcast of episodes about how damaging it is for the Mormon Church to pathologize healthy normative behavior for college students. Because BYU have entire therapy practices and support groups filled up with masturbating college students. It's completely ridiculous when we know that there's a severe anxiety and depression and OCD and eating disorder epidemic and suicidality facing youth and young adults. These people are being tormented over normal behavior, these BYU students. Anyway, the therapist department also recently wrote an article in the BYU newspaper, the Daily Herald, that states that over 90% of the men at BYU have some sort of struggle with pornography. 90%. By Jodi's standard, 90% of men from BYU are akin to incests, voyeurists, and exhibitionists, and should be separated from their wives and children. I don't feel safe with Jodi's group or her tactics. She scares me. I'm also afraid because I have proof that Jodi and Morwenna are making extensive contact since Morwenna ran away, and since I have not been able to talk with Morwenna, I don't know what is going on. So by this point, your wife has abandoned you, has deserted you?
Yeah, she disappeared with our baby. You know, it was so weird. She came up to me and she's like, I love you. You're such a good guy. We're going to work things out. She said that to me and I thought, oh, wow. And I just went to school, was working on my computer, and then I noticed nobody was there. And, throughout the day, and then I couldn't get a hold of her. I couldn't find her. So
This is after your second baby was born, or first?
yeah, this was 3 weeks after our second baby was born, and my wife with this crazy therapist is gone with our 1-year-old and our 3-week-old baby. I filed a police report after a few days because I thought they'd been kidnapped or something. I didn't know why I couldn't reach her. I couldn't contact her. I was trying to email her. Nothing worked.
Yeah. I don't know what is going on. All Morwenna has done in the last 8 days is answered 3 phone calls. That lasted less than a total of 7 minutes together. I kept track, and she hung up on all 3. In one of her 2 emails, she set conditions for me to come back, which demanded that she continue seeing Jodi and that I get there too, and that as an addict, I don't have the right to refuse. I showed a copy of Jodi's correspondence with Morwenna to 4 different counselors at BYU who are well versed in the ethics of professional therapy. I have also sent them to my bishop and also to the owner of the Lifestar Network that Jodi has a franchise in, that Mormon bishops refer to incessantly. In all cases, especially with the counselors at BYU, I've been told over and over again that I need to file an official complaint. At all places, I've been recommended over and over to immediately go to some attorneys for legal help and press civil charges against Jodi. Several professionals from the therapy department at BYU have shown me that Jodi is violating ethics of the profession on several accounts. My dad, who has 2 degrees in psychology, has had an in-depth conversation with Jodi, and he could not believe her unethical and non-family approach that she was using. Papa, if you'd like to talk to my father, he could tell you what he has learned about it. This is his phone number. I could also sign a form so you could talk with the BYU therapist if you would like. So you're writing to this Mormon area authority, one of the top 200 top leaders in the Mormon church.
Yeah.
You're offering a chance for him to talk to your dad or to licensed, reputable BYU therapists. Did this area authority, your ex-father-in-law, ever call your dad or any of these ethical therapists?
He wrote me back and said he'd meet up with me because he took emergency flew to America. He never met up with me. When you look in the documents, Jodi had him write some letter that talks about, it was just advertising for Jodi's company.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to also note, that you having been a whistleblower against the Mormon Church and against the Scout program,
who does Christian Hillem, or who does Christian Kleiwig go to?
Yeah.
His religious father.
Talk about that.
Is the man who called him to be an Area 70, Elder Hillem.
So Elder Hillem oversees the scouting.
Elder Hillem was at one point over Europe, and he called. Christian shared these special experiences of having his calling election made sure and all this stuff. This is with Elder Hillem. And Elder Hillem is the person who Christian talks to figure anything out, anything at all. And so he came over here. He's not going to come visit me. He's visiting Elder Hillem.
And remind us Hillem's connection to the Boy Scouts for those who joined late.
So I didn't know this. The whole time I was a whistleblower for scouting. And then I go through this terrible situation where this just Elder Hillem's family is trying to stop us from getting married. Then he tries to stop in the temple in Idaho Falls. Did I tell that story yet? So my wife's ex-wife, she's in Haifa. We're so excited. She calls home to announce we're getting married, and her parents just bombard her with that the Hillems are at their house right now, and that they've talked about how terrible of a person I am, and they're so glad that she's not going to marry me. And she just calls me in tears, not knowing what to do. She never told them we were engaged. We ended up getting married in spite of this. At the temple in Idaho Falls, we went to get married, and now Morwenna's family traveled all across the world. I liked a lot of people in her family, all this money and time, all my family and everybody knew me was there. We're having this temple wedding, and the Elder Groberg is 45 minutes late to the wedding. We don't know what's going on. Later, when all this stuff goes down, this woman comes to my dad, who was the secretary for Elder Groberg, and she said, "This has been on my conscience. I just have to tell you, there was just this infamous yelling in the temple where Elder Groberg had Elder Helam on the phone, and everybody could hear it. And Elder Helam was saying, "You cannot let this marriage happen. That man is unworthy. You have." And he's like, "What do I do?" And he's like, "Just end it and make everybody go home." And Elder Groberg defended and said, "Look, this is my." Oh, they talked about the scouting thing. He said, "He's the kid at scouting. He did this. He did this. He did this." And Elder Groberg said, and just this point of frustration, said, "This is my temple, my jurisdiction, or whatever. I felt that these people could be married, and I'm marrying them." And then he hung up the phone on Elder Helam. That's how we got married. Elder Helam is with Christian Klywig when they come here. Absolutely. I've seen emails where they were together.
And remind us what Hillam's involvement was in Idaho with the Boy Scouts, just to remind people.
I just want to say one more thing is Elder Helam was in the courtroom when they did this bizarre bathtub protective order against me. He was sitting there. I think Commissioner Patton announced that he was there, announcing a high-up church leader was there. And he was there through all this stuff. And then just moving forward in the story, after I had tried for years to get allowed to be back into BYU after they threw me out and all this stuff, and how anyone I dated, it would end as soon as they went to a bishop through the church. Well, suddenly all that quits. And moving forward some more, we find out Elder Helam died a few months before all that quit. Moving forward some more, my mom called me at 3 a.m. in the morning and said, "I can't believe this. Wake up, you have to hear this." I was looking at Elder Helam's obituary, and in the obituary, because I couldn't see this anywhere online, this former president of the First Quorum of the 70, in his obituary said he was the president of Grand Teton Scout Council, the same place where I had turned in all the serial pedophiles as a whistleblower.
So I've heard about victim blaming and victim shaming and retribution, but the fact that the man that oversaw the Boy Scout Council and camp that you were a whistleblower at continues through ecclesiastical means to follow you behind the scenes and haunt you and harass you and malign you and defame you every step along the way.
I have a 500 pages honor code file in my name that I subpoenaed from Brigham Young University, where those people worked in every way to stop anyone from going with me with my kids, because I had to have someone 21 years old or older. They took one girl that helped me. They called her in. They asked her all about sexual child abuse that happened to her as a kid. They must have only known that maybe through church files or something. She got interrogated about all of this stuff. Then she was accused of having an adulterous affair with me and put on probation at BYU. And later, this honor code office in their records, when they're talking to my ex-wife, Morwenna, they have to educate her because they had her clarify about adultery. And they said, that's when people have sex. And she said, well, then it was just spiritually or it was emotionally. And they said, well, in other words, after they found out that we didn't have an adulterous affair from the person who made the allegation, they never contacted that poor girl or her family to fix what they had done. The honor code office took Seth Motahina Minamajad, one of my other best friends. He had made a testimony, a witness statement about a time where he saw my ex-wife, Morwenna, throw a seashell that was about this big, the size of a cinder block, at me in our apartment. He was just walking over, and I was holding our baby, our tiny baby, and I turned, and it just barely missed me, and it broke on the wall. It was a huge conch shell. And he'd written a statement about that. And immediately after he wrote that statement for this case, the honor code office called him in and accused him of being a sexual addict. And there was a picture of him. He was from Iran. His dad was the diplomat of the UN for Iran. And there was a picture of him kissing his cousin on the fridge. It was a traditional picture. And they accused him of being homosexual. And he was also a cook. He grew up in Austria. And he cooked with wine, and they accused him of hiding an alcoholic problem and said that if he got near me, they would kick him out of the university. There was a girl named Devaney Brown. The first girl was, I won't tell her name because I don't want to out that she was a victim of abuse. But the next girl, Devaney Brown, in the honor code office, they talk about how they're going to get her next. But then they're like, wait, scratch that. We can't get her in trouble. This nice returned missionary that grew up in school with me, they're like, she's already graduated, so don't go after her. There were 5 different people that they went after in crazy ways. I was at BYU, and the BYU police man came and put me in a room. And he sat me down, and he asked me in depth about the child abuse that happened to me as a kid. For like 2 or 3 hours, we were in there. And then after that, he asked me if I had child abuse or child pornography on my computer. And I told him absolutely not. And then he left. And I just remember walking out of there wondering, what the fuck just happened to me?
That was BYU police, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what just happened to me?
Yeah.
Like, I felt so filthy and so gross after that. I remember, yeah, it just...
Adam, I wonder if it's okay, and this is highly traumatizing stuff, and
Yeah.
I want to also give you time to kind of breathe and regroup. So again, thank you so much for what you're willing to share. Thanks to everyone who's viewing and listening. You're getting a lot of support from people who are horrified, but also just endless comments about your courage and your resilience that you've survived, let alone that you're here today to tell your story. So I want you to know the love is definitely coming in from our viewers and listeners. We've got 10,600 live stream people viewing and listening. Thanks to everyone who's showing the love to Adam. Adam, you may want to go back and see the comments later, because I think you'll feel a lot of love and support for the difficult work that you're doing right now.
Tell those people thank you. I have needed to know that I wasn't alone in this a long time ago. Like, I thought I was crazy by the time, after 100 layers on top of you, and another crazy story.
Really quick.
Yeah.
While we're at this apex of the interview, and there's more, I did this with Jesse and I want to do this with you. Do you have a Venmo account or a PayPal account or some way that people can show you financial support?
I won't take a penny. I won't take a penny. I've said it to Jessie. She needs it.
They need it, yeah.
Yeah, but when it's on this level.
Then how can people email you or express their love or gratitude?
I sent it to my parents. My dad lost his retirement. They don't have any retirement. He was a CES leader for the Mormon Church, and he lost his retirement for speaking up on this issue to protect me. Send it to them, but I don't know. I just still feel so much guilt and shame.
Is there a way you want people? Is there a way people can contact you if they want to support your parents?
I'll put it Venmo, but that money that I put will be evenly distributed with every victim that comes forward. That's it. I won't take it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do it. I just have a rule. I have a rule for myself that when you tell the truth about something that's on such a level that it has such a powerful effect on everybody's lives, that I just won't take. I used to work to help represent the victims in the Syrian war that were being framed as ISIS, and they'd always ask me, "Why are you helping us? Why are you helping us?" And I would report their stories to the world press, when they're seeing their families died and killed, they don't want to give their story to somebody that's making money that might be part of a political reason. That level of trust, I wouldn't dare take any of the money, so I just worked for free. Is there an email people could reach you at if they want to support your parents or express gratitude to you? Yeah, Adam Paul 0405 @gmail.com. Somebody write that down. Say it one more time, and then I'm going to share it on the screen. Say Adam Paul 0405 @gmail.com. Okay.
And I'm just going to ask viewers and listeners, please reach out to Adam and express your gratitude and love. If you want to find a way to support his parents who have suffered greatly, maybe you can reach out to Adam, and then he can be be an intermediary as well. But thank you for your poise and generosity, Adam. All right, really, if we can shift gears a tiny bit, just back to the narrative of the story. So your wife is estranged from you. Jodi's driven that wedge. You think you're going to BYU to get help, to get support. You finally have some ethical therapists. You feel like BYU is, you've escaped Jodi's clutches by finding an ethical therapist. How does Jodi end up affecting your status as a student at BYU? Can you talk about how she even comes into play, as far as you know? And I've got several documents I can read that are evidence. But how does Jodi follow you into your BYU status and end up getting you kicked out of BYU, which ends up causing her to lose her license, by the way?
I need to make one more statement. This is more, before we move into that block, there's a real critical thing on this last one. One of the big arguments with my ex-wife right before she left, she kept talking about boundaries and addictions, and I kept trying to get her out of this abstract language to say a concrete thing that I had done. And finally, she had no way of explaining any real concrete things. And finally, she said, well, Jodi's been telling me this whole time that you've been confessing in LifeStar in your group to the guys of all these sexual things that you've been doing. And I think my ex-wife was telling me the truth when she said that. And it shocked me because I wasn't doing these things, and I was reporting that I wasn't acting out in this group. And I went to Jodi, and I was just like, Jodi, did you, I went to a one-on-one session. I sat there and I went with her, and Jodi said that, and I said, did you tell my wife that I was telling people that I was doing all these things? And it was still an abstract language. It was acting out. They didn't say how, sexually acting out. And she said, no, I didn't say that. Because she'd been telling me, good job, you're doing great. And I said, Jodi, did you tell my wife this? And I just heard from her that she told me that Jodi did. And Jodi said, no, I didn't. I confronted her like 5-6 times in a row. And finally she goes, well, I may have said that. Well, you were, weren't you? I said, no. And then I just sat back, just unbelievable that my wife got angrier and angrier without being able to communicate. She couldn't even talk to me. While Jodi's lying to her, making a scenario where that trust that I had built, that even if I had made a mistake with masturbation and pornography according to the Mormon Church and told my wife, I knew I was always honest about it. And Jodi removed that honesty connection that we had by deceiving one group, the guys, and the girl, like separating us, separating our language and communication, everything, and then teaching my wife a false narrative that made me look like a complete liar that couldn't be trusted. So yes, that happened, and I also just want to say that are we going to talk about the protective order here or later?
Yeah, but should we talk about, because that comes after BYU Honor Code Office gets involved, right?
Yeah.
I just kind of want to follow the chronology.
Okay, so go back to that part now. I just needed to get that piece in because a lot of the victims had the same thing happen to them.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you're now not going to Jodi, estranged from your wife, and you're visiting a therapist at BYU. How does Jodi and the Honor Code Office get involved with you?
So I didn't know while I was going through all this hell what was going on. It was later when we subpoenaed the Honor Code Office records. I had no idea how involved Jodi Hildebrandt was.
Try and tell us what was going on behind the scenes.
So can you read from the document? Later, we subpoenaed the BYU counseling records, and it's kind of the smaller, more block print on those that you have.
Yeah. So here's the first document. This is Morwenna to you. And I don't know, this is chronologically in order, but I don't know if this is the one you want me to read. But this is Morwenna to you.
I was looking
September 9th, 2008.
I was looking for I had 3 documents, had the BYU Honor Code Office records.
Which one did you want me to read?
And then so we subpoenaed the BYU Honor Code Office records to learn what BYU Honor Code Office was doing.
Oh, you want me to read the phone witness statement?
No, but we also subpoenaed BYU counseling so that we could look at those records, and it popped up in the BYU counseling records where they do real notes about when they interview me. But right near the end, the BYU counseling department, before they said that I couldn't come back to them, they canceled my support. There's a note in there where they describe a phone call with Jodi Hildebrandt, and Jodi, and if you can just read what Jodi Hildebrandt says about me.
Okay.
It's near the bottom paragraph, like halfway through, near the bottom of the page.
Yeah. Is it okay if I read a tiny bit more than that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So this is a phone witness statement dated March 11th, 09, and it's entitled Jodi Hildebrandt. So this is someone at BYU reporting what Jodi told BYU about you, and it's signed by Edward Moran. Does that sound right?
Oh, here, can you see me?
The Honor Code Office representative. So
okay. That's one set. Now there's another one that's just one page. Yeah, that one right there. Now look at the bottom of that paragraph halfway through where it's.
Okay. Sorry, we've got a lot of documents we're trying to share. Okay.
Where it says Jodi on the bottom paragraph halfway through. These are the things she was saying that made it so that BYU would stop me from getting counseling at BYU counseling department.
Got it. Okay, I may read a tiny bit more, but here goes. This is, I think it's December 2nd, 2008. And this is Brigham Young University Counseling and Career Center list of clinical visits for Adam Paul Steed.
And I want you to know that there's a whole file of them talking about each one of our visits where I was talking about Jodi and everything and the trauma and the stress. But then there's this right at the end of the file where they record in their writings the phone call where Jodi Hildebrandt contacts them to talk about me. So Jodi Hildebrandt is contacting my therapist department at BYU where I'm going to therapy instead of her. And she's sabotaging it so I can no longer go to therapy there.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to read maybe a little bit more, but it basically says, Adam and his wife Morwenna and their 2 children were there with Adam's brother. The police officer described how there was yelling and wanted us to intervene to help them calm down. I took Adam into my office with his 18-month-old daughter, and Morwenna went in Deborah McClendon's office with their infant. Adam said...
Oh, pause. I hadn't seen my children for since their mom disappeared, and I randomly saw them at BYU. My daughter came running up and hugging me. And my ex started screaming, that man's taking my child. And it made a scene. And then we got put into office buildings at BYU. They said they wouldn't take my child from me, or our children from us. And then these are their notes about it. And suddenly they have notes about Jodi Hildebrandt being in there telling them who I am.
Right. So Adam said that it was a miracle that he ran into his family, whom he hadn't seen for 14 days. He felt hope that he would now be able to talk with Morwenna and help her come to her senses. He felt that a therapist had brainwashed her into splitting up the marriage. Deborah and myself were on phone contact with one another to get a sense of where the spouse was. Morwenna did not want to meet with Adam. When he requested to meet with her alone, he then wanted to meet with her and the therapist. She refused. He then made a request to talk with her on the phone. Morwenna said she was not interested in talking about resolving the marriage because she had made up her mind it was over. She also informed us that a temporary restraining order was being delivered by a police officer. Adam started spiraling down and became quite upset. I had Deborah come and get his daughter to take to her mother. So now Jodi's encouraging Morwenna to file a restraining order against you.
I was sitting there with my baby who's hugging me and crying. She hasn't seen me. And next thing I know, I got served a protective order, and I'll never forget her screaming, yelling, Daddy, no, just screaming as this lady I don't know pulled her out of my hands, and then they hand me this restraining order against me.
Yeah. When the police officer arrived, Adam had calmed down and seemed to feel some resolve to, quote, have his day in court, which was scheduled for October 2nd. The police officer explained the restraining order to Adam that he was to have no contact with his wife until the court date on October 2nd, 2008. And then this is Deborah McClendon's notes. From September 12, 2008, Morwenna reported her husband Adam was delusional, controlling, and had violent tendencies. She reported a couple of incidents that she reported in her restraining order, though none of these were directly abusive to her person. Yet she reported a very scary night when he stalked her around the apartment and she felt he might rape her.
Yeah, she felt that I might. That's it. And if you look at later when Jodi's giving Morwenna letters to write, in the letters to solicit more women into the program, now I'm the child rapist and I'm the person that raped her and she's the victim of rape. And they're in the letters. They've evolved.
And again, it's like feelings or truth.
Yeah. We're responsible for our actions, not someone else's feelings.
And by the way, rape is real and assault is real and sexual assault is real and women face disproportionately egregious levels of assault and rape. So this is not to say don't believe victims.
Yeah, it's hiding behind the triggers that these people got away with murder.
Yeah. So continuing, Morwenna was also worried that her husband liked to take baths with their daughter, and one time she went in to find him with the partial erection. Now, you've already told that story.
Yeah.
That was by your report, that was entrapment. That was a setup.
Yeah.
That Morwenna had told you to bathe your kid, came in with lingerie,
I
aroused
immediately
you.
got the baby out of the tub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morwenna was concerned, so thereafter, when he wanted to take baths with her, Morwenna always sat in the bathroom with them. She also reported that Adam had threatened her and her therapist. Threatened her. Yeah.
It's all abstract language. In a criminal case, you're like, what did he say?
Did you threaten Jodi?
No.
I mean, I'm sure you had every right to be very upset at Jodi.
No. Last time I saw Jodi was at the custody case, like all those years back. I'm reading now that she has a safe room in her house in St. George to protect her from me, that I'm the stalker. She has, like, when she went to Doppel, she said that, she interrupted the hearings twice, saying there was this dangerous stalker after her, trying to create an argument that there's a reason why she violated all these things was because her life was in danger. But she never made a police report. She says 19 times the stalker came. No police report. I'm only guessing she's talking about me. And here's this lady of confronting men and coaching, who knows, countless women through criminal hearings. And she's a therapist that specializes in this. She's acting naive to making a police report. So that's the thing I'm trying to explain. The psycho-violent manipulation, which is like psychosexual manipulation, is where you use words like, I'm scared, I'm a mom, I'm with the baby, I'm this, I'm that, and that. And you get to, he didn't know boundaries, this is unsafe. You say a whole story without actually saying a real testimony of something someone actually did and happened, and you get the same results in the court. The same results that you wanted without using the court or its due process.
Yeah. Yeah. Morwenna was able to contact her lawyer to find out the status of the restraining order based on the current crisis at BYU, which found them with the BYU police and in our therapy offices. Her lawyer went to the courthouse to try to get it signed. He was successful. Anybody can get a restraining order because a judge is not going to, at least a temporary restraining order, because a judge doesn't want to, be blamed for any violent act that happens. That's real.
Yeah.
Domestic violence is real. It's significant, but anyone can get a restraining order with no real evidence.
Yeah. And the weird thing, it was like so long until the court. I couldn't see my kids for like another months until this hearing or something like that. It took forever to have the first hearing, and in it, Elder Elam and Jodi Hildebrandt were sitting in there together with my ex-wife's family.
So basically, Jodi's getting Morwenna to weaponize the criminal justice system, against you as a loving dad.
Yeah, in fact, in the honor code office ones, which we'll also read. So this is one set. We'll read the others. You'll see how she even. Well, go ahead. We'll get there.
Okay. As we waited for him to arrive with police to serve Adam the restraining order, she was able to get a hold of her therapist, a therapist she and Adam had seen together for about 6 months. She asked me to talk with her to hear a more objective report. Jodi Hildebrandt from the Lifestar program in Salt Lake. Jodi confirmed what Morwenna had reported, indicating that Adam had been manic for several weeks and that all got worse as Morwenna sought to assert herself in the relationship. So, that's putting it very mildly. Jodi also strongly asserted that she feared the daughter was not safe with Adam and was being abused. She reports Adam being psychologically unstable. She also indicated that Adam had a delusional fixation on her as a therapist, being the Antichrist. So Jodi is telling BYU that you felt Jodi was the Antichrist?
Yeah. Sounds like a good movie line.
What else did you want to say about that report?
Well, let's move to the Honor Code Office report. So when Jodi and Morwenna, and I assume Dehlin, weaponized the Honor Code Office, I don't think the Honor Code Office guys ever knew that I would subpoena their records. And in some ways, Ed Morin was a moron because he sat there and talked openly about everything they were doing. So these files are incredibly incriminating. But I went through the 500-page file, and what I gave you in your hand right there is there's a couple pages there where Ed Morin talks about his communication with Jodi Hildebrandt, and then he writes down what she says to him in those files, and those are all preserved. They're right there in your hand. And one thing that's interesting about those files, and we'll get into them. In fact, let's read them first, and then we can talk about them.
Okay. So which thing do you want me to read? I want to make
There's
sure.
There's about 2 or 3 pages of of Ed Morin's notes about Jodi Hildebrandt, and Ed Morin's in the Honor Code Office.
Okay. It's this 3-page document?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay. So this is Edward Moran, signed March 13th, 2009.
Yeah.
On March 11th, 2009, Jodi Hildebrandt returned the phone call and was interviewed via phone by Edward L. Morin, M-O-R-I-N. Jodi's number is blank. Jodi was advised that Morwenna had signed a waiver allowing BYU and Jodi to exchange confidential information. Jodi was aware that Adam had not signed a waiver. Jodi noted that she decided to call the Honor Code Office back once Morwenna was in her office so that Morwenna could hear everything that was said between Jodi and BYU. Jodi provided the following information. The text in bold reflects the information provided by Morwenna during the interview with Jodi. So Jodi is literally calling BYU trying to get you in trouble, trying to get you expelled. Correct?
Yeah, you don't realize this, but it's the simple people that scare extremists. And, since you read that letter I sent to my father-in-law and she read it,
Yeah. All right. Jodi advised that she met Morwenna about this time last year. When Morwenna first came in, she explained that she wanted some help with their marriage relationship. At first, the story was the common theme of a wife struggling to understand her husband's problem with masturbation and porn. However, Jodi quickly became alarmed that because of this disconnect that Morwenna would describe, Morwenna had been convinced that Adam that he was not doing anything wrong. That is just the way men are. Morwenna had come to believe that it was normal and acceptable for men to view pornography and masturbate. As Jodi progressed in counseling with Morwenna, Morwenna began to awaken to what was acceptable behavior and how confused she had been and how off track Adam was. Adam had been masterful in keeping Morwenna in a state of confusion. Jodi stated that there were several occasions when Morwenna had said, "So that is really messed up."
Question
It's
mark.
a question mark. So that is really messed up.
Yeah. Question
Jodi
mark.
explained that Morwenna felt too threatened to comprehend or connect with the seriousness of some situations. One example was Adam bathing with their infant daughter. Another example was when Adam held their infant daughter out over the third floor balcony and laughed. Do you have something to say about that? That was a weird accusation.
Yeah. My buddy Seth on the balcony next to us. I have my baby. We had read in the news about Michael Jackson. And I just looked at him. I was like, just like that, joking. Balcony's way up here. Never hold my baby in a million years over the balcony.
Okay. So that was a total false allegation.
No, it was just...
and the context was the recent Michael Jackson.
When the bishop who, it had... I would never, ever, ever... You're standing on a balcony with the baby and that's all over the news.
Yeah.
Or something, and you're just... But absolutely 100% wouldn't hold my baby near or
so that
close
never happened by your report.
100%. No.
Morwenna explained that one day Adam took their 10-month-old daughter and held her out over the balcony floor. Adam and his friend Syed, who was also present, just laughed about it. Adam thought it was a funny joke. Morwenna was startled by it and did not know what to say. Jessica Whitaker, a neighbor, witnessed it. Jessica confronted Adam and told him she was going to report him to DCFS. Jessica was very upset and let Adam know about it.
Yeah.
Morwenna added that Syed is Adam's best friend and also has a porn problem. He has a serious sexual addiction, which means, at minimum, he thinks about women once a year, according to Jodi. Syed does drink alcohol, and she has also seen pictures of Syed French kissing a man. Syed is also a BYU student.
Yeah.
Pictures of Syed French kissing a man as a BYU student?
Yeah, he said was from Iran. His dad was the diplomat for the UN. And he has a big picture in traditional clothes kissing his cousin. It's not French kissing. It's just traditional in Iran.
So a culturally appropriate express of friendship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jodi's pathologizing as sexual perversion or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course he drinks alcohol.
Cooking wine. He didn't drink alcohol.
Yeah. Syed's wife is Sarah. Adam has told Morwenna that he had an emotional relationship with Sarah. It was if he felt more connected to Sarah than he did with Morwenna. Adam has taken Sarah shopping before. Morwenna will provide last name and phone number of Syed and his wife. So they're alleging you had an inappropriate relationship with Sarah.
Yeah, there was a time when we were married where my wife always said I was a blah, blah guy and nobody wanted to listen to me. And I had a creative writing project where I wrote a fiction story and Sarah read it and she was like, that's amazing. And she gave me all this validation, just talking as a casual conversation. And I just felt like, wow, my wife never validates me like that. So I told her, I said, hey, look, I just felt this real strong feeling when somebody really cared about my stuff. Let's just not invite them over for a while. I don't want to have a feeling that's not for my marriage, for my wife. And she was totally cool with it and laughed and said she had a crush on another guy in our ward and we just handled things. And that's what we did because I was 100% bent on being totally faithful in my marriage, that even one feeling, I told my wife right away and we just laughed about it and make it so it wouldn't become a problem.
So did you have an inappropriate relationship with Sarah?
100% no.
Okay. But Jodi's, by the way, throwing Syed and Sarah under the bus while who are also BYU students?
Yeah.
Okay. Jodi stated that as Morwenna's understanding grew, the more threatened Adam felt. As Adam felt increasingly threatened by Morwenna's increased understanding, the threat and conflict between Adam and Morwenna increased. Jodi explained that Morwenna would never be able to be healthy being married to Adam because it would threaten Adam as he had already demonstrated his unwillingness to change. So Jodi's reporting this to the BYU Honor Code office, correct?
Yeah.
Jodi stated that she has seen Morwenna confront Adam on some issues. When she would confront him, Morwenna was reasonable and controlled. However, Adam's response was over the top and alarming. This was a confirmation that Adam tried to control his wife by his own extreme behavior. These are the buzzwords you're talking about, right?
Yeah, a lot of descriptive words.
Narcissist. And,
over the top, alarming, scared, frightened, worried, angry. And then a lot of abstract words like violations, boundaries, anyway.
Jodi stated that as Adam began to see that separation between he and Morwenna might be forthcoming, Adam's behavior directed at Jodi began to alarm Jodi. There was one incident when Jodi and Adam were in Jodi's office where Jodi felt physically threatened by Adam. Did you physically threaten Jodi in her office, Adam?
Not in a million years. And actually, I think that there was probably honesty to that now that I think about it, looking back, that when she heard somebody find out that they had discovered that she'd been lying to both the wife and the husband, she probably felt an incredible emotional response that somebody had caught her in her lie. Now, I think she's referring to the time that I confronted her until she agreed to it. Because I only met in her office like 2 or 3 times.
And she lied, and you caught her in a lie?
Yeah, what we talked about earlier, where finally she said, well, you weren't acting out? Well, maybe I made a mistake. She's sitting across at her desk. I'm there. I would have never known there had been any kind of physical, sense. There was another one.
She had falsely accused you of something you never reported to her, probably confusing you with another client.
I've been civil my whole life in discussions with people, and there's one incident where I met with Jodi just right before that too, where I was telling her how heartbroken I was with what's happening with the kids in Morwenna. And I remember being in agonizing pain, feeling it, intensely. And I remember looking over at Jodi, and she was smiling. And her cheeks were, blushing. And she just looked this, filling. And I remember that. And I remember verbally confronting her about but never in my life would I ever in a million years turn to, I don't even name call. I try to point out the action because I think name calling brands people and it's not productive.
During the meeting, she positioned herself, this is Jodi, by the door so that she could escape if she had to. That was a first for Jodi. She had never felt physically threatened by a client in her office before. Shortly after that event, Morwenna called and was very frightened. So you have intimidated Jodi Hildebrandt, experienced therapist, more than any other client she's ever had in her history, according to this report.
It in there.
Yeah. But you didn't physically intimidate or threaten her. Or did you?
Like I said, if you're a sociopath and you're hiding a huge lie and someone confronts you on it, you might think they're the scariest person there is.
Yeah.
It's like, I look back and I think that way now that I see now that I know who Jodi is. But asking me when I walked out of the meeting, no, not in any way, shape, or form. I grew up in a family where my dad said that we had 4 brothers and sometimes we'd fight, and then we had 2 sisters afterwards. And my dad said if we ever got in a fight with a sister, if we ever hit our sister, we would be grounded forever. And, we used to stand around the dinner table when the women, my mom and my sisters, would come in, and we would have to stay standing up till all the women in our house were seated. And we were always taught to get the door every time. That's where I come from. And there's no place for violence or scaring or intimidation whatsoever. That's me.
However, the threat of someone physically threatening you is taken very seriously by both BYU and by police departments, right?
But I just kind of see this thing. Yes, absolutely destroying my life. But I kind of just see this thing when Jodi's threatened that she attacks people. When she's abusing someone, she attacks people of abusing.
Right.
It's just this form of manipulation that is very predictable.
Yeah. Morwenna called because Adam had threatened he was going to rape her. What?
Yeah, that story's evolved. I'm now paying for your apartment and deciding that you didn't want to be like this other guy and sleep on the living room floor without a bed.
This was you saying, I'm going to sleep in my own bed.
You got to understand. This is Jodi saying things to incriminate me. then me saying, this is maybe what she meant as I take my side of the story.
Right.
How these things connect and what her motives were, I don't understand everything. But, that last night, which is what I believe they're talking about, when I forced myself into my bedroom to sleep on my bed, that's the end of the story. And trust me, in the height of the conflict, the last thing anyone in their right mind would be thinking about is having a sexual experience.
Yeah, when you're traumatized.
Yeah.
You're basically saying...
I just was tired of being treated like a non-human being.
Yeah.
Forced to sleep on the floor because of my sexual addictions, forced to go to classes with sexual predators, and forced to them trying to make me a sexual predator.
Yeah. You should say sexual predator in air quotes because it's just so outrageous.
In air quotes?
Yeah, because it's just such outrageous that you were labeled that way. Jodi was concerned for Morwenna's safety and told Morwenna it was time for her to leave Adam. So that's unethical. Jodi is telling a client that they need to leave their spouse. Like, that's outrageous. I mean, get the police involved if there's assault. Allow a client to arrive at that decision, but to be telling a client what they need to do, that's unethical in my view. She explained to Morwenna the steps she should take to leave Adam. Over the next 3 hours, Morwenna took the steps suggested by Jodi. First, she packed a bag and then took it out to the car. After a while, she did other things to prepare the children and herself to leave. While this was going on, Adam was writing a 10-page letter to Morwenna's parents. We read some of that previously. Adam had no idea Morwenna was preparing to leave him. Jodi stated that from the time of Morwenna's first call until Morwenna finally called to say that she had left and taken the children was about 3 hours. During that time, Jodi was very afraid for Morwenna. Jodi noted that she would not be surprised at anything Adam might do to Morwenna to stop her from leaving. He is the most threatening, scary person Jodi has dealt with as a therapist.
I guess that's my new claim to fame. The most threatening person in Jodi Hildebrandt's life.
Yeah. I think you are now.
I will be.
Along with Jesse.
Because I have the truth. And Jesse, absolutely Jesse. And so many more people that will come forward.
Yeah. Jodi stated that Adam is extremely manipulative. He clearly does not see how extreme and abnormal and disconnected he is with the rest of society. He is very pathological, narcissistic, and dangerous. He is clearly a predator. So now you're a predator.
Yeah. I had to tell this story now because she's doing that with those poor little children.
Talk about that.
She's saying that Ruby Frank's little kids are sexual predators. And once again, it's just another way that Jodi works to hide her crimes.
Is Ruby saying that, or is Jodi saying that, or are they both saying that?
First, Jodi yelled it when the police arrested her. She's smart, right? She's been through the legal stuff, coaching women how to do this forever. Her attorneys don't make a statement. She won't make a statement. She gets arrested, and then she says, "Don't let any other children be around those children ever," which infers sexual abuse when you look at tiny little kids that aren't violent. So I mean, here's this person found red-handed guilty of child abuse, and the whole world's listening to her because they are subconsciously manipulated by Jodi Hildebrandt. And just so, Jodi wants to create a situation where she's done this terrible crime, but she wants to create a situation where people see a reason why she had no other choice but to do this crime. When you go onto jodihildebrandt.com, somebody had put on this, and I read this like last year. I'd never seen it. But Jodi Hildebrandt, when she was punished by Doppel, she went through 2 court hearings. And the weirdest thing in these court hearings, you're just sitting there reading this court document where she's supposed to get in trouble for this, having a dual relationship with my wife and sharing my medical records. And suddenly she's talking about how there's this dangerous stalker out there and she's acting frightened of him. I'm reading this last year about an event from all those years ago, I think 2012. And I'm like, I bet she's got a stalker after her after all the lives she's destroyed. I'm not thinking she's talking about me. I didn't realize she was probably creating an argument in that courtroom, which worked mostly. that the reason I had to violate all these rules and show how dangerous this guy was because my life was in danger. And by showing everyone how scared she was manipulating these people to have compassion on her outrageous behavior that totally was unethical. And she must have had a victory, because on that first time she just introduces this information. The courts didn't ask her for it. It's just like, why are we talking about stalkers? This is a court hearing about Jodi. She must have had a victory in how she convinced those people, because it evolved. And in her second hearing, she mentions in this frightened way of how scared she is that this stalker has come after her like 19 times. And you're sitting there like, wait, is she talking about me, the guy that got her in trouble with Doppel, to make the people in that room that are judges think that she broke these violations of orders, of medical records, because her life was in danger? You know, I hear now that she has a safe room because of me being such a danger to her. The same safe room that she abused those poor little children in. And I'm sure when I was looking at it, I mean, to me it was obvious that Jodi got in trouble with a dual relationship with my wife. So they're calling Ruby Frank her business partner, but it's obvious that Ruby Frank is her client, is going to her as a therapist. It's obvious to me that multi-marketing level therapist Jodi Hildebrandt lusted after Ruby Frank's position of power in YouTube and wanted it for herself, broke Ruby Frank to pieces, and then had Ruby give it to Jodi, and with money and power, just so she could build her thing. She probably had struggles getting good ratings and building it really big, because disappearing are the extreme thinkers about the issues. But it's obvious to me that Ruby Frank was an incredibly vulnerable, messed up person who probably wasn't a good person in the first place, probably had control issues, probably some of them were sociopathic, but that Jodi weaponized her and became Yoda for her, just this person should do whatever. I mean, you look at this hearing, how it's coming out, and of course, both women in their pictures of their mugshots, they're looking up like saints. So it doesn't trigger people that they're criminals when they get out. You know, they're coordinating this. Of course, both women show they fight fear with fear. Like there's these terrible allegations, and they both show how scared they are. They both show they're scared and they have medical issues. And first it's Jodi who says these children are basically says that they're sexually abusive, so that, desperate reasons for why a parent would try to duct tape some kids. And then later, Jodi, and she usually doesn't have herself say the statements, which was unusual about these records I have. She usually has the sick client say the radical statements for her. But, then later Ruby Frank's sitting there in the courtroom, and now she's saying these terrible things about this child. It's totally coordinated. It's totally Jodi's the ringleader. She's coached women through this process probably 100 times, hundreds maybe, for all we know. And she knows exactly how to manipulate this. And maybe here's just a quick moment. Can you grab that one document where she coaches my ex-wife, the word for word one? It's a little square. It's about this big. No. No. It's an email. It's from Jodi Hildebrandt to my ex-wife. That's it right there, I think.
Okay.
And
so this is from Jodi Hildebrandt to Morwenna Kleiwick.
Yes.
Okay. Jodi writes, "Of course, I will be thinking and praying for you."
And just pause. I'm at ACAFS, the context. I'm at ACAFS. I can't be alone with my kids.
Explain what that means and how it got to that point story-wise.
After the honor code office allegations hit the custody courtroom,
can we just because we're jumping forward, can I ask you just to fill in the timeline really quick? Just really quick so that this is more meaningful.
Okay, but understand the importance of this document after we talked about these kids.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Oh, I've got it in my hand. It'll be next. I just want to get people to the point where I read this document.
Okay, go ahead.
So you're at BYU. Jodi, let me finish reading what Jodi wrote.
Okay, yeah.
And then we'll come to that. Okay. Jodi stated that based upon her actions with Adam's father, he is also aggressive and threatening. Okay, so your dad helped you with the Boy Scout case in Idaho, right?
Yeah. Great dad. People in your comments, if you know my father, write about my father, who you know this person is. Paul Steed.
Paul Steed. Mm-hmm. So Jodi's not going to go after him. And if our theory is right that somehow the church was potentially using Jodi to malign you and your dad as a punishment for what you did with the Boy Scouts.
I think they went after my dad. My dad's the one that helps. He's the brilliance behind getting the statute of limitations changed.
In the state of Idaho.
He's the person that the church attorneys, Kirk and McConkie, were talking to. He just relentlessly brought all the victims' cases up and brought it up. He lobbied the Senate in Idaho. I mean, they had a 5-year statute of limitations for criminal sexual child abuse, for civil sexual child abuse. I mean, a rapist had a 50-year statute, but a child, 5 years?
Yeah.
And my dad had so much resistance. Read the Boy Scouts or Scouts Honors series by Peter Zuckerman in the Idaho Falls Post-Register. It won the Scripps Award, like the runner-up for a Pulitzer Prize, just for covering it. It was so much resistance to changing the sexual abuse laws in Idaho. My dad did that. I mean, on a bigger picture, there's a lot of signs. Like, think about the irony. I take on a case against scouting, finally, later when I find out about all this stuff, and they use the psych evaluation of my mental health showing how bad the abuse was to me. They use that as the document to take me away from my children in the civil case, divorce with custody, to show that I'm suicidal and unhealthy and angry and this.
The psych evaluation for your Boy Scout abuse?
Yeah, think about it. A victim comes forward, tells the truth about the hell and the trauma. Maybe he's a decent person, but this is really traumatic. And then they use that. They punished me.
Who?
But
the attorneys for Mormon.
They turned around. I mean, my past life, I speak up as a whistleblower, and they take the evaluation from a report to show that I was abused when I had a scouting case against Boy Scouts of America. A few months later, they're using that as character assassination, as me not being fit to be around my children and to being a sexual addict with Jodi Hildebrandt. So they're taking lines out of this, and then they're trying to recreate them in real life with sets of allegations that correlate with different lines out of context in a report. I mean, on the bigger picture, a profound lesson to all victims of sexual abuse that come forward. Your actions to come forward will be what people will use to destroy your life and take you down. They'll take your children away from you. And there was nothing in that Brown-Smith report. We even asked the lady to write to the courts to show that there was nothing in there that I was a danger to the children, because they had so messed up the way they took it out of context with that. They had a protective order for sensitive records. They had taken it out of context so prolifically. When the lady that wrote the report, she said, absolutely, I will. And she wrote that there was nothing that she found alarming about me with my family or children at all. Cynthia Brown-Smith. It's called the Brown-Smith report. So okay. Jodi wasn't just sharing her false records of me, like that she never had any of me. She was distorting other records in a distorted way to create a criminal profile.
And she was trying to malign your dad. So I'm so sorry. Jodi stated that based upon her interactions with Adam's father, he is also aggressive and threatening. Jodi had a conversation with Mr. Steed when Adam and Morwenna were beginning divorce proceedings. At that time, Jodi had already stopped counseling Adam. Adam's dad was also aggressive and threatening on the phone with Jodi because he viewed Jodi's role in counseling as contributing to the breakup of the marriage. That's outrageous. Sorry, sarcasm.
No, you're fine.
Finally, Jodi stopped Adam's father and stated that Adam was a sexual addict and he was the cause of the destruction of the marriage. Mr. Steed became upset and stated that Adam, quote, royalty in Idaho. So they're mocking your courageous role with your dad as protecting victims of sexual abuse.
Hundreds of millions of dollars of litigation went through because the laws we changed. Thousands of lives were affected by victims getting justice for the first time.
Now, Jodi is mocking the courage of you and your dad, calling you, quote, royalty in Idaho, close quote, for what he has done to get a predator off the streets. She responded that his son is a, quote, garden variety addict. Mr. Steed hung up. Mr. Steed has since threatened to sue Jodi and the Lifestar program that Jodi uses to counsel with couples to help overcome the problem of porn addiction. Jodi later received a call from a therapist from somewhere in Utah Valley. The therapist called to say they had talked with Adam. It's an unnamed therapist. The therapist had called to say they had talked with Adam and wanted Jodi's perspective on what Adam had been saying about Jodi and his problems. Jodi told the therapist to be careful because Adam would go after them if he did not like what he was told, just like Adam had gone after Jodi. The therapist called back later and said Adam had been told to go elsewhere. Jodi warned that anyone who crosses Adam will be attacked in some fashion, and added that Adam is a predator and a threat that BYU needs to be aware of. She repeatedly referred to Adam as pathological. So that's what your former therapist violating
Jodi Hildebrandt,
violating client-patient confidentiality, tells your BYU Honor Code office in an attempt to smear you and get you kicked out of BYU.
You know,
correct?
sharing medical records, let's equate that to like speeding in a car. So when they say the Doppel thing shows that, you know, that Jodi was guilty of sharing my medical records for a porn problem. Okay, that's like a small thing. Jodi was guilty of using the speeding car to try to kill me. It wasn't that she just used them. It's that she used them as a weapon to destroy everything in my life. And she was sitting in the courtroom next to Dehlin as these protective orders came out and the allegations about child abuse came out in the non-statement sense of a real allegation, but in the sense of an abstract, fear-based sexual manipulation story that didn't actually say what I did or that what happened to a victim. And I went to court maybe like 12 or 15 times with more and more crazy allegations like this. I didn't even know. I was so scared of the protective order and everything they had done to me and the 4 felony charges they filed against me. I guess that's coming up next.
Yeah, we're getting there.
But I didn't even know where my ex lived. I was so scared I didn't even know where she lived.
Yeah.
And I was going to court being told that I was breaking through her window at night.
Yeah, we'll get there. To close this letter from Edward Morin, Honor Code Office representative, Morwenna stated that her family had also received threatening emails and Adam had also threatened lawsuits against Morwenna and her family. Adam claims that Bishop Olson, that was your bishop.
Pause real quick. In the emails, there's one more email in the other room. I told them I didn't want to do it, but if she didn't bring the kids back, that I had a class with a lady that was a professor, and she told me about PKP. I forget the abbreviation, but it was this kidnapping thing that if people kidnap your children, you can file it. And I just said, please, let's just talk. I don't want to do this. But at some point, this is going to come up. So that was my threatening lawsuits against her family.
Yeah.
But lawsuits.
Yeah, right. All of a sudden, it's multiple, right?
Well, and lawsuits being the guy that sued Scouting.
Right.
You know, it's sending this language that you need to protect the BYU institution from somebody that does lawsuits.
Yeah. Which I'm sure the church wanted to do. The last thing that Mormon church wanted was you to come to Utah and start messing with the statute of limitations for sexual victims and children here in Utah, right?
I think the Mormon church was blindsided by the ability my dad had with my story and us working together to change the statute of limitations in one congressional hearing. I think there were all these traps to make it impossible. There was a guy over the Senate who wouldn't even let it on the board or let it be like talked about. And my dad was in the newspaper showing it in a way that was so prolific that it went through because of their fear of what the public would do if they didn't do it right.
Yeah. Adam claims that Bishop Olson has encouraged Adam to sue Morwenna. Is that true? Did your bishop encourage you to sue Morwenna? Was your bishop on your side at one point?
I think this was Bishop Olson is a complex character because on one hand, he sent me to Jodi. And then later in the story, he hung me.
He what?
You'll about the protective order thing that'll come out where he wouldn't go to court to testify because the church office called him, or the church attorneys had called him and told him not to testify. We'll get there. But it's interesting. I think that line right there was character assassination on Bishop Olson at that point, because Bishop Olson would be the person that could go to court and testify that he told me to give the stroller and the card and the books to my ex during a child exchange, because the protective order said, and this is another real bizarre thing now that I'm looking back, the protective order said I couldn't talk to her except for through an attorney or an ecclesiastical leader. So when a bishop calls me in and tells me my ex-wife still loves me and he just met with her and she's saying that she still loves me and that she's asked for me to give her a few things, I'm thinking he's the ecclesiastical leader and we can have contact to do these things through him. And so I think that I think that line right there where they suddenly have this weird line in there that talks about Bishop Adam being on my side, I think that was going to be just like a pre-laid character assassination if he came forward and testified that he had done this. But they didn't need to worry about that if that was the case, because he never did come forward. He said he would testify, but then, and we'll get into that in the next story, what happened.
All right. Morwenna will provide copies of all documents and emails she has on this matter. Morwenna noted that Adam had recently violated the protective order again, and yet had convinced the police that Adam needed to be defended from a vindictive wife.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Yes. So put it into time frame. She was just getting ready to serve me this huge amount of felonies. And she had just gotten off the phone with the bishop agreeing with him that it was okay for me to give her these things. And now she was in the honor code office saying a statement that would disqualify the bishop as a witness.
And I might have to
Pull the mic up.
Soon. Yeah.
Pull the mic up. Sorry.
Yeah. No.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, we might have to go soon for our deadline.
Okay, no
yeah,
problem.
That's okay.
Thanks for joining us. I'm sorry we didn't get you in more.
No, that's okay.
Amanda, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, you guys just go ahead and break things down. We'll just keep going with the interview.
Okay. Thanks.
Good luck with the coverage, Amanda. Tune in to Channel 2 News for Amanda's coverage of the story. Okay, it closes by saying, Jodi observed that over the past year, she has witnessed Morwenna go from an extremely emotional, abused, neglected, sickened state to a healthy woman. So Jodi saves Morwenna from the mental health, from bad mental health things. At this stage, Morwenna is not seeking revenge against Adam. She merely wishes to provide information to BYU and then let the matter go. If her efforts result in protecting someone else, that would be good. And then it's signed, I certify the above information is correct. Honor Code Office Representative Edward Morin. All right, that's the letter.
Yeah.
So that's what that's all the stuff Jodi said to him about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we go next to the restraining order? Because I think that's how you end up with 4 felony charges against you, right?
Yeah, the legal document that we've got. Okay.
So can you talk about what was going on there and how it happened?
Yeah, so while my ex-wife and Jodi are coaching this whole thing out, and this is interesting because I have had several other people share with me that the exact same thing happened to them. With the in the sense that they went to Jodi, they tried to get out, and then suddenly there were protective order, a crazy civil case divorce with a protective order, and then suddenly there were protective order violations that criminalized them.
Yeah, so if anyone tries to get out of Jodi Hildebrandt's
Boundaries,
therapy and scheme of extorting thousands of dollars a month from the couples, if you try and get out of that, quote, therapeutic relationship with Jodi Hildebrandt, she tells the wife to file a restraining order on the husband and
Well, she
alienates
doesn't just
him.
tell him. She coaches them through on
Yeah.
how to do it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
how to, yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
there's
get-
no way you're the only victim. Anyway, keep
Yeah.
going.
Okay, so the bishop. So now, I'm served with a protective order at that BYU setting, a temporary. It's like 2 weeks later, I get an official one in court, and at that point, there's this protective order in place. Some time goes by. It's super tough on our family. I have to pick the kids up at the police station, have someone that's 21 years old or older with me. Now, those people that start coming with me, the honor code starts calling them in and threatening them that they can't be near me. And that's where those honor code files, where there's all these different people that the honor code interviews about sexual abuse that happened to them as a kid and all this stuff, and then it gaslights them, accuses them of having an affair, and puts them on probation with the one girl. And I just wanted to do. I have my kids with me, and I just wanted a safe place for them, and I took my close friends. And eventually I ran out of close friends to do this with. I mean, they're still my friends, but I started inviting friends at school. Hey, can you help me with this? I just have to do this. The honor code office was going after these people. So during that time, my bishop calls me an elder, Bishop Olson, and he says to me, I just met with her. Your wife, Morwenna, she still loves you. She totally thinks we can work this stuff out. You need to really work to let her know that you care about her still, and that you love, and that we can fix this thing. And he said she needs a stroller, and he mentioned which one. It was like an $800 stroller, and she needs her journals back. Which would have been very incriminating in a court to show what those had said. And she, and I thought, I remember crying when I left. I thought, oh, maybe this will get fixed still. And I asked him, I said, are you sure it's okay? Because the protective order says you're the ecclesiastical leader. We can contact each other. He said, go to the police station, give her these things. He called her. She said it was okay. I go to the police station with these items. I give them to her. I first asked her, is it okay if I give these to you and we talk? And she said, yeah, it's okay. I talked to the bishop. Everything's fine. And she just smiled. And I really felt that she was telling the truth. And I gave her these things, and I smiled, and I was really nice to her. And then out of nowhere, she just turns and accused me that I was a homosexual. Just randomly. And I just looked shocked. And then she acted like she just looked at me like this and went and hopped in the car. And she left our baby's door open when she got in the car. The door's open, the car seat's there. I'm just shocked because that was a huge trigger for me in my psych evaluation report that she'd been reading, and that Jodi had been reading, and that they'd been sharing with everyone. And so, yeah, if you feel me right in that moment, I probably looked disturbed, but not angry or upset at anyone. And then I noticed that she's driving away with the door open to our baby. And I just looked over and I said, wait, hold on. And I waved to her. I said, you left the door open. And she goes, oh, okay. And I said, here, I'll just shut this door. So I shut the door and I just waved to the kids goodbye. And that's what happened. And 3 or 4 days later, when I went to pick up the kids for something, I got subpoenaed like a 1/2-inch page of papers. And those papers said that I had 4 felony charges against me. And they had exhibits in it. And one of them was a picture of a card that was like, hope you get better, her picture of her journals, a book by Elder Holland that said Broken Things to Men. The bishop had talked to me about getting her that. And yeah, I had 4 felony charges. And this itself is an illegal document because breaking a protective order is not a felony in the state of Utah. It's only a felony if you are already a felon. And I had absolutely no criminal record whatsoever. And so I had 4 felonies, and it said 20 years in prison. that I could get. And I was terrified when I read this. And I went to the bishop, and the bishop said that that he would absolutely testify, and he was shocked and acted like it was just so crazy. And then later, the bishop called me in, and it was just crazy. Now I'm a criminal. I'm being charged as a criminal. And I remember going to my stake president on a Sunday. I was so worried, and I went into his office, and I had these files of Jodi Hildebrandt's files like this big in my hand, and I said, you got to help my family. You got to see these files. And he turned to me and he goes, a woman doesn't just run away from her husband unless there's something. And I looked at him, and I was just shocked. And I said, what are you talking about? And he just looked at me, and I said, are you talking about like physical violence or sexual abuse? And he goes, aha, just the fact that you said that makes me know that you're guilty of those things. And I said, look, you've got to look at these files. This is a cult. You've got to read these. You will see what I'm talking about. I had this huge thing of files. And he looked at me, and he said, that's your addiction talking. And when he said that, I knew Jodi had got to him. And it was my stake president. I just remember, like, I could hardly breathe. That I trusted and believed in this person. And I said, I begged him, please look at these files. And he said he absolutely refused to. And then I told him, well, next time you get up at stake conference and you testify that you get on your hands and your knees and you cry for every family out here, you remember that when we needed the help the most, you wouldn't even look, you wouldn't even help. And then he yelled at me to get out of his office. He goes, get out, just get out. And I left. And my bishop calls me in right after that, and they removed my temple recommend. And he said, I said, why? And he goes, you called the stake president names. I said, I didn't call him names. And I told him exactly what happened. And my bishop said, well, I don't agree with him, but I have to take your temple recommend. So they took my temple recommend away. And my bishop called me in, and he said, I can't go to court to testify for you. The church legal team called, and they said that they won't allow me to go to court. He said, I disagree with it. I know you were doing what I said, but I can't. So I got hung. Now I had criminal charges against me, 4 felonies, which then I looked up in the state of Utah. If you break a protective order, it's 4 misdemeanors, but they had felonies against me, which is illegal to make a document that says 4 felonies against somebody for protective order violation. And so then I have finals at BYU, and I'm in school, and I'm in school at BYU, and I'm late I remember I had finals, and I'm late for one of the criminal court hearings by like 30 minutes. And I get there, and they arrested me, and they put me in chains, and they said that because it was felonies, I couldn't get off on bail. And they arrested me, and then they said that the judge went on vacation, so I was in jail for a long time. It
was a month, right?
Yeah, well, originally I put 14 days in my post when I was writing about this, but I actually saw in the records it said 7 days. I just...
Somewhere between a week and 2 weeks you're in jail.
Yeah. So I got out of jail, and as soon as I got out of jail, I got a letter from BYU, from Steve Baker, saying that I was kicked out of the university, and that a return was... yeah. And you've got one of those letters there.
Yeah, there's a few things we can read, and you can guide me as to which ones to read. But I think it's just, we have to say, like, just like the bathtub incident, it seems pretty clear that Morwenna was coached by Jodi, not just to file the restraining order, but to entrap you to create the appearance of you violating the restraining order, so that then you could be convicted of or charged with multiple felonies, so that then it could be said you were a you were an accused felon, right?
Yeah. If you knew, this is why when Jodi and Ruby both are accusing these children of being child abusers or sexual abusive, this is why I don't trust them.
Yeah.
Not at all. Why would we listen to Ted Bundy give advice?
Right.
His thoughts got him where he's at.
Yeah.
Why would someone that's punitive, that likes people's pain, why would we listen to them? Like, that kid was a whistleblower. That kid is an extraordinary hero. And he's being punished severely for it by this abuse.
Yeah. So there's a couple things that I think we are supposed to read. One is this letter that you asked me to remember to talk about, which is a letter from Jodi to Morwenna about Jodi coaching Morwenna around ACAF.
ACAFs, yeah.
ACAF. Do you want to give context, and then I'll read?
Yeah, so after the system of having a 21-year-old or older be with me with my kids had failed, Commissioner Patton said, we don't want all this crazy stuff happening at the Honor Code office at BYU. He makes sense of all this stuff. They're like, let's send Adam to ACAFs, which is way more strict. You have like a counselor that you pay $40 an hour to be with your kids. I lost so much of my children's life by being stuck at this place where only people who go there, in my thoughts, were people who had to have this because they were dangerous people. And I'm sitting there in this incriminated place. And I mean, it was crazy. The judge said, well, in my experience, women, she wouldn't, the other spouse won't pay for it, so you can't see them. So you have to pay everything, and we'll pay you back later after we have the findings of the case. I never got paid back. And I mean, I'm going to this place, ACAFs, and one of the emails, Morwenna's writing Jodi, and she's just like super angry because I cut my kids' hair. I just cut their hair. I was trying to live a normal life, and I was like, hey, let's cut your hair. My dad cut my kids' hair, or our hair when we were growing up. So I cut the hair. Morwenna sees this. She writes about when she got there, I was with the kids, and it was in the hall. I'm supposed to be there at 7, but I got there at 7:10. I was 10 minutes late. And anyway, she writes this whole page to Jodi about how this was me being a psycho. In fact, that this was my addiction acting out to show power over her as a mom, that I had cut these kids' hair, and she just goes off on all this stuff. And then how people won't understand the sociopathy behind me cutting the kids' hair. Mm-hmm. And then on the next page of the email.
Wait, should I read this?
Yeah, then Jodi writes her back. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So this is Jodi writing Morwenna, October 27th, 2009, coaching her how to manipulate ACAFs.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. So when you look at Ruby Frank and you think, I wonder if Jodi's coached this lady in a finessed way. Here's evidence of how Jodi coaches her client victims.
So Jodi writes, of course, I will be thinking and praying for you. And you are right. There really is nothing you can do about the haircutting thing, and the people around you will not see it as anything other than a haircut. But you know better. If you say anything, he will flip it around and you will look unreasonable. Now, with that being said, you can talk to the powers that be about him standing out in the waiting area with the children. Present it as an inquiry, not in anger. Say something like, quote, now help me understand the rules. I was under the impression that we are not to have any contact, and Adam was supposed to leave at 7 p.m. He was standing in the foyer last meeting, and isn't that breaking the order? So she's coaching her how to be super manipulative, even in her tone.
Yeah.
Even in her delivery. Let me finish.
Yeah.
And then Jodi says to Morwenna, give ACAFs the right thinking, because they are not going to come up with those thoughts themselves. It is difficult when you begin to see what is really going on to be patient with those who don't. Be direct and clear and act inquisitive, not angry or defensive. Make them think that they came up with the idea themselves. Keep me informed about Wednesday, Jodi. Yeah, that's dark. Anything you want to say?
My wife wrote her back in the next email. She goes, "Those suckers, they totally fell for it." And then when I was picking up my kids at ACAFS, they no longer let me do like 3/4 of the things that my kids and I routinely did. They pulled me aside and they said that they had to put me in way more strict observation.
Yeah. We've got a couple other notes regarding either Ed Morin or Steve Baker, and I'm not exactly sure where they fit in the story. So do you want to tell me?
So it's interesting that in the BYU Honor Code office, they have rules that they can't contact bishops. In a set of notes there, the one in your left hand, read the second. My ex-wife was going to Bishop Rife, was her bishop.
Okay, so this is Honor Code Office case notes by Ed Morin again.
Yeah, that Morwenna or Jodi literally weaponizes the Honor Code office to weaponize Morwenna's bishop, to weaponize my bishop to get to me.
So this is Honor Code Office, BYU Honor Code Office, Ed Morin, making notes about Bishop Steve Rife, who was Morwenna's bishop after she left Adam. March 13th, 2009. Talked with Bishop Steve Rife by phone, home phone. I provided the last known bishop as Bishop Kevin Santiago, but noted that Adam may have moved on. He made it clear that he will verify that Adam is in that ward before he provides specifics. Bishop Rife noted that he will not make any reference to BYU, nor that Morwenna has reported Adam to BYU. I think I need to read that sentence again, because tell me if that's right. This is Bishop Rife making sure to say he's going to mislead or deceive.
Yeah, he's not going to let them know that the Honor Code office and Jodi Hildebrandt had talked to him. He's going to make sure that this new bishop doesn't know that.
Yeah. So Bishop Rife noted that he will not make any reference to BYU, nor that Morwenna has reported Adam to BYU. So this is basically the church, Bishop Rife, the Honor Code office, Jodi, all conspiring to break their own rules and to deceive people about it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He will stick with the issue of his concern that Adam's bishop be aware of Adam apparently dating, even though he is still married, and just to touch base as Morwenna and Adam are still married. Anything you want to say about that?
When you leave somebody and you act like they're the worst person in the world, why are you going around telling people you're still married and you have this temple marriage and telling those people you're ruining the marriage by them being close to this person? Like it's just bizarre how they wanted to isolate me. They wanted to, have all these bishops on board so that, my bishop called me and he said I couldn't home teach and I couldn't have a calling. And then he called me in and said, people can't home teach me, so I'm going to church. The only thing they couldn't do is kick me out of church. They took my temple recommend away, and through 4 years, they just said, I don't feel comfortable. I said, did the church list me as something? Or is this you praying? I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, this is a good example of how covertly the church used bishop leaders to do something that would affect a civil case. And that they knew that they were breaking the rules, but they did it anyway. And it's also a good example of how people in an institution often, when you use psychosexual manipulation or psychoviolent manipulation, they leave their rules to go do something. And that's why Jodi needs psychosexual violence in this court case now, to try to create a context of where they were innocent in abusing these children.
Yeah.
But and in there also, so you got, what's the other document you got?
So there's Steve Baker, Ed Morin and Steve Baker notes, and there's Ed Morin protective order.
Oh, to add the amount of control they were allowing Jodi, Hildebrandt, and Mormon and the church leaders to do to me. If you read that first one that you just showed me.
Steve Baker?
Yeah, like the third paragraph down. So now that there's, you want to read that one? It's about this thick of a paragraph.
Okay, there may be two. So I'll start. March 9th, 09. Steve?
Preference. Normally, the Honor Code Office isn't allowed to share private records of what they're doing with other students. You know, if you report someone, they're not going to come back and tell you all about that interview and tell you it's a privacy issue.
Okay, and you've already said this, but I'm trying to manage too many things. Who's Steve Baker again?
He's the director of the Honor Code Office.
Okay.
Ed Morin works for him in the Honor Code Office.
Okay, so this is Ed Morin making notes about a conversation with his own boss.
Yeah.
Okay. This might be too early, but I'm starting with March 9th, 09. Steve stated he had talked with legal. Steve cleared talking with the therapist and Morwenna's ecclesiastical leaders. Steve was given a complete copy of the file, stamped copy, to forward on to BYU legal department. Note, it has been agreed by Stephen Baker that because of the circumstances in this case, including 4 felony charges pending against Adam, that Morwenna should be notified before we make any effort to notify Adam. She should be notified once an appointment has been set with Adam, and she should also be notified after an interview has been conducted with Adam. That commitment has been conveyed to Mormona. Is that the part you want me to read or the part after that?
Yeah, because now you've got these people out there. The Honor Code Office now just broke confidentiality, and now they're going to notify her, call her, tell her how I was, where I was, when I was, what happened. That they're now, because this is a serious case, they're going to break those confidentialities.
Yeah.
So so now Jodi and her are coordinating how, they have more access to hurt me with.
So they're violating the confidentiality back towards your estranged wife, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then there's the protective order.
Yeah, you can read the top part. I've got the legal document on the table. That's the summary of it, if you read just right in the top.
So it says February 25th, 09, a visit to 4th District Court revealed that Adam is facing 4 felony charges. Each is a 3rd degree for violation of a protective order, domestic violence enhancement. The list of dates of the offenses, and it's got the dates. But I mean, were you threatening your wife? Were you physical with your wife? Were you?
No. I have absolutely zero domestic violence record. I've never threatened or done anything like that to anybody in my entire life. And just the fact that document is illegal, because in Utah law, domestic violence charges or protective order charge, if you in Utah at the time, if you violated a protective order, it was domestic violence. Mm-hmm. My attorney said even if you gave her a card, that's the same as if you punched somebody. This is what I learned after the fact, that this was domestic violence for the rest of your life. And here I've never had anything, and I have 4 counts against me at the same time. And one of them's a picture of a card, another's a picture of a book, a Xerox copy, and one of a Xerox copy of a journal. And it says that there's 4 felony charges against me. That's an illegal document. You can't make 4 felony charges against somebody for breaking a protective order for the first time. They're only felonies if the person's already a felon. I have no criminal history. And see, because they made it felonies, when I missed court by 30 minutes for my BYU finals, I went to jail without bail. And Jodi and Morwenna let the Honor Code Office know while I was in jail that I was there for abuse and domestic violence.
Yeah.
All that, it would have helped tremendously if the bishop who said that I could give those things to him actually kept his word and showed up and told the truth, like a bishop should tell the truth, to tell the truth. So I spent like $30,000 in a year or something of agony and time without a witness, whittling that down into me being a plea bargain where I plead guilty to an attempt to an attempt to break a protective order, which was a Class B misdemeanor. I think that's what it was. And I had to pay a fine, no jail time, just a fine. But to criminalize me because of this was just absurd.
Yeah. Well, we can maybe we can move to the final dismissal letter you got, unless you want me to. You'd given me this document if you recognize it.
I want to talk about that final dismissal.
Are we going to read this note or not, or do we move on?
I want to be sensitive with that one because that might have the name of a girl that was sexually abused.
Okay.
That the honor code office called in, who was helping me with my kids.
Well, I won't read any names. How's that?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
What part did you want me to read, and what's the context of it?
This is just somebody that had been helping me with my kids. My ex-wife saw her and got really upset and started writing Jodi, I can't stand it. She was upset and angry that I was with another girl and looked like I was normal instead of being tortured. Well, that landed her in the honor code office, and these are the honor code office records about what they did to this poor girl.
Oh, okay. So this is another BYU student?
Yeah.
Who gets looped into this?
She got put on probation and told that she could never see me again. Otherwise, she'd be kicked out of the university her senior year.
And was this someone you had developed feelings for, or like?
At the time, when you come out of this terrible divorce.
So you had been divorced by this point?
No, we were still in the divorce.
Okay.
I was at BYU. There's a protective order against me. I'm alone. I have to be with my kids. This person starts helping me with my kids. And, we didn't have a sexual relationship. She was helping me with my kids, but I liked her. And It was just like, I remember after I met her, I was sleeping like 2 hours a night on adrenaline, just worried. And after I met her, I slept for 8 hours the next day. And I just felt like normal to be treated like a human being again. And it just was so helpful and so protective, I think, to my feelings of validation as a person. And, they want to isolate you and make you alone when they do this crazy stuff to you.
Yeah.
So this just made my ex livid. And she had written Jodi about how irate she was about this girl helping. Whole crazy emails about how I'm choosing this girl because she looks like her. That's what my ex-wife's saying, that this girl looks like her. They don't look like each other. That that she's a victim and that they've got to stop this and they've got to do something. And immediately right after that came the allegations, yet another set of spooky allegations where they tried to make it look like my daughter had been hurt on a visit. When she came with me, I was with people the whole time. There was no possible way in the world that anything could have happened. And Jodi is guilty of the child abuse that happened with Ruby Frank's kids, a client, Frankie's kids. And Jodi coaching Ruby Frank with this child abuse situation. Jodi's also guilty of coaching my ex-wife, Morwenna Kleivweg, of another child abuse situation, because when the psych evaluator of our custody case looked at the notes I showed of the emails between Jodi and Morwenna, and they saw the graphically disturbing nature of a little girl coming home from a visit with her dad, a 1-year-old or something, and being flipped upside down and your clothes pulled off and your legs spread and photographs made and crazy spooky stuff like we've been reading being said all about it. And them pointing at her saying, daddy pee-pee, trying to get her to say it. And them talking about this. That, when the psych evaluator looked at that evidence, she had to call the police and file sexual child abuse against my ex-wife for doing that. And again, there was no criminal report. There was no police report. There was just spooky, crazy, bizarre, crazy stuff.
So if I'm understanding right, they're trying to get your child, they're trying to force them into a fake allegation.
She wasn't verbal yet. She was just kind of verbal. She was way too small. I'm completely with people that are watching me 24/7. And And, when they saw this girl with me, and my ex got so upset and telling Jodi, we got to do something. We got to do something more. We can't do this. They turn around and do this to our baby.
Try and manufacture evidence.
They sexually abused my daughter.
To try and paint you as a sexual predator.
To try to peg me as a sexual predator. Yeah. That's what they did.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry if this is triggering for anybody listening.
Yeah. So March 3rd, 2009, these are case notes. Morwenna called. Adam and the girl are together a lot. Her name is blank. She is blank. Morwenna's therapist is aware of this and has suggested that Morwenna drop one-liners in front of blank in hopes that blank might do some serious thinking. What does that mean?
Jodi's coaching Morwenna how to confront the girl that's with me at the police station when we pick the kids up.
Okay. Blank has been with Adam 3 times per week to pick up the kids during the past 2 weeks. Last Friday, when Morwenna was at the police station to drop off the children, blank walked into the room to pick up the baby. Adam was standing in the doorway. Morwenna made the comment to blank, "Gee, I always wondered what it was like to date a married guy." Close quote. Adam overheard the comment and became very angry and yelled at her. She felt threatened and scared. The ladies behind the desk in the police station came forward and Adam left. The girl came back a short time later and tried to get Morwenna to open up about why she was not still married to Adam, and he was such a wonderful guy. Morwenna noted that blank is naive and apparently a good girl, and she wants to believe in Adam. Morwenna sees a lot of herself in blank. Adam came back into the room again and asked blank to leave again. Adam called the police officer himself since he knew that Morwenna was going to report him. At court yesterday, Morwenna sat a few rows behind Adam and blank. Though Adam did not put his arm around blank, they were clearly a couple. As per their body language, Adam's mother was there, and that's all I have from that note. I don't have a second page to that note.
There's a whole pile back there.
But you're saying ultimately this woman, what happened to this woman?
Right afterwards, Ed Moore in the Honor Code office calls her in, asks her this huge interview about sexual abuse that happened to her as a kid, completely traumatized her. Then turned around.
How did you know about that?
Because she told me after it happened to her.
Oh, okay.
She'd been in there for hours.
Okay. No, how did he know about her abuse?
Ed Morin's just anyone that Jodi and Morwenna are telling for him to bring into the Honor Code office, they're targeting and bringing in.
Okay.
And, they basically read the records. They basically ask her all this stuff and then...
Okay.
She told me about it, and then they just gaslit her, acting her like she was hiding like a sexual addiction and that she was committing adultery. And they had so shamed her with the trauma of abuse that they got her to commit that she would never see me again. They'd made her feel like she was having an adultery with me just for being my friend and liking me, and they had got her to commit they put her on her probation and said that if she ever saw me again, that they would kick her out of school. She was like a 4.0 student in the nursing program at Brigham Young University.
Yeah, that's terrible. She's victimized as well.
Yeah. Yeah, she had a real downturn after that. That really hurt her.
All right. Well, this culminates in October 13th, 2009, a letter to you by Stephen M. Baker, director of the Honor Code Office. Dear Adam, university records indicate that you are no longer a student at BYU. In addition, we have discussed with you reports alleging you have violated the Honor Code. Although you have no current rights or privileges associated with student status at BYU, this letter is to inform you that a hold has been placed on your record that will prevent you from being admitted or registering for any future classes at BYU or any other church educational system school. You may not enroll in or be enrolled in any class, take any course or class from BYU, or perform or participate in any BYU activity as a representative of BYU. You are not eligible to live in a BYU contract housing or to be employed by the university. Should you seek to have this hold lifted, you will first be required to demonstrate to the Honor Code Office that you have resolved the behavioral issues we addressed with you.
Oh, hold on, Steve. I just pulled that one out of my Honor Code office files, they actually made a later version of that letter. That's the official one. So this one, when they were talking back and forth about sending me my dismissal letter, they made several versions. And I just grabbed the last one. I thought it was the final one.
Okay.
The final one says that a return to the university is highly unlikely, and they don't give me any hope of ever coming back. So this one says, I just caught that because in the one that they dismissed me with said that basically I could never come back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, that's signed Stephen M. Baker, director of the Honor Code Office. And he's basically, he says, I regret this has become necessary, Adam, but wish you the best as you pursue your life goals. How did that feel that at least he wished you your best as you pursued your life goals? That was nice.
What life goals? You just took away from a guy that wanted to go to medical school that was pre-law and international, pre-med and honors at BYU his junior year and kicked me out of school and further incriminating me with all this stuff that they were doing.
How much total in legal expenses did you spend on this case with your wife and the divorce and everything?
I think it was probably around $250,000.
And where did that money come from? You don't have to say.
No. I did tons of people in Utah County saw me painting curb addresses in front of their houses. I did money like that to come up with my ACAFS money, just to paint people's curb addresses. I did have some money from the settlement, the scouting settlement, that was used into it.
But a lot less than you would have had because the Mormon Church discouraged you from seeking punitive damages.
I had
Is
a
that
punitive
correct?
damage case, the first punitive damage case in that area. The other one was for $20 million, settled for $20 million. I can't disclose how much I got in the settlement, but let's just say that it wasn't even remotely comparable.
And since the Mormon Church was, your abuser was had a calling by the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church sponsored the scout troop
program.
What's that?
He was in the seminary program to be a seminary teacher.
So in spite of all those conflicts of interest in the Mormon Church's involvement in your sexual abuse and in your Boy Scout troop, the Mormon Church is using its influence over you, as you believe that it's the one true church, to discourage you from seeking a full settlement with the Boy Scouts.
And they destroyed it. We had punitive damage, and the Area 70 talked to my father, and we got a special apostolic blessing I still remember the words. It was so important to me of what it meant. But then we walked away from a punitive damage case.
Yeah.
Through their counseling.
Right.
And they told us not to, and so we didn't. And
so you didn't have that. The point is, you didn't have that money later when you could have used it to defend yourself against.
This case. I had a very small amount of money, and I didn't know how to use money very well, and so I invested it in some stock market stuff that just completely fell apart in 2008 when it crash happened, and it was more of an aggressive investment, and I lost my money, and so suddenly I'm just overwhelmed with high attorney fees, and I don't have money.
Yeah,
I end up owing money for years and years. I still owe people money from this.
Yeah,
that I've still been just slowly paying over a huge amount of time.
I want those of you who want to support. Adam's saying he's not going to take any money. We've shared his email address here. I'll share it again. I want persistent people that want to help Adam to reach out privately and try to persuade him to take your financial support. We were really overwhelmed by the number of people that reached out to support Jesse with their story. I'm sharing Adam Paul's email right now. It is adampaul0405@gmail.com. I hope some of you who are moved by today's story, who want to support Adam, even though he's saying he won't accept your money, I hope that some of you will reach out to him and find a way to financially support him and, frankly, his parents. And maybe we'll do a GoFundMe, but at least please know Adam's email and consider finding a way to support him. Really quickly, so you're kicked out of BYU, your education is ruined. What ends up happening to these felony accusations or whatever? Just so that people know, they were all about the stalking order. They weren't about any actual allegations of actual abuse.
Yeah. So this other side note, this crazy story. So my ex goes, she's used hundreds of thousands of dollars of her parents' money. They had a big retirement through IKEA. They lived in Europe. They had enough money to help each kid get a house. That money's gone with Doug Thayer in Provo, who lives in Orem. And
that's an attorney they used?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At that point, her parents didn't want to send more money to this thing. And he was an aggressive litigation attorney doing family law.
And I wonder if he's got connections to Kurt McConkie or the Mormon Church. Like, I'm really curious.
And that we need to open up that part of the story too, because...
So your ex-wife's attorney was a Mormon bishop?
Doug Thayer, yeah. And here's the crazy thing. So this case is just, they just accuse me of everything. And I'm going to court over and over, and I'm paying for it every time. And, in the beginning, Doug Thayer accused me, when he read the bathtub scene, he said I belonged in prison. When he read my psych evaluation, he highlighted the part that said I was scared of what would happen around children. I'm saying this wrong. There's a part where I talked about the fear that I had of people seeing me around kids, because I lived in Southeast Idaho. And people came up to me as a kid, and this is in a real private, sensitive report with a professional doctor. And that one of the fears I had is people treating me different than the rest of the kids because they knew I had been a victim. They'd come up and said, well, that thing that happened to you at scouting, are you okay to be around kids? And that was super traumatic for me. So there's a part in there that says I was scared of what would happen when I'm around kids, talking in direct context in that report about the fear of people coming up and doing that to me. Doug Thayer highlights that and yells in the courtroom, see, he's a child abuser. Look, he's scared of what will happen when kids are around. He doesn't explain the context. He made me look like a child abuser. He's out there just this litigative attorney screaming about how dangerous I am. After he had milked my ex's parents for all the money they had and gotten to the deposition, his last string effort, everything had been thrown out of court by specialists who talked to me and looked at this. The psycho evaluator said that I had a little ADD and I was this, but a very caring father, and that he didn't worry at all about me with the kids. And then they said, and then the psych evaluator said that Morwenna was a complex and sophisticated manipulator, and she absolutely talked about how bizarre this Jodi lady was. That was in our psych evaluation. We get into they under oath near the end of this terrible three and a half year process. Doug Thayer, when he's doing my deposition, and by the way, Jodi's offering in the emails, Jodi's telling Morwenna, and they're meeting up so Jodi can coach Morwenna on how to do her deposition, which is totally illegal. But in the emails, sorry, tell me
the attorney for your ex-wife, who's a bishop.
Oh yeah. So I don't know if it's the same thought, but the bishop or Doug Thayer. So they put a special master over our case to like babysit the case between court and to tell us what to do, and it's a really big burden to have one. And in California, 80% of the time that they had a special master on a case, the special master would find evidence of abuse. In Utah, it was only 15% of the time. So all these people in this area were suffering from this burden. Well, the special master was Claire Chadwick. And Doug Thayer gets in court, and it's in the transcripts. Oh, yeah, she just lives in my neighborhood. That doesn't mean I know her very well, or whatever he says, laughing and stuff. And the judge agrees to choose Claire Chadwick as the special master over the case. This is important because we went into a settlement, or we made we at Maryland Moody Browns, we did our discussion back and forth as we came to the terms, and they had a document originally saying that I would have no rights as a father, that I didn't have custody, that I wouldn't this, that, and all this stuff, and I would just have minimal visitation, that the mom would have full legal custody. And so we had like a bill for like 13 hours at Maryland Moody's Brown as we get to this agreement where it says that mom has full physical custody, but then there was appendage that there's a special master in the case, and she's in there with us, and she's saying, "I will do this. I will do this." And they said if Adam does this and then this, then he can have an extra 12 days a month. So it's the same thing as joint custody. So I signed the document that doesn't look like I have custody. So, but in it said I had joint legal custody. But it didn't look like I had joint physical custody because it had this appendage where let them have the win, be a peacemaker. I do what they ask me in this document, and my kids and I have a normal life. Finally, it's over. So I do the stuff. I go to the parenting class. They said I do fantastic. They write a letter. I go to a psychologist. They said I had to go for the psychologist. Dr. White said I didn't need to keep going after 2 or 3 sessions. They said I had a lot of trauma from the experience, but I was really healthy and stuff. And then I went to a psychiatrist. They wrote that I didn't need any medication, that I was fine, so I didn't need to be forced to take medication. I had written up that I would take medication if a psychiatrist said it. So I basically graduated out of the stuff they had to slowly introduce my life back in the... And Claire Chadwick, it comes out in this, as we're finishing this stuff, she's not doing her part. The special master, she's not going to the court, she's not reporting it, she's not showing that it's gone through. And then she tells me that Bishop Thayer, her bishop, she talks to me about her conversations with him, and she's repenting. This conversation took place while she was in his office in a repentance session. Bishop Thayer had a complete position of authority over her as he was talking about this court case. And I met back with her again. I've got all the emails and the messages back and forth trying to understand why she isn't doing what she's supposed to do to get this to a judge and correct this document. And then the last time I talked to Claire, she looked at me and she started crying and said, "I can't. He's too powerful. He's just too powerful." And then Claire sent a letter to the judge revoking herself from our case, dismissing herself from our case as a special master. So I didn't have my rights restored through the progression that it would happen because Bishop Thayer, who lied in court by not dismissing that he was her bishop, used her, sabotaged the whole thing through intimidation of some sort, probably her own sexual sins. She fell apart. I never got it. But then, like within 2 months, my ex-wife starts treating me like I'm normal again and just dropping the kids off me. So I didn't need to go fight in court to fix it if I had my rights. She just started bringing them back. She even started bragging that I was her glorified baby daddy and that I'd babysit whenever she wanted. She started traveling all over the country. Last minute California, last minute Mayweather fight, last minute New York, some rich guy giving her Tiffany jewelry. She was just gone all the time. And it evolved in a situation where then I had the kids like 80% of the time for a couple of years. And we just lived like normal, peaceful life. My ex-wife treated me like I was completely normal and everything was peaceful. Until 2015, when I went to help refugees, and I was gone for a little while, and the kids lived in my house, and the school was right next to it, and the church was down. I came home because I heard my ex-wife was taking the kids out of the house. My parents had come and watched them. And when I got home, she was acting like she did all those years before where I was unsafe and unfit. I filed something to keep the kids from being pulled out of the home. I didn't think her life was really stable. And suddenly I went to the court to get my divorce decree. And lo and behold, Doug Thayer, all those years before in Maryland Moody Brown's meeting, when they were printing off the final settlement agreement, he said, "There's a problem with this document printing. Don't worry, just sign this cover sheet. We'll get it printed." That's the last I knew of that. And when I subpoenaed this in 2015, this divorce decree, it was the same decree that he had sent to us before we had mediation. And it said that I'd signed my rights away. I had no legal custody, no physical custody. I had no rights as a father, and I wanted desperately to get my kids into counseling because their mom pulled them out of the house. I couldn't do anything. I didn't even have medical rights over my kids. And to this day, like my son broke his wrist like a month ago, and I went to the hospital to see. He called me, and I went to the hospital to see if he was okay. My ex showed up, and the hospital ordered me out of the emergency room and put me behind a desk over in a corner with my daughter. And then they would not let us see the medical records to know if my son was okay. I mean, my son, just yesterday, he and I were out having tons of fun together, but I can't find out if my son's okay if there's a medical disaster, because she pulls up these documents that show that she has full custody over my kids. I moved 2015, shortly after that, when she moved up to James Moss Elementary School. I had to move out of my house, and I came up there to find a new place to live, to be close to the kids. And one day I picked my kids up, and this little boy wanted to come with them, so we called his parents. And so we went to this cool fish tank place, and they liked it. It was a saltwater fish tank out in the salt flats, like an ocean fish in the Great Salt Plains, and like a warm fauna place. And we could see these fish. It was fantastic. And I get phone calls from the school therapist at James Moss Elementary School that I need to return this kid. And they started talking about how I was sexually abusive, and I wasn't safe around kids, and that Morwenna had brought these documents showing that I had lost custody of my children. And I mean, it just got worse. I went home, brought the kid home to his mom, and she said, "This is irate, crazy. I never said anything about this." The therapist, I confronted her. She mentioned about it. I recorded it. Then later she denied she did anything like that. The principal was helping her. I mean, it was a sabotage as a parent. I'm like, there was a day that our family dog died, and my kids were totally beyond themselves. Normally, Morwenna doesn't care if I'm spending time with the kids. We live together a big part of the time. But then I went to the school when the dog died, and Morwenna found out, and she called the police, and the police escorted me off the school because my kids were in tears, crying. I mean, my daughter literally ran out of the school crying and came to my arms, and then they called the police and said that if I came near the school, I'd be arrested. This is my daughter who I live with and take care of. Another time I went on the field trip at James Moss Elementary School to the aquarium salt place, or the aquarium in Salt Lake. They came on the bus, so I'm just chatting with parents there with my kids, and they escorted me off of the bus, and they said that I had to drive my own car, that I wasn't safe around the kids, and I had to drive my own car, then I could be at the field trip.
Yeah.
My kid's watching this.
Yeah. And I'm so sorry for the way you have been treated and abused as a father who is just trying to take care of your kids. And it just sounds like you were continually harassed and demeaned when all you wanted to do was show up and support your kids.
That's what happened because I chose Jodi Hildebrandt. I chose to go to her after my bishop asked me to.
Yeah. Just to make sure people understand, can you summarize what happened with those 4 felony accusations?
Yeah, they all got thrown out of court, except for I had to do a plea bargain to an attempt to break a protective order. It's not domestic violence. It was a fee. No court jail time. It was just a fee. I paid a few $100s and it was over.
So that's the only thing you've ever been, found guilty of.
Yeah, but that was after.
Yeah, after the destruction.
That was after all the damage to the court case because of the felonies in my BYU and the rumors of child abuse because he's a felon went everywhere.
Talk quickly about how you ended up taking Jodi's license away or having Jodi's license taken away. Can you just tell us that story really quick?
Yeah, Jodi was getting ready to go full board into the custody civil case. And by the way, folks, I'm just pause for a second. When you have tons and tons of allegations in a civil courtroom about child abuse, but nobody makes criminal allegations to the police, that's all the red flags of somebody manipulating the system. Jodi got away with it this whole time. This outrageous stuff. There's a stalker 19 times, no police report. She just creates the qualitative psycho-violent manipulation in a room and gets it. That's what she's proficient at.
Yeah.
My ex-wife had learned like 10 or 11 languages. She's proficient at using other people's antics and languages to communicate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was...
How'd you get Jodi's license taken away? Just tell us that story really quick.
It's just like, Jodi Hildebrandt's going to come testify to a judge what kind of parent I am? Hell no. Hell no. And it's just like, she's going to take my kids away from me? This lunatic cult lady? Hell no. So, it was just this huge fight to find out how to save my children and me. And we had all these legal documents, and then we had all these emails of what a therapist was doing that was completely unethical. Just completely unethical. So we turned him into Doppel. And
this is the licensing agency in Utah for therapists and other professionals.
Yeah. Yeah. We turned him into Doppel. And it's unfortunate that some of the most incriminating things of those documents we have on Jodi didn't come through the right channels of the emails through the right subpoenaed form the right way, because then they were disqualified from being used in the case. And I'll never forget when Doppel, when we needed to go pick up the huge files that we had, that Doppel was like, my dad said, hey, I want you to come here. And I came in and there were like all these people standing at their desk just looking at me. And one guy just looked at me and he gave me a hug and he goes, I'm so sorry we failed you. Because they had only got Jodi for having a dual relationship and for sharing medical records, but they had seen all of the stuff that we're sharing. Some of it today, they'd seen the stuff. I still haven't showed the most sensitive materials. I've never showed, and I'm not going to show the pictures of my daughter when they're doing this to her and their descriptions and them using the same kind of talk as they're just,
Oh, because the word on the street is that she lost her license for violating your confidentiality.
Yeah.
But it's much more than that.
Oh, she did so much more. They Doppel people that day told me she was guilty of multiple criminal offenses, but the only reason she had the best
criminal
attorney,
offenses, not just losing her license. Criminal offenses.
And they said she absolutely would have lost her license and been guilty of criminal offenses, but she had such powerful attorneys. She had the attorneys from the University of Utah that represented the whole school, and they said that because these emails didn't come through the right source, they weren't able to be used.
And by the way, it was the Mormon Church that was, according to Jesse Hildebrandt, it was the Mormon Church that was her biggest client, shoveling money to her, to pay for the bishop referrals to her for the sex addiction stuff. So in effect, her lawyers to protect her were funded in part largely by the Mormon Church.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately though, her license was taken away, correct?
Yeah, her license was taken away, but I was so overwhelmed. I had no money. I couldn't go back to school. I couldn't get a job because I had to take care of 2 kids all the time.
How long was her license suspended for?
Debts.
How long was her license suspended for?
When I found out that's all they did.
What was it? How much?
They put her on parole. I think she was
probation.
On probation. I think it was for a couple of years. It's on jodihildebrandt.com. If you look in the sections, they have all the legal stuff. But when I found out, I was like, I got to tell the press about this lady. So I called Salt Lake Tribune and talked to, it's either Heather or Rachel, and I gave that story that came out that's been in the news. I was funny. A reporter asked me about that, and they said, "How do we know that's you?" And I gave them the phone number to the reporter, and I said, "Call her and ask." We'll put her on a group conference call, and I'll divulge who I am.
Yeah. So, on the one hand, it's a miracle that she faced any punishment at all, given how much of Utah is controlled by powerful Mormon, church leadership and members. On the other hand, a year or two of a license suspension, where she's still allowed to practice as a life coach, by the way. So it doesn't mean she stopped working. She just changed how she described her services and started describing her services as life coaching. And she just business as usual. Probably made more money than she was making before.
Yeah, she had so many victims. When I was in jail, because of those felony charges where I'd missed the hearing, and because they were, we explained that. I met a guy, and he told me the exact same story, and that he had broke a protective order. He told me about this crazy therapist, and he just couldn't believe it, and how he separated him from his wife, and how they had different stories, and how it led to a huge fight. And now he was in trouble for, I was just listening to this. It was like, and I just said, oh my gosh, this. And he said now he's in trouble for a protective order violation because he went to a storage unit where he grabbed something, and now he's in jail. And they have a custody case, and he's worried he loses. I'm just sitting there listening to this.
Do you know if it was Jodi?
I said to him, oh my gosh, you got to hear my story. And we just looked at each other. I said, is your therapist named Jodi? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, we just sat there. We're like, oh my gosh, we gave each other hugs because it was just like, we thought we were alone in this. And, and suddenly it was like an exact duplicate.
Yeah.
And I met another guy when I was painting curb addresses that told me the same story. The same thing. It had all the same A, B, except for normally a story's like A, B. This complex story was like, to get to L, you had A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. I mean, but it was the exact same sequence, the same order. It was the same systematic stuff. So yeah, I did feel a responsibility to tell the public about Jodi. That is why I did an anonymous Salt Lake Tribune article about Jodi.
Yeah. And just reading a few things from the article, she was punished. She was on probation for 18 months, not even 2 years. And it said she had to meet 22 conditions or she would lose her license. Then, this is funny. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said Wednesday that Hildebrandt is no longer on LDS Family Services referral list due to the case. I guarantee you, over the past 5 years, Mormon bishops have still been referring Mormon church members to Jodi Hildebrandt.
She played them like a flute. Yeah.
So whatever the church said in this statement, Mormon bishops absolutely continue to refer their clients to Jodi Hildebrandt.
My father did multiple reports to the LDS Social Family Services until they knew that if they kept her, they would get in huge trouble. That's the reason they changed that for just whenever.
Yeah. It was only after your dad really intervened.
Absolutely. They wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Did it feel good to see her have some consequence?
So I woke up at like 4 a.m. I don't know why I woke up at 4 a.m. I have a 3-month-old little baby boy, and my wife's next to me. We got married a year ago, and I flipped on my phone to see the news, and I read about 8 passengers and this crazy therapist. And then when I read about them being in jail, and then I read Jodi Hildebrandt's name, my eyes popped out of my head. I literally got on my phone at this early hour. I never call my mom that time in the morning, and I called her. I was like, Mom, you're not going to believe this. She's like, what is it? Why are you waking us up? Is there an emergency? Is something wrong? I was like, Mama, Jodi Hildebrandt, she's arrested for child abuse. And, I just couldn't even believe it. I got up. I just can't tell you. Like, I was scared of my own name because of that lady. I've lived my life in fear everywhere I've gone because of that lady and putting my name out there and connecting me. And I just couldn't believe this. This monster who had overwhelmed and destroyed my life. And now the world, once I saw what happened, I knew the world will not let go of this until they know every detail. And I could see finally the energy it would take to tell the truth, crime about what happened to me and my family. Because different than like a person that goes out and shoots somebody, there's like 2 variables between the crime and the person. Jodi created a world of like hundreds of variables. And so people just get lost within the psychosexual triggers, and nobody can ever find the beginning product and the end product is the crime. And now I finally knew that the world would help us. We weren't alone anymore. Everyone in the world would be finding this story out. And I also knew how important it was. I just got thinking, how important it was the world knew the truth so that, Brian Knappenberger, I think I mentioned this, he's a Netflix producer that did my Sundance movie about coming forward and scouting the church in the Fourth Estate. Brian's the one that just said, when he worked with all these victims, he said, courage is contagious. And I love that because it is contagious. And I just felt like, I mean, if you guys think I'm traumatized in this interview, if you compared the trauma today compared to the last 15 years of my life from this, you would find that this is, in every way, this is where change finally is going to happen, and that where I feel the peace will be here. And there are I know that I got lucky. I have all these documents on Jodi. I'm so thankful my father helped in that whole process to capture all of that. There's probably hundreds and hundreds of victims who don't have the documents. And I didn't want to share anything personal that hurt my family or my children or me. But I also know that if we tell the truth and the world grasps it finally, that the world will change.
Beautifully said. Really quickly, I'm just going to restate that several major national and international news media outlets have reached out to me. If any of you are also victims of Jodi Hildebrandt or connections, they want to talk to you. So email me at mormonstories@gmail.com. I will put you in touch with these reporters. And, there's concern that Jodi Hildebrandt will have good enough attorneys to escape prosecution.
I think that if you close your eyes to this, you're naive and just dumb. They're already advertising to get public opinion on their side by saying that these, yelling out that these children are sexual predators. They're already...
Both are in the hospital now.
They're both
Ruby and Jodi are now in a hospital.
That you show fear to deflect people's anger. That's Jodi. And she did that in the Doppel stuff.
Yeah. Some
stalker. I hadn't even seen her in 14 years when I read the document last year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's. I was reading what some criminal lawyers or legal advisors I read in the press, and they said that when a judge is considering the sentencing, it's really important the circumstances in the community and to learn more about what this means and who these people have hurt and the way that they've hurt. And Jodi wants to speed up the process because. And that's what their legal team's trying to do, so that they can speed it up before the world starts to see these layers of manipulation for what they really are and graduate through this complex process that takes time, and then find out how many victims and how much damage this psychopath created in this world.
Really quickly, do you want to tell the final ending about, you may have already mentioned this, but because it's at the end, about Hillem and you hearing...
the BYU? The office with Jan Sharman?
Yeah.
It's a real winner. Been trying for 3 years, showing the Honor Code Office records to BYU. For 3 years, every semester, I thought I could still go to school. So I'd start class every semester, tell them the registration was being hauled up. I'd go through the whole thing. We'd get to the first. I couldn't do the first test because I wasn't in the system. And then I'd have to be like, oh, better not luck next semester. I was trying to fit in and live my life. And during that time, I was just actively trying to get back into BYU. Finally, my dad organizes the honor code files with the emails, puts together such a compelling argument of how damning BYU is for this situation that, it's just completely damning the ethics. And I drop them off in the president's office at BYU, and Jan Sharman, the vice president, calls me in personally. So I'm finally, somebody's listening. And she says, we can do this the legal way with attorneys, and then we can't talk, or we can talk through this, and I'll help you. So I'm just like, let's talk through this. I just want to get back to school and just be able to move forward. And we get talking, and she lets me know that part of my conditions and my emails to them was that they had to fire Ed Morin from the Honor Code office, get these dangerous people out of there. And she lets me know that she said it in terms like this: I've removed Ed from that office. We've transferred him to a different job where he can't hurt anybody with this stuff or work with people in this manner. She goes, but we're not going to publicly say that or anything because we don't want that to happen. We don't want to hurt BYU. And I'm agreeing. And part of the talk, I said, well, if I sue the university, I said, would the settlement be tithing? And she said, yeah, it would be tithing.
Oh, now all of a sudden it is tithing instead of investments.
I didn't know
on the
that this
tithing.
was the richest church in the world with like hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm like barely living rent to rent, working on tractors in people's yards so that my kids can sit in the tractor with me because I don't have money for a babysitter. And I have like $100,000, $150,000 of attorney fees I still hadn't paid at that point. And I mean, and I'm sitting there.
And you asked her if tithing.
Yeah, she told me that it would be tithing money used to pay it. And I told her I didn't want, probably what I'm doing right now, where I'm too righteous to get help.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I didn't want to take tithing money that I thought was to help women, the sick, the afflicted. I thought, okay, I'm good enough. I'm strong enough. I don't need this. And she said she'd take care of me. She called me in like 2 more times, like an hour at a time, to make sure everything was okay and get this all ready, and said I could come back to school. I'm thinking I got a full ride scholarship. They're going to pay for room and board. They're probably going to give me a cash settlement to help me because they understand. I showed in the documents just the part of my custody case, attorney fees for how the honor code stuff had to be discussed, how much that affected the case, all the stuff that was separate from what would have been a normal divorce, the thousands and thousands, like $40,000 of attorney fees wrapped around the honor code stuff or something like that I had to pay. And not the time I lost with my kids or anything. I'm thinking they're going to help me. Gets ready for school. I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I can't afford my tuition. So I got my temple recommend. Suddenly they give it to me. And I can't afford tuition, so I just couldn't go to school. So I finally could go, and then I couldn't afford it. So I didn't have a babysitter. And now the kids were... I loved them. I won't say they were dumped on me, but I didn't have any way to take care of these 2 little kids other than just to stay home and take care of them.
And this was all tied to Hillem's passing. Is that correct?
Well, this stuff all suddenly changed, and I made legway that I could suddenly get back into school and get a temple recommend just shortly after Elder Dehlin passed away. And
again, he was the Mormon General Authority, president of the LDS Church, presidency of the 70.
Yeah.
Certainly one of the top 20 most powerful Mormon leaders in the world. He was over the Boy Scout, camp. He was over Boy Scouting in Idaho. He was the one that tried to malign and defame you all the way along.
Well, I didn't, in my young mind, I'm going to Scouts. I find, I knew about Brad Souls' Predator, who I also was introduced to at church. In my neighborhood, I turn him in. Brad Allen, who's, let's see, I mix the jobs up. There's Brad Allen and Kim Hansen. Brad Allen's the least for scouting for the entire Mormon Church. There is maybe 1/3 of the scouting members for the whole world were Mormon.
Yeah.
And Brad Allen is on the phone with me, talking me into a scenario where I won't tell my parents and I won't tell anybody about Brad Stolz, finding out what evidence there was of the child abuse, promising me that he'll work with this and take care of it and get me to feel that if I talk about this, no one will send their kids to scouting, I'll ruin all this stuff and it'll all be my fault.
Right.
So then the week goes on and I'm out there gathering all these kids to stop this serial predator from hurting them. And I'm 14 and it was dangerous. Do what we were doing, trying to come and get them to come forward and help them realize it, and then band them together and to talk, and then I'm back in there telling Elias Lopez this doesn't work. He's the camp director. The Predator's second in charge of camp. And Elias, and then the phone calls graduate to Kim Hansen, who's over like the whole area. And Kim Hansen is the one that really sealed the deal, making me promise never to tell my parents. And then he said he would fix it, and they didn't, though. And more kids were sexually abused, and I kept fighting against it, and they were still being sexually abused. Finally, I was like, this isn't a last talk. He said, does this work for you? And I said, no, I'm hanging up, and I'm calling the police. And I hung up, and I called 911.
Right.
And then the police came. So
bringing this back to Hillem, though.
Well, so I was looking at it early on. My dad and I were like, yeah, the scouting guys, they're all Mormon, but they're professionals, and scouting's the guilty one. The church isn't. They're just trying to blame it on the church. So we didn't go after the church. So I didn't know that Elder Hillem was the president of the Grand Teton Scout Council. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
But in a council where the records show that they send Brad to bishop instead of the police when he was caught with sexual abuse before this ever happened to me. And then he's back working. These things graduate right up to the church leadership in the area. But President Hillem was also the president of the Scout Council, Grand Teton Scout Council. I mean, it was just way too much power in those people's hands that they, as long as it was church leaders talking, they didn't have to report to the public because of the bishop penitence law. They'd send a person as their punishment to a bishop, a pedophile.
And you, I think you mentioned earlier that mysteriously Hillem showed up at your court trials.
Yeah, there were
later
more.
On.
In one article, after it started to snowball out of control, they said there were more child abusers at that southeast Idaho area than there were in the epicenter of the Catholic Church scandal.
Yeah, you mentioned that. But Hillem showed up at your, court trials way later.
Yeah, he's showing up with the protective order case. He's sitting next to Jodi Hildebrandt. They are in the group figuring out the next move.
Right. So any idea why they would wait till he passes away to then let you know that you can come back to BYU and that they want to be nice to you? I guess you'd be speculating.
It's all speculation. All I know is that, and about, like, BYU became nice to me. My ex-wife became nice to me. Elder, after a period of time, for her, it took a few years of transition, I think. The babysitting came faster. But it all just transitioned, and it's after Elder Hillem died. So I don't know.
So were you able to sue BYU or the Mormon Church? Did they take care of you in any way financially?
No.
Even though they acknowledged?
They said they would. They didn't.
Okay.
Not a penny.
Okay. And again, this BYU vice president discouraged you from suing the church by telling you it would be tithing that you would be taking away from the church. And I just want to add, for those who aren't Mormon and don't know the joke that I made earlier, recently the Mormon Church is being sued by David Nielsen, former investor for the Mormon Church through Ensign Peak. And James Huntsman, a prominent Mormon, is suing the Mormon Church for misleading members, saying that no tithing, Gordon B. Hinckley stating publicly that no tithing was used to pay for this $2 billion shopping mall, City Creek Mall. The Mormon Church is trying to argue that Hinckley wasn't lying, that it wasn't tithing that was used to bail out Beneficial Life and to subsidize a commercial shopping mall. It was the investments on the tithing. And so no harm, no foul. They're not using tithing for business dealings. They're using investments on the tithing. And I'm just noting the irony that when the church wants to pay for a commercial shopping mall or bail out a failed insurance company, it's not tithing it's using. But if Adam Paul Steed wants to get some sort of compensation for the pain the Mormon Church and BYU caused to destroy his life, well, don't sue the church, Adam Paul Steed, because it's sacred tithing funds that you would be suing. That's outrageous and it's egregious. Really quickly, I do believe that, let's say Jodi Hildebrandt, first of all, again, email me at mormonstories@gmail.com if you want to speak to reporters. I think police officers and investigators would probably also appreciate any information that could be used to help build a case against Jodi Hildebrandt legally. So email me at mormonstories@gmail.com, and I'm happy to put you in touch with anyone I can to help justice be served. Please contact me. But, it is very possible that Jodi Hildebrandt could walk. But let's just say she's put, behind bars for the rest of her life or for a really long time. I don't think that means this problem is over within Mormonism. There's a deeper problem here that has nothing to do with Jodi Hildebrandt or connections or Lifestar. And so do you want to speak to that problem? Because I think reporters dealing with Jodi Hildebrandt is dealing with the smoke in some case, not the actual fire. So do you want to address the systemic problem?
Yeah. So a lot of us who have been members of the church think that maybe just recently the church leaders took a dive, but the gospel was true.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because when I started, I stayed active in church through all of this. And I finally went and helped some refugees. I remember we were in Lesbos, Greece. Me and a Spanish guy and a British guy had just had our boat chased by smugglers. They had guns, and we had merely got away from them. The boat blew up. We were almost killed, and we were out saving people. Babies were dying. People were dying. Their bodies were floating up on the beach. This was where we were. I saw the bodies. I saw the people in the ocean. I helped swim out to different boats and navigate them, and I was in this situation where people were throwing up because we had just almost got killed. And this guy there's this little food place on the beach, and one guy got a drink, and another guy started smoking a joint. And I didn't do those things. I still don't do those things. But I just stopped and I thought, there's no way God's going to judge that person like they're an evil person when they just risked their whole life to go out and save those kids just because they smoked or because they did a joint. There's no way God's not going to send that person to heaven. And then I thought, it'd come out how rich the church was. And I heard that I don't know if it's true, but the Provo Temple restoration was like $500 million or something.
Well, the Mormon church is estimated to be worth $250 billion today.
Well, and I'm sitting there learning about corruption out there. And because I'm asking all the refugees that show up, how much did you pay for your crossing? And I noticed this pattern, that they pay like $1,000 to pass 7 miles. It's like Utah Lake. But I noticed that every time a boat goes down and people die, and there's death on the water, now, instead of shopping around to tons of different smugglers, everybody just pays money to the first person they get to, and they pay like $4,000 or $5,000 a passage. And I realized that if there's a certain amount of death on the water, these people earn a huge amount of money. And if there isn't, and that's called psychoviolent manipulation, and it totally changes people. They don't shop around, they just pay it and they go. And that's where I got exposed to that. And then I started doing research, and I started to realize that the boats that were sinking, it was weird. It wasn't making sense. They knew there were 2 boats from the Greeks that would go out and try to save people that were police boats, and they'd wait to just the right time. They would wait till the water was just stormy. They would load it with just too many people, and then they take these rafts. They take these boats, the plywood. They turn it sideways so the little splinters would pop the middle part, and then it would found. It couldn't go anywhere, and it gets stuck in the middle of this area, and people would die of hypothermia. And they would do it in several right at the same time so that people die. They needed some people to die so that they could boost this market price up and get it rolling. And I mean, it was, at first it seemed like it was all scattered, but there was like billions of dollars of these smugglers working on people's manipulation on them to profit this market as good as they could. And then I realized that there was all this pressure I remember doing the math, there was all this pressure to not send people through because there was this, the U.S. had spent $4 billion sent to Turkey or something to those leaders there and stuff, and they couldn't have as many people to go through. But to get the same amount of money that those smugglers needed, because they didn't have as not much people, they needed people that paid a certain amount of price. And I did the math, and there was a certain amount of death that got that amount of people through paying that amount of price. In other words, there was a bureaucracy that had an appetite of a certain amount, and it needed to manipulate things to meet what it needed.
And you're saying you started to see that
I'm sitting there learning this in real
church?
life, and I don't know why these thoughts are coming in my head, but I'm seeing the details, and I'm doing the math, and I'm just out there on the beach. And
so summarize for us how you tie that to the Mormon Church, just because we've kept you here 5 hours and 22 minutes.
Well, I just sat there and I turned around and I thought, here's this huge amount of money they have. They've been remodeling churches way too fast. They've been building temples way too fast. They're way too expensive. How could you turn tithing money into something you could profit off of if you owned the companies? If your families and friends owned the companies that the church used to do this, to build these temple-like places that were extraordinarily expensive, you could take tithing and turn it into money in your hand. And I'm sitting there looking at that, and the church does this huge PR. Ann Bernard, New York Times, she's telling me, wow, your church is really, doing a lot for refugees. There's this huge PR thing. It looks like that. They send one of the apostles over to this camp. My dad talks to him and stuff, and and they write a $10 million check or something to the Red Cross. And the thing is, the Red Cross wasn't helping all the refugees. They had like a supply place in town, and they never helped them. None of the refugees could reach them. It was all the volunteers showing up, and it was this horrible situation where people were dying. And we're just kind of looking at this, and the church is just talking in all of its PR of how it's donating this one check or whatever, and it's this help. And they advertise us, me and my sister, or even in the conference videos. And then they did it a second time without even asking our permission. It made it look like this huge amount of help they were doing for refugees. And my brain just started looking at stuff, and I just started to come up with all these questions. Why is the auditing system not allowed for members to look at? Why is it possible we donate money to the church and then they give goods out in DI and then they keep the money, but they count the goods as a value and they give it out? Like, I just started to have all these questions, and at some point I just couldn't, I remember I came home from this crazy situation that was traumatic where 17 kids died that I felt guilty for, that I could have saved in the ocean, and I had a lot of trauma from that. And I come home, and the guy over PR for the Mormon Church calls me on the telephone, and I had made contacts with refugees that were real political prisoners, and I'd taken all their Facebook, and now there were all these war crimes. And seeing the people in real life, I realized how human they were and how they needed a voice. All this, ISIS, suicide bomber, or propaganda, what doesn't make sense when you're standing in a field full of women and children and husbands and people in real life, then that's not them at all. It's some far-off abstract idea. And I'm with these people. And anyway, I took a lot of Facebook stuff, and they started connecting me into the war. And then for 2.5 years, I started gathering their information and giving it to the world press so they'd create a voice for these people that were in war zones. And I had just done a whole bunch of research where I had learned about the psychoviolent manipulation that was framing this Holocaust of being like an ISIS thing. And I had reported to the New York Times in like an 8-hour phone call, giving all my evidence from it. And after that, in the next news article that came out, they said that an ISIS propaganda leader had been killed by a U.S. missile. It wasn't radical Islamist or something that where religion was manipulated against people with it. And then the rest of the world started saying that, and they introduced ISIS propaganda as an issue instead of manipulating these people's religion against them. I had just done that with the New York Times, and
right.
The PR for the church calls up and tells me, oh, well, the money to help refugees, when the apostle said that helping refugees was more important than any calling in the church, he meant refugees in Utah, not people that haven't been vetted for ISIS for like so many years. And that's when I quit the church. I just walked away slowly. I didn't do no one really knew. I just sat there and thought Christ wanted to help the sick and the afflicted. And here's the richest church in the world with a PR campaign to look like they're helping all these people around the world. And really, they could use that money to help so many people. And I think about this, and I don't know if it's just me, but I'm like, we all vote to sustain leaders in the church. Are we a government? Do we have voting power? Or is it just a fake government to make it look like we're supporting a cult? Because if we have voting power, I have no doubt in my mind that if all the members of the church voted on it, that money would be taken away from the leaders and used to help the sick and afflicted and the poor. I don't know if that's a legal thing. But, I just look at it and I'm just like, anyway, that's where I drop the microphone, if it's possible to drop.
Yeah. And what about just the church pathologizing normative sexual behavior and, making it a sin next to murder, which creates the cottage industry of a sex addiction therapist, not to mention the entire Mormon Church addiction recovery program that Jodi built on top of. What about the Mormon Church pathologizing and demonizing, masturbation, healthy, normative, infrequent masturbation?
I look at that and I'm sitting there thinking about that. My opinion, the tithing corridor of the Mormon Church, the people who pay the most tithing, which I don't know if they care about anymore because there's so much interest now they earn just off that fortune. But the tithing corridor was, I figured, because like I went through divorce and breakup and everything and financial ruin, I figured these people aren't paying the tithing, it's married couples. And then I kind of thought, well, it's probably where they build all the church seminary buildings, like the main I-15 corridor where the main church is, that they really care about. And then I kind of noticed the church says they're all the same church, but I kind of noticed a double standard of what worthiness meant for your callings and people who were in the church outside of the I-15 corridor where I think all the tithing was coming from. Someone who had a smoking problem the bishop could know about, as long as he's trying and didn't smoke at church, he had a calling. But out here, if you masturbated or looked at porn, you were unworthy. And I got thinking about, what's that thing where they made alcohol legal? Prohibitions. And they talked about some church leader that went out to work with the leaders and came back and got the church out of debt. Some young church leader, he later became a prophet. And I sit there and think that when you take something that people struggle with, like coffee, something small that's likely they'll just keep doing it, like masturbation or pornography, and you just create this thing over and over with people in their shame cycle that you can harness, and you don't recognize it personally, but when you look at it with statistics departments and a huge level of millions of people, you can harness power from that. And then I started looking at the church handbook, how this book got really big and fat right when the church got really wealthy. And in there's instructions for a bishop right after someone talks about sexual trauma that they come in saying, do you still support your church leaders? Do you still, do you swear this? Do you support this? That's what it is. You're swearing basically when you're saying that you do. And will you pay tithing? Will you follow Christ? And I got thinking about the timing of, I've worked with all these victims, and what I've learned is when a victim comes forward, they're in a super traumatic moment. I'll be in a traumatic moment for a while after I've had this discussion, that they'll just listen to whoever tells them what to do, and they'll feel this strong feeling. And I thought, did the church statistics department see that getting people to swear into this stuff right after they had an issue was a really powerful formation to increase activity and tithing and money? And then I got thinking about how at the same time all these conference talks came out about porn and all this kind of stuff with these people. And I started wondering if when you slip and you mess up and you go to a bishop and he supports and loves you, if that doesn't increase your tithing and increase your activity. And on a little level, that microeconomics, that doesn't matter, but macroeconomics, could that make you billions and billions of dollars?
Clearly.
To take that moment. And there's no ethical reason that once a victim comes forward, you take your own profiteering. That's the moment where you help put them back together with what they're able to, that's about them and healing them. But this is what we made it about, was this system. So I do have some major concerns for the Mormon Church. Yeah. I have major concerns for that seems like institutionalized profiteering that came from keeping around a super hypersexual form of worthiness. But it fed, what's sad is these victims in this environment fed straight into the clutches of Jodi Hildebrandt.
Yeah. And until the Mormon Church fixes this rhetoric that is not supported by mental health professionals, more Jodi Hildebrandts are going to keep. They're already existing. People are telling me, John, Jodi Hildebrandt's not the only one. There's other groups, there's other therapists all along the Wasatch Front, Idaho, Arizona, Utah, California.
Evolution.
They're all over the place. And if you think that you're going to solve this problem, journalists, whoever, if you think that you're going to solve this problem just by cutting off one head of the Hydra, the other heads are going to grow back. The Mormon Church systemically has to solve this problem by stopping to pathologize normative human behavior.
Yeah, I literally think that the reason the church is against homosexual, one of the reasons, is because Christ teaches us to show love and understanding, and in the scriptures of the Mormons it says, after everything you're judged by the condition of your heart. That should have been the end. But I think the reason that they're so against that is because if they allow that, then they can't get people in trouble for masturbating and pornography. It could be just a sexual preference, a choice of belief, a sexuality.
Yeah.
They lose this whole thing.
It's possible.
I want to finish on one thing. My dad, Paul Steed, seminary teacher, studier of scriptures, he pointed out to me, because people sit there and they think, well, this is a new thing. The church didn't have these problems in the past. And he said, something that really has bothered me, and this also kind of really concreted me not going to church anymore, because I went for a long time. After Elder Dehlin died, they called me into the nursery. My bishop wanted to know that they didn't fear me being around kids anymore, and they called me into the nursery.
Yeah.
And I mean, when my dad pulled me aside and he said, this is so interesting. And I know that many of you listening to me have tried to figure out what to do with your faith and your belief when you get lost after being separated from something that you put everything into. And he said to me, look at this Doctrine and Covenants, the scriptures about Christ, and then look at the New Testament. And in the New Testament, people that are sick and afflicted with infirmities, Christ always shows them love. He's always saying, he's showing this compassionate side of love and encouraging people to work on their struggles, but he's showing love. But he's furiously angry at the publicans and the hypocrites, the people that manipulate these beliefs against people to control them or hurt them. Those are the people he yells at to get out of the temple. And what's interesting is all these scriptures show that with infirmities, he shows people love, but then in the Doctrine and Covenants, it's the reverse. They are showing all these scriptures where they're just saying that like Emma Smith will be damned to hell forever if she doesn't accept her husband having more wives and all this kind of stuff. And so if he does this sexual sin, that it's eternal damnation, and this one, it's eternal damnation. And then they turn around and show this loving, kind, understanding God that forgives the church leaders back then for their infirmities.
Yeah.
It's exactly the opposite of the New Testament. You can go through the whole Doctrine and Covenants and you'll see that argument. So from the beginning, they were creating an environment where church leaders would be forgiven, where pedophiles would be forgiven, where covering them up would be forgiven. But infirmities and normal sexual sins and normal situations would have eternal consequences.
Yeah. It's absolutely a fact that a normative masturbating young man is treated worse than a pedophile in the Mormon Church.
Yeah.
It's factual. Or a healthy gay married man, legally married, is treated worse than a pedophile in the Mormon Church. Full stop. No question. Yeah. The fact that they believed you had a history of child abuse and put you in the nursery is I'm glad they put you in the nursery, but how?
I went for church an extra 2 years because of that calling, because I was so traumatized about the victims that had been killed in the ocean, and they had these little kids in there, and I had my own kids, and it just made me heal.
Yeah. Well, really quickly, last question. Do you believe, you don't know this, but do you believe that the Mormon Church possibly used Jodi Hildebrandt to retaliate against you and your dad for whistleblowing on Boy Scout sexual abuse in Idaho and having the laws changed in Idaho. Do you believe there's a connection between what Jodi did to you and what you did as a whistleblower against the Boy Scouts?
Is your left arm connected to your right arm? Just because you can't see the body? I mean, I 1,000% believe. 1,000% believe.
Yeah. And that's another systemic problem, just the whole legal issues and the power and the money of the church and how in Utah it wields so much power. And BYU and the honor code, like we covered so much. I am going to post right now Adam's email one last time. It is adampaul0405@gmail.com. Many of you I know will want to step up to support Adam financially. Please email him. Please be persistent. Hopefully he'll set up a Venmo or give you his Zelle account. Maven's been talking about potentially people donating through Zelle or Venmo to that email address, and then you can open up a Zelle or a Venmo account synced up with that email. I know you don't want to receive any money for this, but I think there's people who have money to give who want to thank you for your courage, just like they did with Jesse Hildebrandt. But regardless of that, email if you want to support Adam and thank him for his work monetarily. Again, the email address is adampaul0405@gmail.com. Please be relentless until you're able to provide Adam with some support and maybe his parents. And again, please like this episode right now. We still have 9,500 people joining us, even though we're 5 hours and 39 minutes in.
Wait, this is live?
This is all
I'm
live.
just kidding.
That's good.
Sorry.
Please like this episode. Please subscribe to the Mormon Stories Podcast feed. Please share it. Not for me, not for Mormon Stories Podcast, but for the cause of Adam Paul Steed, for Jesse Hildebrandt, for all the victims. Please do all you can to make this social media known and seen far and wide, so the algorithms will carry this to the far ends of the earth so that justice will be served.
I want to just leave on an optimistic note to victims everywhere.
Yeah, people want to know, how are you now? Should we end with that?
Yeah. Let's do that. I always have a rule when somebody comes forward, the way you know they're having like traumatic talk, they'll be talking to you, and it'll become like a monologue instead of a conversation back and forth.
Yeah,
and that's how you can tell there's trauma. Trauma comes out and in like monologues of some. Another way you can tell they're having PTSD is that they're talking about the past and right now some situation in the past, and soon you can't tell the difference between the past and the present. So you're dealing with a person with PTSD. Possibly it's your spouse, the person you love. Maybe it's your child. Maybe it's your parent. Maybe it's your brother or sister. And so, these people want to alienate us and make us alone. These predators. So don't help them out by hearing the story, and because the person isn't following the normal social stuff, that you just kind of shun them and walk off. Or even if you want to stay, but you just have to leave instantly because your job's calling. These are terrible. PTSD comes out in the craziest times. Maybe you have to shut that conversation because you're walking across the street and you can't stay, because you're on a bicycle or something, who knows. But the point is that when a person shares this kind of sensitive material, they need you to not ask them tons of questions that would traumatize them about it, but they need your validation and they need you to be close. And it's really traumatic to have somebody just tear away right at that moment. So something that really helps them, if they're your spouse, give them a hug, just love them, be close to them. But talk about other stuff that's light. Make it fun. Laugh about other stuff so that when this moment happens, the person doesn't just get reinforced negative fear, but instead they see that they're normal and they see that they're fun. And anyway, I always believed in telling the truth the whole way through my life. I've always been accused of saying too much, but this is my truth. And lo and behold, the truth is finally working out for me. And I want to give hope to people that think that they're undateable after all their trauma, or that they can't have a super happy marriage because of all their trauma, or girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever friend, or that they can't have a successful life. And a year ago, someone knocked on my door, a little year and a half ago. This beautiful Egyptian Syrian doctor who thought my apartment, she didn't knock on the door, she thought it was her Airbnb. And she opened the door, she saw me and the kids, and she slammed the door shut. And yeah, that's my wife now. And she's super happy. And she's got her feet on the ground. She grounds me whenever I have trauma, just in 2 seconds. And she means the world to me. And I love her so much. And now we have this beautiful little baby boy. In fact, I took a bath with my baby boy this morning with my wife. And it was fantastic. It was intimate and beautiful. And so to the long line of predators in my life who have thought they could steal that from me, well, they can't. And nor can fear. And victims feel that they have no innocence. Find your innocence again. Find good friends and good people, and find love and find meaning. And meaning comes from being needed for something that no one else can do. Each one of us is unique. And we have an identity that we can do something that no one else can do. Only when you figure out what that really is, like John here, he's got a great gift to help us heal with this, our community. Only when you're doing that gift that you really have do you feel real meaning, that time where you feel like you're your real self. And I promise every victim out there that you will go through a lot of negative feelings and trauma, and a lot of people will just try to push it out the window. Embrace it. Pull your triggers so much that they no longer work. Stand up with your chin high, knowing it'll cause a hurricane for a while, but afterwards you're going to live in a free world, not a bars and cages with triggers everywhere. I have a complete different philosophy that truth leads us to freedom, not complete and utter control.
I just have to say, number one, that was beautiful. Number two, like, it's like your real personality just came out. The light came into your eyes. The trauma is real. It's you too. But like, it's so fun to see your actual, real, happy, positive personality comes out. Because I know that's who you are.
Yeah, don't feel sorry for me. I'm going to go home with the cutest, most beautiful, fun wife and baby and a life that's going the right direction. Don't send me your money. Send it to this guy in a fund and give it to all the victims that didn't have the right evidence and they're still so torn up. Just do that. But don't feel sorry for me, and don't ever think that Jodi's a super powerful lady. She's not. These abusers, and don't think the Mormon church leaders are super powerful people. They're not. The ones that have chosen to abandon love are not powerful people.
Beautiful. And my favorite, to end, my favorite comment of the whole episode, finish this sentence. Courage is?
Courageous.
Wait, I think it's contagious.
Contagious, sorry.
Let's do that again.
Oh, man, I messed up my punchline.
Let's do it. No, let's
That's why
do it.
I'm never going to be famous. I had one line.
Let's end again.
All right.
You're my favorite moment in the whole episode. Finish this sentence.
And I hope Jodi Hildebrandt's hearing, and all those church leaders at the legal law firm that are trying to keep anyone from coming forward are hearing. Okay, what's my favorite line?
Finish this sentence. Courage is?
Contagious.
One more time. Courage
One more
is?
time. Contagious.
Courage is?
Contagious. It's contagious. It's contagious. Achoo. Ow. Here.
That's beautiful. All right. Adam Paul Steed, thank you so much for your huge gift. I hope you feel like we got your story out.
I think we did.
I don't think anybody's going to give you 6 hours.
I think they won't.
So we love you. We're grateful for you. Best of luck. Stay in touch. And thank you for joining us on Mormon Stories.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone for joining us today. Thanks to Julia for doing the time codes and show notes. Thanks to Maven for helping to moderate the comments. Thanks to Gerardo for the thumbnails, for the consultation, for the strategy, for the partnership, for the cinematography. Gerardo's amazing. Thanks to Brooklyn for the editing. Thanks to our board, Clint and Carrie, that make all this possible. Thanks to all our donors that make all this possible. We couldn't do this without you. I'm not going to fundraise on this episode, so I'm going to not give my fundraising push. And I'm also just going to say thanks to everyone who makes this podcast possible. And we couldn't do it without you. Please email me at mormonstories@gmail.com if you've been a victim of Jodi Hildebrandt and you're willing to speak to a national or international reporter in confidence about your story, because I would say long-form news media programs and or documentaries are going to come to tell this story. So please reach out to me and we'll get this story told far and wide. If you have been abused by Jodi Hildebrandt, I'm also interested potentially in having your story on Mormon Stories. We've done a lot, but maybe we'll do one or two more. But most importantly, be good to each other, be kind to each other. Like this episode, subscribe to Mormon Stories Podcast on all the platforms. And we've got more to come. A little bit of teaser. I think tomorrow we're going to be interviewing David Archuleta's mom, which I'm kind of excited about. But anyway, much more cool stuff to come in the weeks, years, and months ahead on Mormon Stories Podcast. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.